The Silent Princess, Princess League series, written by Mira Crest, narrated by Elizabeth DeVault. Chapter 1. Marina. The darkness was inky and greenish. Salt was on her tongue, the taste of seaweed. She could see the light from above, beckoning. Closer and closer she came to it. Then the veil of darkness lifted. In the midst of the waking light, she saw his face, always the same one, vivid yet vague at the same time, shadowed against the blinding white background. She could hear the sound of waves. Marina sat up in her cot, and darkness wrapped around her. Real darkness, not the darkness in her dreams. It was that dream again. She hadn't had it in quite a while now. She wondered if it had something to do with her past, one she knew nothing about. No family, no home, not even the slightest recollection of who she was. To her, her life began at the shore. A fisherman found her lying there unconscious. When she woke, she could not recall anything. How she ended up there. The only thing she knew was her name, Marina. She looked around. The other girls who lived with Mr. Pratt were still asleep, but dawn was in the air. Marina could almost taste it. She slipped out of her bed and tiptoed to the door. She opened it and flinched when it creaked. When Marina looked over her shoulder, only one of the girls moved, turning in her sleep and mumbling something incoherent. Marina slipped out through the door and walked barefoot along the cobbled streets of the town that led her to the wharf at the shore. The wharf stretched out into the ocean, like a long arm that beckoned for the coming of dawn. Marina walked to the end of the weathered planks and sat down, hanging her legs over the water. She tucked her red hair into the back of her dress so that the wind wouldn't whip it around. Marina closed her eyes and felt the whisper of the ocean travel through her. The water spoke to her sometimes. She just never knew what it was saying. The night was pregnant with the impending dawn. The horizon was a thin line of silver, the promise of the sun's arrival within minutes. Marina sat motionless, not feeling the cold. She watched as the rays of the sun reached over the horizon, unhindered by the vast ocean. They touched everything around her and changed the color of the world from nocturnal silvers to bursts of daytime hues. When Marina was alone, her feet dangling in the water and the sea spray sprinkling her face, she was whole. It didn't matter that she was different from the rest of the girls, or that she had no idea who she was or where she had come from. Something about being here made Marina feel like she was home. When the golden orb of the sun peeled itself away from the horizon, Marina stood and hurried back toward the town. Her bare feet thudded over the wooden planks until they hit the cobbles. The town had come to life with the dawn. Mr. Hush threw open the doors of the bakery. Marina slowed down, coming to a stop in front of him. "Right on time, eh?" Hush laughed. "Here." He pushed a freshly baked roll into her hand. It was still warm from the oven. Marina breathed in deeply, closing her eyes for a second. She laid her fingers to just below her lips, moving her hand away from her mouth. "Thank you." "You're always welcome," Hush said. He looked down at Marina's feet. "And for God's sake, put on your shoes! You'll catch your death if you're not careful." Marina smiled, and then hurried on. She never minded the cold, but no one else ever understood that. It was one of the many things that made her different from the others. When Marina passed the haberdashery, Mrs. Mouse was in the window, wiping it down. Marina waved at her. When she reached the house, Margot was outside sweeping the steps. "You're late," she cried. "Pratt will never forgive you." Marina broke the roll in two pieces and offered Margot one. "Where the hell'd you get these?" she asked. But Marina didn't have a chance to explain. Mr. Pratt stormed out of the house. His hair had tufts of gray in it. He looked unkempt and haggard. His teeth were yellow, and his belly threatened to burst through the buttons of his shirt. Marina tucked the roll into the folds of her skirt just in time. "You're late," he sneered. "Do you expect me to do the cooking?" Marina signed. "I'm sorry." But Pratt spat on the ground at her feet. "Good-for-nothing urchin." He tried to grab Marina, but she sidestepped, and Pratt missed. He swore at her as Marina slipped past him into the house. Margot followed her. "You keep testing him. One day he's not going to miss," Margot said. Marina shrugged her shoulders and then looked around the kitchen. Everyone else was up too. Hannah was scrubbing the floor. Marina could hear Alina humming from their bedroom, where she was probably shaking down the beds. Marina paused for a moment to listen to Alina humming. "Oh, to sing." For as long as Marina could remember, she had been unable to speak. There was nothing physically wrong with her. Marina was perfectly sound of body, but she could not speak nor produce any type of sound. She had learned sign language, so she got by. Those that understood her were willing to listen. Those that didn't understand her were kind enough. It wasn't a perfect life, but it was the only life Marina knew. Marina had been found on the shore by fishermen a few miles up the coast from the little town where she now lived. She was mute, without family or friends to claim her, without a home, or even a name she could remember. For the longest time, Marina had lived off scraps found in the streets or the gutters. Eventually, Mr. Pratt had taken her in. He had been kind enough to help her. He had given her a warm meal, a bed, a space to be where she was wanted. Until Marina had realized what he was doing. Mr. Pratt didn't only help homeless girls, he made them work for him, or beg for money. It was easier to beg for money when you were a pretty girl than when you were a disgusting old man. To make the girls who lived with him look more pathetic and miserable, Pratt only fed them now and then. The girls looked thin. Their hair was unwashed, and their clothes were ripped and worn. They were the perfect people to give a few coins to, which Pratt always took as soon as the charitable souls were out of sight. The girls were never allowed to keep the money. It worked out in an imperfectly perfect sort of way. Pratt got his money, and Marina and the girls got to keep their beds, eat when they earned it, and they weren't out on the streets like they used to be. It wasn't a perfect life. "Where were you?" Margot asked. Marina walked to the wooden cabinet that held the bread and the cheese. She was careful not to step on the floor Hannah had already scrubbed. "Probably at the wharf again," Hannah said with a scowl. "It's the only place she ever goes. If you ask me, she should stay there and never come back. Do you hear me, Marina?" Margot rolled her eyes. "She's mute, not deaf. Of course she hears you." Margot looked at Marina and asked, "What's at the wharf anyway?" Marina shrugged. Her hands were full so that she couldn't sign an answer. Maybe it was just as well. How could she explain how she felt? How the ocean called out to her? "And don't talk about running away again, Hannah," Margot added. "If he hears you, there will be hell to pay." "What could he do to me? He'd have to catch me first." Hannah sounded arrogant, but Marina knew that it was just a show. None of the girls dared run away. It wasn't because they were worried about what Pratt would do if he caught them. Although Margot was right, there would be hell to pay. It was because none of the girls had anywhere else to go. If they ran, then where would they belong? Pratt walked into the kitchen, and the girls fell silent. Conversation with each other was against the rules. Pratt saw it as a distraction. "What are you gossiping about?" Pratt shouted. So he had heard them talking. "You," he said, pointing at Hannah. "Keep scrubbing. You did such a poor job yesterday. This place looked like a pigsty." "I'm sorry, Mr. Pratt," Hannah mumbled and scrubbed faster. "Sorry? Is that all you girls know what to say? Pathetic. You are lucky you have a place to stay at all. To think that I offer my house to urchins like you when I can have the place all to myself? I'm doing you a favor, but that favor can run out." No one said anything. Marina waited for Pratt to turn his back before she rolled her eyes. Pratt wasn't doing them a favor by letting them stay. They were earning their keep by working hard. And it wasn't that he didn't need them. If they left, Who else would clean his house and bring him money? There was no way he would be able to do it himself. But there had to be better than this, Marina thought. How could this be all there was? How could life be nothing more than this? "Where is my food?" Pratt bellowed. Marina hurried towards him with the tray she had prepared. It was loaded with chunks of bread, slices of cheese, and cold meat that the butcher had brought by just the night before. Pratt sat down to eat. Marina glanced at the tray and wished that they could have more than just bread, that the girls could have a slice of cheese and cold meat once in a while. But that wasn't going to happen. Mr. Pratt always said they were lucky to get anything at all. After lunch, they would be permitted to have a thin broth along with their bread. Then the girls would go out to beg for money. While Pratt ate, the girls kept busy by cleaning everything that could be cleaned, making sure they were never idle. If they cleaned and worked, Pratt didn't have a reason to punish them. After his meal, Pratt stood and walked to his bedroom. As soon as the wooden door slammed shut, Margot sighed. Another day in paradise. Marina and Hannah both smiled and shook their heads. Marina then removed the tray from the table. She didn't eat the food Pratt had left behind, even though she desperately wanted to. Her stomach rumbled. If the girls touched any of Pratt's food, they would be punished. Marina still had a roll in her apron. She would share it with the girls as soon as Pratt left the house. Carefully, Marina placed the leftover food in the cabinet, then dusted the tray and returned it to where it belonged. Then she cleaned the table and floor, making sure there wasn't a single crumb where Pratt had eaten. Chapter 2. Marina. Marina was tending to the hearth when Pratt yanked his door open and marched towards Alina, who had just joined them in the kitchen. "I told you to mend this," he shouted, spittle flying from his mouth. "How am I supposed to wear it with holes in the elbows?" He waved the shirt in front of Alina's face. I thought that I did," Alina said in a meek voice. "Well, thinking isn't the same as doing, is it? And this isn't the first time you've messed up. What is it you think I do here? Charity?" Alina shrank back from Pratt as he continued shouting. Marina felt bad for her. Of the 4 girls, Alina was most timid, and Pratt knew it. So, of course, he picked on her the most. "You think I'm all talk, aren't you? Perhaps it's time I put my words to action so you will know to take me seriously," Pratt snapped. Marina didn't agree with his statement. Pratt often followed through on his threats. They all feared him. Pratt walked to the hearth. He pushed Marina out of the way. She fell, the floorboard scraping harshly against her palms. Pratt grabbed the poker and thrust it into the fire, heating the iron. The girls all stared at him in shock. Alina's eyes grew wider when Pratt turned around, wielding the hot poker. He marched up to her and lifted the poker above his head. Pratt had hit the girls many times before, but always with his fist. Never with an object, not to mention a hot poker. The damage he could do with it was terrible to think about. Alina might not survive it. Marina looked at Margot and Hannah, but they were both frozen in terror. But Marina couldn't stand by and watch one of her friends get hurt, especially when she had done something about it. If Marina had a voice, she would have cried out, given a terrible warrior cry. She imagined it, and her face twisted in a silent snarl as she sprang into action. She jumped between Alina and Pratt, moving faster than she ever had in her life. As the poker came down, Marina blocked it with her hands. At first, Pratt looked furious, but his fury turned into shock when Pratt realized that Marina did not let out a single cry of pain despite the poker touching her skin. Marina was surprised, too. Her mouth dropped open in silent shock. She had expected searing pain, but instead of the scalding iron burning her skin off, it froze solid against her skin. Pratt let go of the poker as the poker froze to the spot of his grip. It dropped with a clatter to the floor, bits of ice chipping off and skittering across the floor. "What on earth? Get away from me! You sorceress!" Pratt backed, one hand covering the other which touched the freezing poker, stumbling and ran out the door. Marina turned to the girls. Hannah had run to Alina's side to comfort her. Margot stood gaping at Marina. "What did you do?" Margot asked. "Are you a witch?" she added in a whisper. Marina shook her head, but the truth was she was equally befuddled by what had just happened, and she didn't know what she was. She wasn't a witch, but how was this possible? How had this happened? "Are you scared of me?" Marina finally signed. Hannah and Alina, as usual, gave the best guess of what she was trying to say, but did not answer. Margot shook her head. "No, but it's a lot to take in," Margot said. Marina could relate. Hannah helped Alina up and took the whimpering girl to their bedroom. Hannah didn't look at Marina, but Alina looked at Marina and whispered, "Thank you." "Maybe you need to see Miss Philippa," Margot said, "and it's best to get your arm looked at." Marina nodded. She wasn't sure Miss Philippa would be able to give her any answers or even believe what she said, but maybe it wasn't a bad idea to get out of the house for a bit. The girls were shaken by what had just happened. Marina picked up the poker and returned it to the hearth. It was wet with melting ice. She would speak to Miss Philippa and ask her what she thought. Maybe she would believe her and shed some light on the strange occurrence. As Marina left the house, she could almost feel the girls' relief. They had said they weren't scared of her. At least Margot had, but she could sense the wariness in their eyes. She didn't blame them. She would have reacted the same if it had been one of them that had frozen the poker. "What can I do for you today, Marina?" Miss Philippa opened the door with a smile after seeing Marina's face through her window. It was a small house that she also used to tend to any who needed medical help, mostly folks who couldn't afford more expensive treatment. Miss Philippa helped everyone, whether or not they could afford her service. Marina had been brought to her shortly after she was found unconscious on the shore. Marina signed furiously, the words tumbling over each other as her fingers flashed. Miss Philippa laughed. "Wait, here you go." She handed Marina a piece of paper and a quill. When Marina had finished writing, she handed the paper to Miss Philippa, who began to read intently and with growing disbelief. "You are sure of this?" she asked. Marina nodded. It was just as she expected. It probably sounded crazy. "Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't believe you, Marina. It's just I have never heard anything like this before. But that doesn't mean it's not possible." Marina's eyes widened as she watched Miss Philippa in deep thought, hoping she might figure out something. "I'm sorry, Marina. I'm afraid I don't have the answer," Miss Philippa said, noticing how Marina was looking to her for an explanation, as she always had about her condition. "It's just a hunch. It might have something to do with your condition. Never has my wisdom felt more challenged by anything else. You are truly a girl of many mysteries, Marina. Let me examine you first. Best to make sure that you haven't sustained any injury?" Marina nodded, slightly disappointed, but she couldn't blame Miss Philippa. Miss Philippa's brows slightly furrowed toward the end of the session, as something had stumped her. Her expression relaxed when she was done, but the look of concern in her eyes was still apparent. After a while, Marina took a deep breath and wrote on the same piece of paper left on the table. "Is something wrong?" "Marina." Miss Philippa laid her one hand on hers. "It's nothing. It's just your vitals. I don't know why, but they seem to have weakened considerably since we last met." "How much time do I have left?" Marina wrote. "Oh, Marina." Miss Philippa cleared her throat. "It's just a best guess. 6 months, maybe more. I'm sorry, my dear. I wish there was something I can—" Marina held Miss Philippa's hand, a gentle smile on her face. Marina turned to the piece of paper and wrote again. Previously, she had told her several years. Whatever illness she was having, it was killing her by the day, or probably by the minute. What had she done to deserve such a fate? She wondered if she would ever find the answer. Miss Philippa continued studying Marina's body as she had before when Marina had been found on the shore. and every other time she had examined her. When Marina had first been examined, Miss Philippa had found some curious symptoms in her. She was concerned, but thought they would improve with time. However, each time she examined Marina afterward, and the symptoms had not improved, her heart sank. She knew the poor orphan would not live to become a woman. She had told her as kindly as she could that she only had a few years to live, that she had a rare disease that wouldn't allow her to grow old, and was the likely cause of her inability to speak or recall her past. There was no medicine for it, no herb that would stop its progress. There were tears in Miss Philippa's eyes when she told Marina. At first, the news hadn't bothered Marina that much. What kind of a life would she have when she didn't even know who she was? She didn't have much to lose when she did not have anything to begin with. But as Marina had come to know the girls that she lived with, and she had fallen in love with the ocean, Marina knew that she didn't want to die. And as Marina grew older, she felt a little of her strength slip away. The only time she ever felt a little better was when she was near the ocean. "I'm sorry, but I can't find anything new," Miss Philippa eventually said. "Everything looks as it always does." Something inside Marina sank. She realized that she had hoped something would have changed, that this new and strange power meant that she could somehow survive the fate of her impending demise. After signaling her gratefulness, Marina left her office and wandered through the town, making her way slowly back to the house. She was reluctant to return, unsure if the girls would accept her back. What if they were worried about her new power, or scared of it, and wouldn't allow her back? When Marina arrived, Alina was alone in the kitchen. She looked up when Marina stepped through the door. "There you are," Alina said, and hurried to fold Marina into a tight hug. "I don't know how to thank you." Marina felt relief wash through her as she hugged Alina in return. When Alina finally let go of her, Marina signed that she didn't want Alina to think anything of it, or to feel like she owed her some kind of debt. "How did you do it?" Alina asked. Marina shrugged as Hannah and Margot walked into the kitchen. Hannah eyed Marina suspiciously. "You're back," she said tightly. Marina nodded, then signed. "Please don't be scared of me." "Look," Hannah said, "I don't know what you are, but I know that you saved Alina, and that's good enough for me. Just don't do anything crazy, okay? This is strange enough already." Marina nodded, relieved that the girls had accepted her back. They could very well have tossed her out of the house, treating her as if she was some kind of sorceress. "We have work to do," Margot said. "We better get to it, or Pratt might do something even worse when he comes back." The girls nodded, and they all jumped to taking care of their chores before going out to beg. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and the girls returned that night, tired and sore after a long day's work. But they were not permitted to go back to bed until Mr. Pratt returned to the house, another one of his rules. He stayed out very late that evening. By the time he came back, it was almost midnight, and he was drunk, drunker than he had ever been. "You," Pratt slurred, pointing an unstable finger in Marina's direction. "You will pay for what you did." Marina didn't even try to explain that she hadn't done anything to him. She had only defended Alina. Pratt stumbled towards her. He was so drunk that he could barely keep himself upright. It wasn't difficult to step away from him. Again and again, Marina stepped away from his drunken fumbling, and every time he missed catching her, Pratt became angrier and angrier. "You are gonna pay for this," Pratt shouted, and he grabbed Margot. She had been standing off to the side, watching Marina evade Pratt. Margot had not expected that she would be his next target, and she didn't have a chance to get away from him. He spun her around and pushed her into the fire. Margot's clothes caught fire, and she started screaming. Marina ran to help her, but Pratt caught her. "Oh, no, you don't. You have done enough damage for one day, and this is what happens when my girls are insubordinate." Marina struggled against Pratt, but even when he was drunk, he was much stronger than her. Margot escaped from the hearth, but even with the other girls trying to help her, they couldn't get her clothes to stop burning. Marina couldn't stand it any longer. She reached for the same poker Pratt had tried to use on Alina, then she lifted it over her head. Pratt wasn't quick in his inebriated state, and Marina hit him on the head so hard that his eyes rolled back and he instantly slumped to the floor. There wasn't any time to check if she had killed him. Marina ran towards Margot and pressed her hands to the flaming clothes. If she had entombed the poker in ice, surely she could put out this fire too. Before their very eyes, whatever power flowed from Marina's hand quenched the flames. Margot was safe again. A few patches of her skin were bright red where the fire had licked her, but she was not seriously hurt. "We have to get out of here," Marina signed. Hannah shook her head. "Wait, you want us all to leave?" she asked. "We have nowhere to go. We will not survive out there." "He'll only hurt you again, more than before. Margot could have died this time." "Maybe we should listen to her," Alina said in a small voice. "No," Hannah said sternly, and Alina snapped her mouth shut. "We're not leaving. Are we supposed to give up the only roof we've had over our head in years? Go with her if you want, but I can't live on the streets again." Marina looked at Margot and Alina, but neither of them said anything. It looked like they were going to stay. "How can you allow someone to treat you like that?" Marina asked. "Sometimes we have to choose the lesser of two evils," Hannah said. She looked at Pratt, limp on the floor. Marina sighed and walked to him. She knelt next to him to feel for his pulse and realized he was only unconscious, not dead. Relief washed over her. Marina had never liked the man, but she would never wish ill will upon anyone, and she was no murderer. "He isn't dead," Marina signed, "which means he's going to wake up and do something like this again. We'll be lucky if he doesn't remember any of this." "Lucky indeed," Hannah said. "You're the one that caused this." Marina blinked at Hannah. How was this her fault? Because she had stopped him from hurting Alina? Because she had saved Margot? It wasn't fair that she was being blamed. She looked at her hands. Her magic was something new, something that scared them. And if she had to be honest, it scared her too. But it had saved Margot. Her magic could not be evil if it had done such good. Maybe it was her fault for playing the hero. Now, Pratt will only make things harder on the girls for her display of disobedience. "We're staying," Hannah said again, in a tone that let Marina know there was no arguing about it anymore. The other two nodded. In a way, Marina could understand their decision. They weren't going to leave with her, because even though there was cruelty with Pratt, there was also warmth, and there was a meal more often than there would be on the street. "I will go," Marina signed. "No," Alina said. "Because of me, he is taking it out on you, and things are only going to get worse. Things will be back to normal with me gone." Marina had nothing to her name, so there was nothing to pack. None of the girls spoke. Even Margot was looking away with a look mixed with shock and sadness. Marina looked down and turned toward the door. "Wait!" Alina called. "I'm going to miss you. Can you not go?" "I have to leave, for your sake and my own. I will be all right. Take care of yourself." Alina gave Marina a tearful hug. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," Alina cried as Marina patted her head gently. "Marina," Hannah said as she moved toward her. "Here, take this with you." She handed 3 loaves of bread to Marina and noticed the latter's look of concern. "Don't worry about me. I won't die of hunger yet. You need it more than I do out there." "Thank you," Marina signed, and then looked over to Margot, who looked away as Marina's glance met hers. Just when Marina opened the door, a voice said, "Be careful." Marina looked back at Margot and nodded. Margot smiled back, seeming a bit uneasy at her unusual hospitality. Marina looked back at the girls one last time, took a deep breath, and stepped out into an unknown future. Chapter 3. Dominic. The fleet was on its way back to the harbor, and that was something to be proud of. Dominic stood next to the captain on the deck of the flagship, the first ship in the fleet to arrive home. He always preferred that the flagship lead the fleet, although his father had often suggested that he sail deeper in the flotilla. But what was there to fear? He took a deep breath, drawing the mountain air of the land before him into his lungs. He had missed the mountains, the beautiful countryside, and his beautiful homeland. But as much as Dominic missed home when he was at sea, he missed the sea when he was at home, which was why he had to divide his time equally between land and sea. Being the prince made it easier. As the heir to the throne, Dominic was also fleet commander, and it was his duty to oversee the fleet, protect the coastline, and feed his people. Dominic was proud to announce to anyone that would listen that the fishermen of his kingdom netted the widest variety of seafood in the northern lands. It wasn't only a luxury, it was a delicacy. "What word from my father, Arnold?" Dominic asked as he walked across the gangplank onto the dock. Around him, sailors were securing the ship and letting down the sails. "His Majesty is pleased that you have returned and asked for an audience as soon as possible," Arnold answered. He was an older man, like an uncle to Dominic, although Arnold was not part of the royal family. Arnold was his father's advisor, the king's right-hand man. When Dominic was a child, he sometimes felt like he had a better relationship with Arnold than with his father. "Good man," Dominic said, clapping Arnold on the back. "I have to prepare the horses, Your Highness," Arnold announced. Dominic thanked him before he walked to where the horses were tethered. Commander Simon Stingle, Dominic's most trusted advisor and closest friend, came from the ship and joined Dominic at the horses. "Do you think he will approve of what I have done?" Dominic asked Simon. "Of course. Dominic, my friend, you've had a successful voyage. What's not to be proud of?" Simon was the same age as Dominic. He had grown up in a different town in the kingdom, transferring to the capital after he had completed his training. He hadn't known what King Friedrich had been like when Dominic had been a child. Dominic had been raised by a stern hand and under the watchful eyes of his father. Even though Dominic felt that he had been raised with honor and pride, there were times that he regretted that his father hadn't been more involved in his life, more loving, and more, well, fatherly. "I hope so," Dominic said. He hated the look of disappointment in his father's eyes. They rode across the town. The hooves clattered on the cobbles. The villagers along the road to the palace bowed deeply. Riding through the large gates, they stopped in front of the marble stairs where stable hands came to collect the horses. Dominic glanced at Simon, hoping that no one else could tell how nervous he was to speak to his father. "How was the weather, my boy?" King Friedrich asked when Dominic and Simon walked into the throne room. "You are back sooner than expected." Dominic nodded and stood up a little straighter. He could feel his father's inspecting gaze already raking over him. "The wind was in our favor, and there were no storms as we came towards the coast. All ships made it safely into home port." "Well, that is good news," the king said. Dominic knew this all too well. It was never anyone's fault when they lost ships to the wrath of the sea. The storms out on the open ocean were unpredictable, and sometimes ships did not make it through. But King Friedrich always made it seem like Dominic was personally responsible when one of his ships sank. "We must celebrate your return. A ball is in order," King Friedrich had said after Simon had given his report as well. "I'd rather not," Dominic said. Balls were so petty. A parade of people showing off in the hope that they could catch the king's eye, or the prince's. Dominic has no intention of settling down so soon. The time would come when he had to rule the kingdom, and then he would have to take a wife. Until then, Dominic wanted to enjoy his freedom. Besides, he was far too busy with the fleet and away from home at least half the year. When he had to choose a wife, he wouldn't want to do that to her, forcing her into a life of duty and faithfulness, then leaving her alone most of the time while he was at sea. "Don't be silly," the king said. "When I say there will be a ball, we will have a ball." He shouted the words, and Dominic wasn't sure if his tone was humorous or angry. Dominic glanced at Simon, who looked unsure as well. The king had an unpredictable temper, and sometimes Dominic and Simon were unlucky enough to be in the path of its destruction. Yes, your majesty. Dominic bowed his head slightly. There were times when it was best to defer. You've had a tiring day. You should rest so that you have all the energy to enjoy yourself later, King Friedrich said. Dominic and Simon left the throne room and walked to Dominic's quarters. Here, Dominic could relax. His father never came to his private quarters to speak to him. Dominic was always summoned to appear before his father, so Dominic didn't have to worry about acting the part of the perfect prince here. The ball is the least I need right now, Dominic said. He collapsed on the lounge that faced the large windows overlooking the ocean. Surely it's not that bad, Simon replied, sitting in an armchair. You like balls, though. Simon shrugged and grinned. What can I say? The ladies make an effort to dress up and entice us, so I will indulge their fantasies and stare at their beauty until my heart is content. Dominic laughed. Women are only a distraction. What do you know? You hardly spend any time with them. You have never even known love. Dominic waved his hand. There is plenty of time for that later. I do not need love right now. What I need is an adventure, to see parts of the world yet explored, to expand my horizons. Simon chuckled and shook his head. You are a curious case, Your Highness. You have the world here. This world you speak of, it's not really mine, but my father's. He makes sure that everything goes according to his plan, my life included. Much of what I do here is ordered, and not what I really want to. So that's why you are so happy whenever you are out to sea. I guess so. What's gotten over me? Talking about all this moody stuff all of a sudden. You've grown, Your Highness. That's what happened. Simon smiled. Now, back on the subject of your romance. Dominic rolled his eyes, chuckling. You aren't going to let this go, are you? You're as horrible as my father. I take that as a compliment, Simon said. All right, you win. I just don't think love fits an adventurous soul like me. You might think differently when you find the right one. I will have to wait until then to find out. Are you saying you never came across anyone that evoked that special feeling in you? Well, no. Though, there is something. Forget it. What is it? Tell me. Don't you have a briefing to do? Dominic changed the subject. Oh, gosh, I almost forgot. The officers must be waiting for me. I have to go, Simon said, and stood up. I'll see you tomorrow. Dominic nodded. They weren't going to set sail again anytime soon, but the next few weeks Dominic intended to spend with his best friend Simon rather than another officer serving under him. When Simon was gone, Dominic walked to the large windows that looked out over the ocean and leaned his arms on the open windowsill. He breathed in deeply. When he was away, floating on the ocean for days on end, the salty air was all around him. Now that he was home, the fresh taste of the mountains mingled with the salty air, and it was crisp and clean. He turned and looked towards the mountains. They were beautiful. Dominic sighed. Simon had asked him if the life he had was satisfying. He had said yes, because he didn't want Simon to try to convince him that he needed a girlfriend or a wife. But Dominic did want more from life apart from adventures. He just didn't know what exactly. Every time he was about to put a finger on it, it slipped away until what's left was that feeling of longing. Longing for what or who he did not know. Part of the reason he liked to sail so much was the hope that it would help him unravel this longing. Somewhere out there was the answer, and he intended to find it. Chapter 4. Marina. The taste of salt was strong on her tongue. Her red hair floated around her face. But she wasn't scared. She wasn't drowning. She was home. When she looked up, she saw a figure, the same one as always, a man standing atop the tall structure, not far ahead. She squinted, trying to see who he was. This time she could make out more of his face. He was young, with manly features. He looked more or less her age. It didn't take long for her to realize that he wasn't alone. There were other figures near him. She tried to call out to him, and for the first time, she could hear her own voice. But he couldn't hear her, no matter how hard she called out. She watched as he turned and walked away. When Marina woke up, her body ached. She sat up in the cold grass beneath the bridge. She wrapped her arms around her body as if she could physically hold herself together. She was alone again, and she hated it. After she left Pratt's house, Pratt searched for her, asking the townsfolk if they had seen her, saying he feared that Marina might have lost her way or was abducted by crooks. Marina knew better. She guessed the reason he was so bent on finding her was that he couldn't bear to lose his cash cow. Among the girls, Marina usually fetched home the most money due to the fact she was mute. It was uncertain if they actually believed him, but most couldn't care less. It wasn't like they have extra time on their hands to care about the petty business of others, and someone as stingy as Pratt would never offer a reward for it. Fortunately, Marina didn't fear the cold. Soon, she was out of the town where Pratt lived, and she survived based on the donations of passerby. Some even offered her food. Marina stayed close to the ocean, as the salty tang of the sea seemed to rejuvenate her. She couldn't bear moving away from it. After several days of traveling, Marina arrived in a town much different from the one she came from. The cobbled streets were honey-colored with age, with tall trees peaked between quaint little houses. It was a beautiful ocean town. When Marina walked through the narrow streets, she was greeted by curious gazes of different people. A merchant offered her an apple without even knowing she was mute. Behind the town, mountains with snow-capped peaks rose into the sky. When Marina breathed in, she didn't only taste the ocean, but the snap of the mountain air as well. "Can I help you?" a woman asked. Marina turned around. She hadn't realized she had wandered into a row of stalls, and she stood before one that sold woven goods. A woman was smiling at her. Marina blinked. There was something about the woman that made Marina feel at ease. She had long golden hair and eyes the color of the ocean. The woman was quite a bit older than her face creased with wrinkles that fanned out from her eyes when she smiled. And that smile was trustworthy and genuine. Marina shook her head. "I am just passing through," she signed. The woman tipped her head to the side and asked, "Oh, pardon me." Marina shook her head, expressing she did not blame her. She hated that she was treated with sympathy for her handicap, but there was nothing she could do other than accept it. "Are you traveling?" the woman asked. Marina shook her head again. There was no use lying about it. This far north, she doubted anyone would know about her in Pratt. "Visiting someone." Marina sighed and shook her head another time. "My dear, are you lost?" This time, Marina nodded. "It's getting dark soon. I supposed you don't have a place to stay for the night." Marina hesitated before she shook her head yet again. If she were offered a place to sleep, she would take it. This town was beautiful, and Marina was sure she would be able to find a field or a bridge where she could rest. But sleeping inside on a soft bed, or even on the floor, was better than being outside and exposed to the elements. "I have an extra bed and the need for company," the woman said. "If you like, you can stay with me for the night. Don't worry, I'm not doing this for free." Marina's heart froze at the woman's words. She knew such kindness did not come without a price. She had learned that truth from Pratt the hard way. Marina shook her head and was getting ready to leave when the woman added, "Don't get me wrong. What I mean to say is that you can help me with some threading work." The woman gestured toward the blankets and tapestries. "I make all of these myself. If you help me, I'll even pay you." Marina gasped. She had never been paid for her hard work. Not that she considered begging work. If she earned money from this woman, she could use it for herself to buy food. The idea made her giddy. Marina nodded. The woman smiled. "My name is Emma." Marina held up her hand and gestured for a pen and paper. Emma reached behind one of the blankets and produced a pen and paper for Marina. When she wrote down her name and held it up, Emma smiled again. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marina. I think you and I will get along just fine." "Why?" Emma laughed. "Aren't you a curious one? Let's just say I'm a pretty good judge of character. I have lived long and seen enough to know." Marina smiled and nodded. She was indeed a very good listener, and even though she didn't know much about Emma, she liked her. There was something about Emma that made her feel comfortable, like she belonged. Marina spent the rest of the day at the stall, helping where she could. When Emma needed to take a break, Marina would run the stall. Marina felt grateful for the trust Emma had in her when they had only just met. That made Marina like her even more. That evening, when Emma packed up her stall, Marina helped her. Then they carried the blankets and tapestries to one of the quaint little houses Marina had seen when she had first entered the town. Emma pushed the door open and gestured for Marina to follow. The little house was sparsely furnished, but brightly colored blankets and tapestries hung everywhere, giving the house a strange, cozy feeling. "You can sleep here," Emma said, walking to a small room just off the kitchen. "It's not much, but it's home. And tomorrow morning, after you get some rest, we will start weaving." Marina nodded. "Thank you." "You're very welcome, dear," Emma said. "Now, if you don't mind, I am going to bed. I am exhausted. Tomorrow morning, there's someone I would like you to meet." Emma walked out of the room, and Marina was left alone. She looked around the little room again and couldn't believe that she was being treated with such kindness. All she had known since she could remember was fighting for survival or working her fingers to the bone for Pratt. It made her certain that her decision to leave Pratt was the right one. She thought about Alina, Margot, and Hannah and wondered how they were doing. If only they had come with her. It was almost like a dream. Marina wondered for a moment if she shouldn't trust Emma's kindness, but something assured her that this wasn't a trick. Marina got into the small bed and laid her head on the soft pillow for the first time in a long while, and she closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Even though she was inside a house a short distance away from the ocean, she could still taste the salt in the air, and she could still feel the ocean's pull. Tonight, it was stronger than usual. Even safely tucked in bed, the ocean was still calling to her. Chapter 5. Dominic. Dominic had spent a lazy week at home, going out on a ride with Simon, or picking up his archery again and shooting with Simon and Arnold. When he wasn't with them, Dominic roamed through the forest behind the palace to be alone, to clear his mind, and to think. He knew his free time wasn't going to last. As the prince and future king, he only had so much time to himself before he had to see to his duties. But his father was running around planning the ball for the noble ladies of the land to attend, and everything else had now seemingly come to a standstill. The week flew by. Dominic woke, rolled over in bed, when someone started hammering at his door. "Coming," Dominic grumbled. Was there a need to knock so hard? Where were his servants? Why was no one answering the door? When Dominic pulled the door open, Simon stood there with a frown on his face. "What's wrong?" Dominic asked. "You better come with me. You're not going to believe what I'm going to tell you." "This sounds serious." Simon shook his head. "Get dressed and come to the breakfast room. Your father is waiting." Without another word, Simon turned around and walked down the corridor, leaving Dominic in the doorway with his questions unanswered. Dominic closed the door and got dressed. In no time, he made his way to the breakfast room. The table was laid with eggs, bacon, warm bread with salted butter, fresh fruit and preserves, everything one could possibly want for breakfast. But his father wasn't sitting at the table, and neither was Arnold. The food looked like it hadn't been touched yet. King Friedrich stood at one of the windows. Arnold paced back and forth as if he was waiting for something. Simon stood to the side, looking nervous. "What's going on?" Dominic asked. His father turned around, a troubled look on his face. King Friedrich commanded in a brittle voice. "We received reports that some of our ships have gone missing. Excuse me? Dominic asked. Missing. He was confused, so he looked at Simon. Simon nodded slowly. Your Highness, Arnold addressed Dominic. We just received word from the harbor that several ships went missing 3 days ago after they had put out to sea again. They were scheduled to arrive at their destination, but till now, there has been no word on them. The weather has been fair the entire time all along the coast. No one knows what happened. Dominic shook his head. It can't be. Maybe they steered off course by accident. Speculations won't do. We have to make sure. King Friedrich sneered. He eyed Dominic intently, obviously unsatisfied at his response. Dominic wanted to say something in return, but he bit his tongue. If he responded inappropriately, it would only make things worse for everyone. What other details do you know about this incident at the harbor? Dominic asked Simon. Simon glanced at Arnold as if he was asking for permission. Arnold hesitated before nodding at Simon, permitting him to answer. Dominic frowned. What could possibly be so grave? They're saying that it's a curse, Simon said. Oh, for God's sake, the king screamed. Of all the nonsense and superstition that I have heard, this is the worst. Simon cleared his throat. He has more to share. Carry on, Dominic urged. The missing ships never arrived at their port of call, and no ships have returned to the harbor here. Not only that, ships from neighboring kingdoms supposed to arrive here did not turn up. We do not know for sure what has happened. I know it's foolish to attribute this to the work of a curse. Simon glanced towards the king. But something strange is definitely going on here. Dominic shook his head. He wasn't sure what was going on, but it couldn't be a curse. Dominic didn't believe in curses. He believed that if something went wrong, it could be logically explained. And since he was the prince and the fleet commander, it was his duty to find the solution to this situation. I'll take care of it, Dominic said to King Friedrich. He was going to do what needed to be done, or he would never hear the end of it. What is your plan? His father asked. Set out and find the ships. I have the entire fleet to support me, Dominic said. There were admirals and commodores and many others that would stand with him. You can't be serious. Based on the rumors, it could be a vicious storm or waves. Who is going to take over my rule if you perish out there? Summon people to investigate in your stead. People we can afford to lose. What are you saying? Dominic asked. You're willing to sacrifice the people to find your answers? King Friedrich turned and looked out the window again. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We royals are the eyes of the kingdom. If anything should happen to you, the kingdom will be lost. Lose a few people, the kingdom still survives. We may be the eyes that lead the kingdom, but without the people, the kingdom would be no less crippled, Dominic said. He had never agreed with his father's way ruling the kingdom, and he had always vowed that when he was king, he would do rule differently. This is not the time to get emotional, King Friedrich said. Someday you will understand what I'm trying to do. Anyway, it's decided. King Friedrich turned to Arnold before Dominic could answer or argue. Send out a notice of draft to the people. We need to gather an abled crew within the shortest time. Men or women, young or old, as long as they can work or fight. I need all positions filled. Cooks, cleaners, cabin boys, boatswains, you name it. Be it the works of pirates or nature, we need to get to the bottom of this. You're sending women out? Dominic asked in surprise. His father looked at him. Aren't you the one that keeps insisting that they have some kind of worth? It's time for them to prove it. Dominic shook his head, ready to argue, but his father continued talking to Arnold. Offer a handsome reward. It should help speed up the recruitment. That is all. You may take your leave. The king waved. Can you believe what the king said? Dominic said to Simon. Believe it or not, he's the king. His word is law, Simon replied. Dominic knew that Simon was right. He looked at Arnold, who had taken a seat at the breakfast table and was reaching for a slice of bread. What about you? Dominic asked. You didn't even try to talk him out of it. You're supposed to be his advisor. Your Highness, I have been up since sunrise trying to convince the king to do otherwise. There is nothing else I could do. I am here to advise. I cannot force the king to change his mind. I have done all I could." Dominic sighed. He knew that Arnold was right. Once his father had set his mind on something, there was no changing it. "Law or not, I won't sit by while people are sent on a voyage of doom," Dominic said. "That is a worrying statement. Are you saying you are going to join us?" Simon asked. "It's only right. I believe a leader must lead by example," said Dominic. "Promise me you won't tell my father." "You are going to get me into deep trouble when the king finds out eventually," Simon said. "Don't worry. When I get back, I will say I snuck on board without your knowledge, and it was too late when you found out," Dominic said. "Either way, the king is going to kill me for negligence or conspiring with you," Simon said. "Didn't the king say I am the eyes of the kingdom? I believe aiding the kingdom's eyes does not count as conspiring," Dominic said. "Well, can I say no?" Simon submitted. "Thank you, Simon." Dominic turned to look at Arnold. "As far as I know, this conversation never occurred," Arnold said, seemingly glad to have the company of the prince on this uncertain voyage. "Now we shall see who will apply in the draft," Simon said. "The only thing we can do is to ensure that it goes as smoothly as possible. We turn those away who won't be able to manage it if things go wrong while they are deployed at sea." Dominic nodded. Simon was right. They could do a certain amount of damage control. Dominic was going to ensure that every application must be approved by him. He was going to take care of the people and send those who couldn't survive the rigors of the sea back home. Dominic walked to the window and looked down at the harbor where his remaining ships were docked. He could only imagine how spooked his men were at the recent disappearances, how worried everyone else that worked around the ships in the harbor was. For decades, the kingdom had depended on trade with foreign kingdoms. They had to figure out what was happening as soon as possible. The moment these ridiculous stories could be put behind them, everything would run smoothly again, and they could get back to how things were supposed to be. "Come on, Dominic," Dominic said to Simon. "Where are we going?" Simon asked. "To the harbor. I want to talk to the people there. I want to hear the rumors firsthand. Surely there must be some useful leads." "I don't know about that," Simon said. "I spoke to Stefan. He interviewed a few of the men himself. I am sure August is getting some of the same stories as well. And you know the two of them. They would never allow a rumor to reach your ears unless there was a certain truth to it." Dominic nodded. August and Stefan were two of his best officers, loyal and true as the tide. "If Stefan and August are worried about the rumors, it's worth looking into," Dominic said. "That's what I think, too," Simon said. They walked out of the palace toward the horses that had been prepared for them and rode for the harbor. Chapter 6. Marina. The two girls that helped Emma were very friendly. Marie and Christina had grown up in the town close to the castle, and they always gushed about the prince. How handsome he was, how thoughtful, how kind. Even though they had never met him, they had seen him often. A man with a face carved by the angels. That was how they described him. And a man who acted with nobility and honor. Marina liked listening to them talk, and they hadn't minded at all that Marina was mute. They seemed to confide in her all the more because of it. Marina enjoyed listening about their childhood memories, or about their dreams for the future. When Marina was with Emma and the girls, she allowed herself to think about the future again. While she had been with Pratt, all Marina had thought about was daily survival. She hadn't allowed herself to think about a brighter tomorrow, because there usually hadn't been one. But with Emma, it was different. Even on the days the girls didn't join them, Emma and Marina spent time together that Marina truly enjoyed. Emma taught Marina how to weave, make blankets and carpets that could be sold at the market. And when the merchandise that Marina had created was sold, she was allowed to keep some of the money. Marina loved watching Emma weave. Her handiwork was so intricate and fine. Emma's old fingers flew over the loom faster than Marina could follow sometimes. But Emma would slow her movements and patiently teach Marina where each thread went and why. Of all of Emma's creations, one tapestry that hung in the main room captivated Marina. It was very old, but its colors were still dark and rich. Marina often caught herself staring at the old tapestry, lost in its beauty. One day, Marina asked Emma about it out of sheer curiosity. "That is the sunken city," Emma said. "Nothing to be fascinated about." Marina shook her head and wrote, "What is the sunken city?" "It is an ancient city that exists deep under the sea, a place of great beauty. It is home to a mythical race known as the merfolk, or so it is believed. That tapestry is my first work." "Does it really exist?" Marina wrote. "Yes, only in the bedtime stories folks tell their children. The same one I was told when I was little. It's silly to place any belief in such tales." That was all Emma shared about the tapestry. Emma was far more interested in teaching Marina to work the jewel-colored threads through the loom to make fine shawls and cloaks that Marina could sell. As days turned into weeks, and more weeks passed, Emma's kindness never wavered. Marina felt the bond between them deepen. Marina trusted Emma in a way that she had never before anyone else. In return, Emma continued to care for Marina and treated her like her own daughter. Emma treated Marina like she belonged in a way that Marina had only dreamed about. And Emma never treated Marina differently, despite her condition. With Emma, Marina felt she was normal, like the rest of the girls. They continued to communicate mostly with pen and quill, but Marina had also started to teach Emma some sign language. Emma apologized whenever she forgot the signs, saying that maybe she was too old to learn, but she did eventually pick up a few basic signs to use. That made Marina feel like they had their own secret language, which Marina was excited about. One morning, two richly dressed young women came to Emma's stall in the marketplace. They had been looking at the finely woven shawls, admiring Emma's skilled handiwork with brightly colored silk. Emma had stepped away from the stall to speak to another merchant, leaving Marina in charge. "How much for the green and gold shawl?" asked the taller of the two women, not even bothering to look at Marina when she spoke. Marina wrote down the price on a slip of paper and walked around the counter to hand it to the young woman. The tall woman stared down her thin nose at the paper Marina was holding out to her. "What is that?" she snidely asked. Marina held up the paper, trying to show the woman the price she had written on it. The other woman, just as richly dressed as her friend, but shorter and stouter, began to laugh in a mocking tone. "Can't you see that the peasant girl is too stupid to speak, Drusilla?" The tall woman sniffed, as if she had just smelled something supremely unpleasant. "Ah, a mute. What luck. Do you expect me to wait for you to write your reply every time I ask a question?" The young women started laughing merrily at their own joke. Marina felt heat rising to her cheeks and tears forming in her eyes. The slip of paper held tight in her trembling hand. She had been ridiculed for her disability before. Sometimes Pratt had made it a point to tear her down in front of the other girls before every one of his meals. But this instance cut more deeply than any other she had endured. She thought she never had to experience it again after being in Emma's care. "Leave my stall this instant," Emma barked. Marina turned and saw that Emma had returned, her usually kind eyes turned stern and cold. The two richly dressed young women blanched, the blood draining from both of their faces. "You filthy rat! Who are you to yell at us?" the tall one said. "Not even a rat is as filthy as your mouth. Leave now. But before that, I want you to apologize to her." Emma's voice was firm and threatening. The look of shock on the tall woman's face slowly turned into indignant anger. "You expect me to apologize to this incompetent rat? Never!" she sneered. The thin features of the young noblewoman's face twisted with mockery as she snatched up the gold-colored shawl, threw it to the ground, and then started to stomp on the fine weave with the heel of her pointed boot. The shorter woman watched with a crooked smile. She then grabbed another one of Emma's finely woven shawls and tossed it out of the booth and into the muddy road of the market. They moved to destroy other items in Emma's stall. Emma tried to stop the foul-mouthed woman, but the other hit Emma and pushed her onto the ground. "Emma!" Marina yelled out in her mind. The women used their nails to slash at all the brightly woven tapestries and richly colored cloaks. The jewel-colored shawls and delicately embroidered gloves were not spared either, as they trampled them under their expensive boot heels. Marina felt heat rise to her cheeks. The young women were nobles, but that did not mean they could do whatever they want. Marina felt something twist deep within her. The same feeling when she had seen Pratt threatening Alina with the red-hot iron poker from the fireplace. The young women may be nobility, but there was nothing noble about their actions. It would take Emma months to replace everything they had destroyed, and the damaged goods could never be sold. It was so unfair to Emma. Marina stepped forward to stop the shorter noblewoman from throwing a beautiful sapphire-colored silk scarf to the ground. Marina's hand caught the fabric, her fingers closing around the soft silk. The woman glared at Marina. Her mouth opened, ready to say something, but she gasped and yanked back her pudgy hand. Ice had covered her fingers. Marina looked down at the scarf in her hand, now covered with ice. "My hand!" the short one exclaimed. The tall one grabbed her friend by the arm and stared at Marina, the former anger in her eyes replaced by awe. "What did you do? You stay away from us!" she warned. Marina stepped forth regardless, and the women, seeing this, backed and fled as quick as they could, stumbling down the street as they went. Watching them in this state almost made Marina laugh, but the thought of the damage done to the goods stopped her. Marina looked at Emma. The older woman was back on her feet, looking at the frozen scarf still clutched in Marina's hands. Marina hung her head, bracing herself for whatever might happen next, preparing for the worst. To lose the happy home that she had looked so hard to find. Marina flinched when she felt the light touch of Emma's hand on her shoulder. "Thank you," Emma said, without any hint of fear in her eyes. Marina had thought Emma would think her as dangerous and not want to live with her anymore after learning about her powers. "Marina, what was it you did back there?" Marina shook her head, keeping a distance from Emma, afraid she might hurt her by an unexpected use of her magic. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. Everything is fine now. Whatever it is, I am grateful you did what you did. What you have is a gift." Emma must have read her thoughts by the look on her face. "I think that you and I will have a lot to talk about." Emma sighed as she looked around the booth. "But first, let's get this cleaned up." They had cleaned up the booth, gathering whatever could still be mended. Marina had filled Emma in about the episode with her magic in an attempt to defend Alina against Pratt. Patiently, Emma read on intently and asked her questions one after another. Marina was surprised at how well Emma was taking it. Half the time, Marina did not have the answers Emma wanted, for she was pretty much as new to her magic as Emma. As it turned out, it was a strange and exciting day for Marina, as she had never talked so much about her magic with anyone before. It rekindled the knowledge that she knew nothing about her past, and the desire to unravel it despite the fact there was no lead to begin with. "Marina!" The sound of Emma's voice brought Marina out of her memory and back into her bedroom. Emma popped her head into Marina's bedroom. The space had become Marina's own. Marina sat up on her bed, where she had been resting. "I'm going to the market to buy cold meats for supper tonight. Do you want to come with me?" Marina shook her head. Emma smiled and nodded. "I'll see you later, then." Emma waved before she left. Marina smiled, then took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. How long had it been since Marina had been allowed to spend her time as she wished? With Pratt, she always had to sneak out just to have some peaceful time alone. Even then, she had always looked over her shoulder to be sure he wasn't lurking behind. Pratt allowed no room for error. Emma was the opposite. She never made Marina feel like she was doing something wrong. Emma never made Marina feel she was less because of her disability. On the fleeting occasions when Marina felt sad that she could not remember her past, and she shared that feeling with Emma, Emma would console her. "Sometimes it's better not to remember the past and just be at the present, my dear child," Emma would say with a warm smile. But no matter how hard Marina tried, she could not stop wondering where she used to live, and if she had a family, and if they were still alive. If they were alive, did they try to find her? She lay in her bed, casting these thoughts out of her mind. She wanted more time with Emma, a life that was real and present rather than speculations that gave no answers. Marina stood up. She wasn't going to lie in bed all day. She left the house and walked through the town, toward the harbor. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of the ocean became, so strong that Marina felt dizzy. Something about that smell made her think of something she couldn't remember. It was there at the back of her mind, yet never within reach. "Marina!" Christina called, and Marina waved. She hurried toward Marina from the harbor where she must have been selling fish for the fishmonger. She worked for him some days of the week. The two girls embraced before Christina started talking. "Come see! Look how busy the harbor is today," Christina said. Marina looked over her friend's shoulder and noticed that there was quite a crowd. "What's going on?" Marina signed. "The king is gathering people to join the fleet, and guess who is overseeing the recruitment? Prince Dominic. They're even accepting women. I am thinking of going, to get out of here for a change." Christina looped her arm around Marina's and dragged her toward the harbor, where a large notice had been nailed to a wooden board. "See," Christina said, pointing at the notice. "Positions open to both men and women. Not only that, the reward was 1,000 silver. If this works out, Emma won't need another penny for the rest of her life." The idea sparked new hope in Marina for their situation after the recent unfortunate run-in. Marina nodded. She had no reason or desire to leave Emma after she had just found her. But on second thought, the reward might be the perfect opportunity to recoup Emma's losses. No, the money would be enough for Emma to set up several more stalls. It was more than what Emma could earn in her entire lifetime. "There's the queue. Let's go," Christina said. Together, they walked to the table that had been set up. A man with a large hat and an embroidered cloak sat at the table, writing down the names of applicants and answering whatever queries they have. Chapter 7. Marina. When they finally came to the front, Christina put her name down. She was sent to a second booth where a woman was doing physical examinations, making sure female applicants were fit for service. "Name?" the man with the embroidered cloak asked. "Christina Urquhart," Christina replied. "Do you have any prior experience with sailing?" "Yes, I used to go fishing with my father all the time." "That's nice. Next, please." "Does this mean I'm accepted?" "It means step aside, young lady, and let the man through." "What? Why can't I join?" "We need a strong crew who can fight or fend for themselves. This is no place for you, child. Go back to your fishing boat." The people standing behind laughed. "I can surely fend for myself." "My time is precious. Now move along before I move you myself." Marina tugged Christina aside, seeing how it was pointless to argue on. "Let's go, Marina. Just who does he think he is? Since when does a cook need to fight? It's not like they are sailing to war." Christina had a point. Wasn't this just a normal voyage? Why do they need people to fight? Come to think of it, she has heard from Christina that this was the first time such recruitment has taken place. Where were they going, anyway? And why the urgency? "Marina, I'm sorry that I raised my voice. I was carried away. Are you all right?" Christina said. "I'm fine." Marina smiled assuringly, knowing Christina had mistaken the reason for her sudden silence. Christina smiled back, relieved that Marina was not angry at her. "Well, no point staying here. Let's go." Just as they were about to leave, Marina caught a glimpse of someone in the distance, moving through the crowd. Someone achingly familiar. Her eyes trailed him through the crowd. Something about the way he walked stirred a memory. And that face, she had seen it before. It was from a dream. Marina froze when he turned in her direction. Dark hair, a square jaw, an upright posture. He carried himself with pride and authority. And his eyes, they were the color of the ocean. He wasn't looking at her, though. He walked over to the man doing the interview and spoke with him. Marina pulled Christina's sleeve, making her turn around. Marina pointed to the familiar man, and Christina's gaze followed. "Oh, that's him," Christina said, excited. "Prince Dominic. Isn't he handsome?" "That's the prince?" The face that appeared in her dreams every so often was the prince? Marina was at a loss for words. She has always thought it was someone that didn't exist. Could it be a mere coincidence? No, it sounded too uncanny, especially when her dreams were the only possible hint to her unknown past, if they were truly a hint at all. Maybe this Prince Dominic has the answer she has been looking for. Maybe he can tell her who she is, or rather, was. Dominic. His name exuded power, and it suited him perfectly. Marina had to communicate with him. Marina started back toward the queuing area. "Where are you going?" Christina asked. Marina pointed at the prince again. Christina shook her head, catching on. "You want to talk to the prince? You can't. They won't let you near him. He has royal guards following him around to protect him. Us commoners aren't allowed to get close to him." Only when Christina pointed out the guards did Marina notice them in the crowd. They weren't apparent at first, but soon Marina saw the golden crest each guard wore on the breast of his dark tunic. Their attitude was stoic, and their faces stark. They weren't crowding the prince, but their presence nearby did ensure that no one approached him. How was she going to reach him? She had to find a way to talk to him somehow. That's it. She could sign up for the voyage. That way, she could be on that ship with him. Furthermore, getting 1,000 pieces of gold would be her way of repaying Emma too. But if Christina could not pass the interview, a mute like her could never stand a chance. She has to find another way. "Come on," Christina said, and this time Marina listened. She followed Christina away from the one person that could have the answer to her past. She moved away from the harbor and headed back. That night, Marina felt despondent. She had no appetite. When Emma asked her what was wrong, Marina told her that she felt sick and went to bed early. The answer to her past could be waiting right there for her in the harbor, but she would never find it unless she found a way to get near the prince. The voyage presented a rare opportunity for commoners to be the closest they could get to the prince. If only she wasn't mute, she might stand a chance. Not really. She had no experience with sailing at all, not even fishing. She wasn't really good at anything. There wasn't anything special about her, except for one thing, her ability to make objects freeze. But how was this going to help her? She couldn't disclose it lest unwanted attention might be drawn to her. Or worse, people might see her as a threat and kill her. Marina closed her eyes. The call of the ocean was so much louder tonight. It wasn't a whisper now. It was a scream. The water called to Marina like it never had before. And suddenly, an idea came to her. If they would not let her on the ship, she would have to sneak in. Once the ship set sail, she would find the prince and put a rest to the mystery of her dreams and past. Marina knew what she had to do. The only thing that dissuaded her was Emma. It wasn't that long her life took a turn for the better when she met her. If not for the money and her thirst for answers, she would never contemplate the idea of leaving her side. The thought stung her heart like the cold night wind. But she told herself that this was only temporary. She would return as soon as the voyage was over. Time crawled by as Marina waited for the day the ship would set sail. Time and again, dilemma plagued her, and she wanted to just give up the whole plan. But the thought that such a chance would never come again, and living the rest of her life regretting not doing it, stopped her. Initially, she had looked forward to the voyage. As the fateful day drew near, she started to hope it would not come so soon, so that she would have more time to think it over, though, in her heart, she knew it would only prolong the suffering. Soon came the night before the voyage. She slipped out of bed, pulled on her clothes, and made up a bundle with a few things. Marina crept through the kitchen. Embers were dying in the hearth. Marina looked around at the place she had come to call home. She would miss it, but she would return. Marina took out the paper she had scribbled on nights before. Dear Emma, I am sorry that I have to leave you temporarily on such short notice. I have found a person that may have the answers to who I am. Even if I do not find them, I promise you that I will not return empty-handed. It is the least I can do to repay your kindness. I will be missing you and the girls. See you soon. Marina. Marina put the note on the kitchen table, opened the back door, and stepped silently into the night. She moved through the town toward the harbor with nothing but hope and the moon to guide her steps. When she reached the little beach at the edge of town, it seemed to shiver at her presence. How could this be? Marina ran her hands through the little waves that lapped at her feet, then walked up the narrow beach that led toward the harbor. Marina covered the distance with ease. When she reached the place where all the ships were anchored, Marina looked around and saw a huge ship. Near its entrance stood a royal guard. That must be the one. It was a large ship tied to the first slip on the dock. Marina crept closer to the ship, hiding behind the crates nearby. She made sure to wait till no one was nearby. Slowly and carefully, she placed one hand on the concrete floor and focused. Nothing happened. She tried again, this time with more focus. It didn't work. She must not be doing it right. Somehow she must be missing something. Some steps, maybe. She tried to recall the previous times when she did it. The first time was when she tried to block Alina from the hot poker. Then she was so scared Alina would get hurt. The second was when she stopped the wealthy woman from ruining Emma's stall. What similarity was shared between the two incidents? She pondered hard for answers, her heart racing with every passing minute. She did not have long to think. Soon, more and more people would arrive to board the ship, and sneaking in would be impossible. Think, Marina, think, she told herself. Both incidents, she had been afraid and angry. Could those emotions have triggered her powers? The only way to find out was to try it out. Again, she touched the floor with her right palm, focusing on the fear and anger she felt during those incidents. Seconds crept by. The floor was still the same. Then, it happened. The concrete around her hand turned pale with frosting. She directed it with her mind, and the frosting spread outward like the roots of a tree, but instead of going in all directions, this was one-directional. To her disappointment, the trail of the frosting stopped just shy of a meter before her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not will it farther. No good. What did she do wrong? Maybe it wasn't about the way she did it. Maybe this was the best she could manage after all. To think all she imagined about the voyage and how it would turn out would end before it even began. Tears welled in her eyes. More despairing than not getting the answer she wanted was the fact she had failed the hope of giving Emma a better life. I'm sorry, Emma. Then, through the tears, she realized something moving. She peered and saw the frosting on the floor extending farther on. This was her chance. She focused and directed it toward the area the royal guard was standing. It took a while, but it caught his attention eventually. At Maria's command, the narrow icy path steered away from the port, going further ahead, and the guard followed closely behind. As soon as he was far enough from the ship's entrance and his back was facing her, Marina darted toward the gangplank and through the door. She had done it. She was now on the ship. Then came the next problem. She needed to find a place to hide to avoid anyone finding her before the ship set sail. She was almost sure the prince would be here, but she could still be wrong. Then this would all be for nothing. Marina found the galley and crawled into a small cabinet that was half empty. If she curled up, she could easily fit, and it was the safest place to hide. As soon as they set sail, and they were far enough from the harbor so that turning around was not an option, Marina would emerge. Chapter 8. Dominic. He stood at the bow of the flagship ship as it led the fleet back out into the open ocean. As the ship sliced through the waves, sea spray splashed Dominic's face. He took a deep breath and laughed. Oh, the glorious taste of the ocean, the feel of the wind in his hair, and the boundless sea ahead. Dominic turned and watched as the shore shrank behind them, the towers of the palace now only barely visible. His father would be at one of the windows, watching the ship depart. It would not be long before he sent for Dominic, only to realize he was missing. He would probably suspect Dominic had disobeyed his advice, but then it would be too late to try and stop him. Nevertheless, Dominic would have to face the music when he returned. More important matters were at hand, and Dominic was bent on finding what had happened to the missing ships with the people. His people. "Everything seems to be smooth sailing," Simon said as he joined Dominic at the bow. "Indeed," Dominic replied. "And with luck, we will reach our destination in no time. I am sure there is a realistic explanation for all of this. I still can't believe I am doing this. Don't worry, my friend. I will stress that I put you up to it. Threaten you at knife point," Dominic said. "You're a prince. You don't need to threaten me or anyone at knife point to do your bidding. But, well, I guess that's better than nothing," Simon shrugged, wearing a concerned look before breaking into a smile. "Do you believe it?" Simon asked. "That it's the work of a curse." Dominic laughed. "I am the prince. The people's lives and futures are resting on my shoulders. I can't rule based on superstition, can I? If I did, it would only give that superstition power and undermine the power of the monarchy. The people need to continue in the strength of trade and economy, not in curses and fishermen's tales." Simon shrugged. "My beliefs are with yours, Your Highness. But I can't help but fear the worst." Simon glanced at Dominic as he spoke. Simon took a deep breath, changing the subject to diffuse the tension. "We need to sit down with the crew manifest and assign tasks a little better than we did when we were at port." Dominic nodded. "We will, but we are not going to do it right now. I want to revel in the beauty of the ocean, enjoy the fresh air while I can. Soon, we are all going to have our hands full with whatever is going on out there." A sudden commotion drew Dominic's attention, and Simon swore under his breath. "As soon as we set sail, trouble starts. It figures when we choose untrained people. Like I said, commoners." Simon scowled. "I will go find out what the problem is." Dominic followed Simon, curious about what was going on. A group of men and women at the stern were shouting about something. A few of Dominic's men were involved, and so were Admiral Matthews and the captain. "What's going on here?" Simon bellowed as he reached the crowd. "Admiral?" Admiral Matthews turned, saw the prince, and addressed him. "A stowaway, Your Highness," Admiral Matthews said. "She was hiding in the galley, and she tried to escape when we discovered her." Dominic saw two crew members holding a woman. She was fighting to free herself, her face twisted in annoyance rather than fear. And she wasn't saying a thing. She was silent. But it wasn't the strange sight that spiked Dominic's curiosity. It was the beauty of the girl that drew his attention. Her hair was a deep red, flying wild around her face, a stark contrast to her porcelain skin. Her eyes were the color of emeralds, bright and flashing in the defiance. She wore simple clothing, but despite her struggling to free herself and her angry expression, there was something graceful and elegant about her. "Who is this young lady?" Dominic said. "She is not on the crew manifest. No one knows who she is or what she's up to. She hasn't said a word since she was discovered," Admiral Matthews said. "It's all right. Let her go," Dominic gestured, and the guards released the girl, but stayed close to her in case she tried anything funny. Dominic walked over to her, those deep, jewel-green eyes turned to him. With eyes locked onto hers, something inside of him leaped for some reason. "Why are you on my ship?" he asked. The woman did not answer, but continued staring at him. Up close, Dominic had a chance to study her face. She had delicate features, a straight nose, and a sharp chin. But her lips were full, and her cheeks were round, giving her a soft appearance. "You needn't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you or anything like that," Dominic said. She shook her head, placing her hand to her throat, then running her slim fingers down it. "Are you saying that you can't speak?" Marina nodded. "Well, in that case, can you write?" Dominic asked. She nodded again, more excited than before. "All right, then. We shall continue inside. But first, there are things I need to see to. Wait for me inside," he spoke to Marina. "Take her to the captain's quarters," he ordered his men. "But she is a criminal, Your Highness," Admiral Matthews said. "To have snuck on board alone and unharmed, she must have her reasons. Perhaps she knows something we don't." There was something curious about her, but he didn't know what. Perhaps it was an instinct or an emotional reaction, but whatever it was, Dominic wanted to find out. When he looked at her again, she looked just as surprised as the rest of the crew at his order. But Dominic was the prince and the commander of the fleet, so no one could disobey his orders. So, instead of taking the woman to the brig, as would be the fate that awaited stowaways, she was escorted to the captain's quarters. "Are you sure about this?" Simon asked when everyone had gone back to their duty stations. "I want to find out who she is and what she's doing here," Dominic said. "You could have just done that with her in the brig," Simon pointed out. "I understand your concern," Dominic said, "but I just don't feel right doing so." The fleet had just gotten underway, so it was hours before he was free to finally see her. The sun was setting as Dominic made his way to the stern to see the woman. Chapter 9. Marina. When Prince Dominic had ordered that she be taken to a private room rather than the brig, Marina hadn't been able to believe her ears. She had heard all kinds of noble things about the prince from Marie and Christina, but the person standing before her had still managed to catch Marina off guard with the depth of his kindness and mercy. As soon as she was put into the private room at the captain's quarters and the door was locked behind her, Marina looked around. She had a bed, a desk, and a basin for water. There were windows in the room, and she could see the ocean, but she was a prisoner. Of course, Marina should have expected that something like this would have happened. It was against the law to stow away on the ship, but Marina had known there was a risk to sneak on board when she had left Emma's house. The only thing she could hope for now was that Prince Dominic would speak to her and shed some light on her past. Although that was probably a silly thing to wish for. Prince Dominic was royalty, the commander of the fleet, and now locked in the room and the reality of her situation settling in around her, Marina doubted he would actually come to speak to her as he mentioned. Despite his kindness, she was a commoner and a criminal. She would probably be questioned by a junior officer. Hours passed, and no one came to speak to her. Marina passed the time by imagining the different scenarios that could befall her. Unfortunately, not many of them had a good ending. Although, Marina did hope that she would end up being allowed to join in serving on the ship after all. Maybe they would let her, after seeing how brave she had been. But that was a lot to ask, especially considering she had broken the law. When Marina heard footsteps coming towards her door, she scrambled off the bed and went to stand by the windows. Knowing that the ocean was just on the other side of the glass kept her calm. A key turned in the lock, and the door opened. Then Prince Dominic stepped into the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's continue from where we left off, shall we? First, tell me who you are and why you came on board." Prince Dominic held up the piece of paper and a quill. Marina blinked. He sounded so casual, so friendly. She was yet again caught off guard. She nodded, not sure how else to respond. Marina reached out for the paper and quill. The prince smiled as he handed them to her. Marina took them to the desk and found a pot of ink in the drawer. "What's your name?" Prince Dominic asked. Carefully, Marina wrote her name and showed it to him. Prince Dominic smiled. "That's a beautiful name," he said. Marina blushed. She didn't know why she reacted that way, but the compliment from him sang in her ears. The prince sat on the bed, crossing his ankle over his knee, making himself comfortable, yet in the way that still exuded authority. He knew exactly who he was and where he fits in the chain of command, and it showed. Marina felt the blush run down her throat, and she swallowed hard. It was attractive. His presence filled the room. His power demanded respect. But he wasn't forceful. The prince had a manner that had been so kind as well. Maybe that was what was so confusing to Marina. The inner manner conflicting with his physical presence, broad shoulders, muscular build. Like a swimmer, Marina thought. But it was his eyes that drew Marina in and held her. Looking into Dominic's blue eyes was the same as staring into the shifting waves of the sea. Looking into them, she heard the same call, the call of the ocean. "Do you want to tell me why you snuck onto my ship?" he asked. His voice was soft, but there was command in his tone. Marina slowly nodded, although, just before she started writing, she realized how ridiculous what she was about to write would sound. How could she tell him that she had dreams about him? So instead, she wrote, "There are some things I would like to ask you. Can you answer them for me?" "Sure. What would you like to ask?" "Have we met before?" "Yes, up on the deck." Marina rolled her eyes and shook her head. "I mean, before all this." "I'm afraid I don't remember seeing you before, but—" Dominic looked hard at Marina, his head tilted slightly to the side. Marina's eyes lit in anticipation. "Then again, we might have crossed paths in the city. Why do you ask?" It was the sort of answer Marina feared, one that would lead her nowhere closer to what she wanted to know. "I am trying to recall who I am." Marina passed the paper to him. "That's a funny thing to say. Don't you know who you are?" "All I know is that I was found unconscious on the shore of the city. I don't know how or why I ended up there." "You were found ashore. When did that happen?" "Several months ago." Months ago. That would be before the incidents. Incidents? Ships have gone missing of late. Those that were supposed to arrive and those that departed. We reckon something amiss is going on at sea. Some say it's a curse. Whatever it is, it's something this city has never seen. We don't know what awaits us out there. I will do my best to keep you safe. If we survive, that is. Slight worry flashed across Marina's face. "Don't worry," Dominic laughed. "My men and I have braved countless storms. Curses or not, we are prepared for anything that comes." Marina hesitated before she scribbled again. "The ocean is a mysterious place. There are forces there unknown to any of us." "How do you know that?" "I can hear the ocean sometimes, like it's speaking to me." After she wrote the last sentence, she felt foolish. It sounded crazy to say that the ocean can speak. "Fascinating. And what is it that the ocean says?" he asked. "That it holds secrets unknown to any of us." Dominic remained silent all of a sudden, as if lost in reverie. "Secrets, like the Kraken and mermaids." Marina shrugged with her lips pressed. "Do you believe they exist?" "The ocean does indeed exude a profound aura," he said, as if something about the ocean resonated with him. "But myths and curses have no place in the minds of kings," he said. "That's what my father always said. If mermaids really exist, I would like to meet one." When he spoke again, his voice had taken on that note of command and authority once more. "I have to get back up on deck. In the meantime, you are free to explore around if you like, though. I would advise you to stay below deck when it gets dark. The sea winds can get freezing at night. Oh, and my men will see to it that you are assigned a job, so you will be eligible for the reward when this is over." Prince Dominic left the room, closing the door without locking it. Marina stood staring at the door long after he had left. Despite the prince's kind treatment, it was frustrating to be doubted when she believed he was the one person who would dispel her doubts. The prince must think she's a fool to believe in fantasy creatures like the Kraken and mermaids. Chapter 10. Marina. Marina had been moved into the communal crew's quarters, a large open cabin where she had a hammock to sleep in. It was surprisingly comfortable. Her hammock swung as the ship sailed, and as the crew went on or came off their shifts, they stowed or strung up their hammocks as they slept. Marina had been given a job as a cabin girl, the lowest member of the crew. She cleaned the cabins, swabbed the decks, or ran errands for anyone else on board. It was hard work, but Marina was glad to be on board and working. Prince Dominic had not spoken to her again since their first conversation, but she had caught glimpses of him up on deck from time to time. At first, Marina was upset about it. He was the man in her dreams. There had to be a reason why she saw his face every night when she slept. She had hoped that when he met her, he would have recognized her. But that had not been the case. And even though their conversation had been different than anything she'd ever experienced before, it hadn't been a conversation of recognition, or an event that had been repeated. Marina had to accept reality. Dominic was a prince, and she was a commoner who was expected to work hard, serve well, and ask for nothing more. It was midnight. Marina had gone up to the deck to see the stars. She stood at the very tip of the bow so that she could only see the point of the bowsprit in front of her and the faint bob of the port lanterns of the ship next to them. Marina closed her eyes and felt the cold night wind against her face, the taste of the salt on her tongue. She longed to touch the water below her. When Marina opened her eyes again, she frowned. Fog was starting to roll in, far thicker and faster than was natural. Before long, Marina couldn't see the lanterns on the other ship, swallowed by the fog like a giant hand. Marina spun around. She heard shouts from the crew members who were on watch in the crow's nest at the top of the mainmast. The fog rolled over the deck, and as it touched her flesh, a chill ran through Marina. A presence, a shiver of magic, flowed through her veins. It wasn't altogether unfamiliar, but it was terrifying nonetheless. She couldn't cry out, and she couldn't call for help. How far to the hatch and the ladder to below? Marina was suddenly afraid. The shouts from the crow's nest were becoming dimmer, as if the shouts of the crew members were also being swallowed by the fog. The ocean whispered to her, words she couldn't understand. It was trying to tell her something. Marina frowned, and wading slowly through the fog to the rail, she looked down at the night-black sea. At first, she could see nothing but the fog obscuring the surface of the water. Then, slowly, the fog parted to reveal a grisly tableau. Something large bobbed in the water. Marina frowned and squinted, trying to make out what it was. There was a loud thud, and Marina turned to see that another object was slowly rolling away in the wake of the ship. The fog rolled back, and the moon shone brightly, and to Marina's horror, she realized what she was seeing. The floating objects in the water were bodies, pale faces and vacant eyes staring up at her. Marina scrambled back from the rail, her mouth opening in cries that would never be heard. She bumped into someone and spun around, feeling her heart in her throat. Admiral Matthews grabbed her by the shoulders to steady her. "What's going on here?" he asked. "The water," she signed frantically. "A body!" He shook his head. "I don't understand you." Marina grabbed his sleeve and dragged him to the edge. She pointed at the water, and Admiral Matthews looked. "What the devil?" Admiral Matthews said. The news spread like wildfire. More crew came up on the deck to see what was going on. They looked over the rail as more bodies appeared. They bobbed on the waves as the ship sliced a grisly path through them. Chapter 11. Dominic. "What is it?" Dominic shouted as he trudged to the door, groggy and slightly irritated that they were waking him. Surely there was no reason for them to bother him on a night such as this. The weather had been calm, and the sailing had been smooth when he had gone to bed, not an hour before. "It's an emergency, Your Highness," Admiral Matthews said from the other side of the door. Dominic yanked the door open. Admiral Matthews looked somber. Dominic shrugged on his coat and marched down up to the deck. The first thing Dominic realized when he set foot on the deck was that something felt very wrong. Something felt cold and dangerous. "Look," Admiral Matthews said, walking to the rail and pointing toward the water. Simon appeared at his side from the fog that covered parts of the ship as if it was trying to swallow it. Dominic glanced at his friend. Simon's eyes were haunted, bewildered. Dominic walked to the rail. The ocean was littered with the bodies of sailors. "Any debris from a wreck?" he asked. "Nothing yet," Simon answered. "The ship might already have sunk." "These are our sailors," Dominic said grimly. "What on earth happened to them?" Simon nodded. When Dominic looked at Admiral Matthews, the latter's look was serious. "What are we going to do?" Simon asked. Dominic thought for only a moment before he shook his head. "Nothing. What can we do? The ocean has claimed their souls. It's tragic, but it's done. There is nothing we can do to help them, and bringing their bodies on board would only endanger the health of the living. We must sail on." Dominic looked at the people around him, the crew members that had all congregated on the deck to look at the bizarre spectacle. He noticed Marina among them. "You shouldn't be up here. It might be pirates that killed those sailors. I suggest you go back inside in case anything happens. Now, please excuse me." Dominic turned away. "We stay on course," Dominic ordered, but the look on Admiral Matthews' face stopped his words. The man was staring at something in the distance, frowning and looking confused. "What's wrong?" Dominic asked. Admiral Matthews shook his head. "I don't know," he replied, "but there's something there. Something." He fell quiet, and Dominic turned to look in the direction the Admiral was looking. Dominic's eyes weren't as sharp, and it was nighttime. But thanks to the full moon, and Dominic could see something odd on the horizon, a motion that seemed unnatural. An icy finger traced a line of dread down Dominic's spine. At that moment, wind shifted. The sails luffed and then billowed and filled in the opposite direction. "The ship is turning," Simon said. Dominic looked at the sails. Simon was correct. The sails were now on a starboard tack, and the ship was turning slowly. But it wasn't the work of the helmsman, because Dominic saw that no one was present at the wheel, which was turning slowly by itself, as if a ghost was steering it. "We need to correct our course," Dominic commanded. Admiral Matthews nodded and hurried towards the helm, gripped the wheel and tried to wrench it around. But the wheel would not turn. The ship continued heading on the new course. "Help me!" he shouted. Simon ran to him, and together they wrestled with the wheel, but to no avail. Dominic looked again at the horizon. He could see the unnatural motion clearer now. Up ahead was a hole in the sea, gradually churning and widening. A giant maelstrom. "This is impossible," Admiral Matthews said. His eyes looked haunted. Simon looked spooked as well. "Something is steering us towards. The ship's bow was pointed directly towards the center of the hungry whirlpool. Dominic looked behind him and saw that the other ships in the fleet had started to steer in that direction as well. The mass of swirling dark water was drawing the ships in like a magnet. Fear knotted in Dominic's stomach, but he swallowed it down for the moment. He was a leader, but right then, Dominic had no idea how to lead. This was probably what sank the missing ships and drowned the sailors. Dominic was certain of that now. And if he couldn't figure out a way to correct their course, and soon, they were going to face the same fate. Dominic drew a shaky breath, then grabbed firmly to the wheel, summoning all his strength to steer the ship away. "We can still make it! Come on!" he yelled to himself, as every muscle in his body bulged and tensed against the pull of the wheel. Chapter 12. Marina. Marina saw the maelstrom and the narrowing distance that lay between it and the ship. The ship would soon be swallowed by the monstrous phenomenon. She wanted to help in some way, but didn't know how, unless she had the power to command the winds. But even then, she might not be able to pull the ship out of the course of doom that awaited. She could hear the other crew members that had been asleep in the cabin crying out. The ship groaned alarmingly, and the entire vessel trembled again. "We have to get out of here," one of the men shouted. "Get up on the deck! You will drown if you get stuck down here!" Marina could taste fear as chaos erupted around her. Everyone scrambled to get up on deck. The ship began to tilt as it neared the perimeter of the maelstrom, throwing some of the people off balance. Marina fell on the planks. She pushed herself upright and saw crew running for the rowboats, trying to get off the ship. There was a horrible, ripping sound. Marina looked up and saw the sails shred to ribbons of useless canvas. Marina shivered. Was this their doom? The ship trembled again. Marina lost her footing again and slid into the rail. All the breath was knocked out of her lungs. Marina gasped, coughed, and then looked over the rail. "Abandon ship! Abandon ship!" Simon shouted. There was no time to escape on the boats. They must jump off the ship or be swallowed with the ship. People screamed as they fell into the water, arms and legs windmilling helplessly, terror etched on their faces. The man who had shouted for everyone to move to the deck flew past Marina and disappeared into the water. "Your Highness! It's too late! We must go now!" Admiral Matthews urged Dominic, who was still holding onto the wheel. "Your Highness!" Eventually, Dominic relented with a look of defeat. As they headed for the stern to make their jump into the water, the ship shook and tilted to such an angle that it was impossible to stand a foot. Dominic quickly grabbed onto the nearby pillar in time while the Admiral was thrown into the dark water. "Matthew!" Marina, who was grabbing onto the ship's edge, was now sitting on what used to be the side of the railing. The elevation of the ship's floor was ever increasing, such that it was nearly pointing 45 degrees upward. Helplessly, they watched on as the prince clung desperately onto the pillar. Marina thought of the bodies she had seen. Was this how their last moments had been? She never expected this was how her life would end. She never expected the first time she talked to the man who haunted her dreams would also be the last. Even at this moment, the prince had not yet given up. He pulled himself up onto the vertical turned horizontal pillar. "Jump!" Dominic shouted as he gestured to Marina. "Jump!" His voice was merely a whisper amidst the sound of the violent wind. He was going to do exactly that. Within seconds, he gained a footing on the pillar and dived straight into the water, his body missing the edge of the ship by a short distance. Marina watched his figure splash into the restless water and vanished. How was she going to survive this? There was no other way. As the ship approached the maelstrom, Marina sucked in a deep breath and jumped off the edge. Marina had expected the freezing water to paralyze her. To her surprise, not only did the water not feel cold, it was subtly warm. She tried to figure which way was up. A strange, unknown light hovered around her, enabling her to see her immediate surroundings. She kicked, swimming frantically. She couldn't hold her breath much longer. This was it, Marina thought as she stopped fighting, stopped swimming. In mere seconds, she was going to run out of air. She would let it out, once the last bubble escaped from her mouth, and that would be the end. Was this what the ocean wanted? To lure her into it so it can consume her? Marina exhaled, feeling the bubbles float past her lips. For a moment, she scolded herself for not thinking to follow the bubbles to the surface. But it was too late now. All her breath was gone. By instinct, she inhaled. As she sucked water into her lungs, panic filled her. She shivered and clenched her fists. Then, something strange happened. Marina did not suffocate. She could breathe, much like how she could on land. How is this possible? She thought. Slowly, the panic began to subside. First, it was ice magic, and now this? Her mind couldn't make any sense of it. The first thing Marina did after she had accepted the fact that she was going to live was to look for survivors. She could save lives. Marina looked around her. Dominic was the last to jump before her. He should be nearby. She swam through the debris and started searching. Sails twisted in the water like phantoms. A broken mast spun towards Marina, and she kicked back, her body moving powerfully through the water. She bumped into something, and when she turned, she saw the face she had seen in her dreams every night. Dominic. He was unconscious. Or dead. "Dominic!" she shouted, then clasped her hand over her mouth when she realized that she could hear her voice for the first time. But there was no time to wonder at what had just happened. She must save Dominic. She grabbed him, wrapping her arms around his body. His heart beat lightly against her chest. Relief washed through her. He was still alive. A monstrous rumble came from the depths far below her as the water ahead continued churning. It wasn't over. Marina kicked hard towards the surface, dragging Dominic up with the strength she did not know she had. When they broke through the waves, Dominic gasped and coughed up seawater, but did not wake up. Marina was so grateful, but then she felt the rumblings in the water beneath her again. She swam along the surface of the ocean, pulling Dominic with an unknown strength, drawn in a direction she felt was safe, as if by instinct. As Marina swam, she reveled in the feel of the water that slid over her skin, and the power that she felt as she kicked, and the revelation of her ability to breathe underwater. And the greatest revelation of all, the sound of her own voice, which she had heard for the first time when she was underwater. What was going on? After swimming for a time, Marina came upon a large spire of rock rising out of the ocean. It was the type of hazard that would sink ships if they came upon it in the night, the type of hazard that would have been added to charts to warn navigators away from it. The waves crashed against it mercilessly. There was no beach or a safe place to try to grab onto it. If Marina attempted to swim to the rock, both she and Dominic would be smashed against it by the uncaring waves. Marina looked at the spire, tightened her hold on Dominic's body, and then dove beneath the waves. As if driven by memory, she knew there was a cave, an opening under the line of breaking waves, and sure enough, Marina found the opening. She dragged Dominic through the opening and up into an air pocket onto a small dry sandbank. Marina found the cave oddly familiar, but she didn't recall dreaming of it before. She knew it was safe. Being here felt like being in one of her dreams. Marina swam and pulled Dominic onto the sand, his head lolled to the side, his dark hair plastered against his face. He wasn't breathing. Marina clambered over him and started pumping his chest the way she had seen someone do when a fisherman had been brought back to the shore after falling off the pier. She pumped Dominic's chest, but nothing happened. Air. He needed air. Marina leaned forward and pressed her lips against Dominic's. His lips were so soft, and Marina felt an electric jolt when her lips touched his. But this was hardly the time for romance. She had to save his life. Dominic. She silently breathed with her lips against his, unable to speak now that she was above water again, and she blew air into his lungs. Dominic coughed, and water spurted from his mouth. He did not open his eyes, but he was breathing again. Marina sat back, relieved. Chapter 13. Dominic. The first thing Dominic realized when he came to again was the vicious pain in his head. He tensed his muscles one by one, feeling for any other signs of pain. But aside from his splitting headache, thankfully, there was none. Dominic blinked his eyes open carefully. At first, all he saw was a blurry dimness. He blinked a few more times, waiting for something to come into focus. Panic hovered at the edge of his consciousness. But soon the dark stone ceiling above Dominic came into focus, and he let out a relieved breath. The rock glowed with a faint bluish light and glistened with moisture. Where was he? Dominic looked around, turning his head carefully in case his head injury was worse than it felt. He seemed to be in a cavern, laying on some sand by the water. Everything was wet. Dominic tried to sit up. His body was stiff, but he moved with ease. Images flooded his memory as he sat up, crashing back like waves on the shore. The dead sailors in the water, the swirling maelstrom, and the jump into the violent waves. Simon, Admiral Matthews. He wondered if they made it. Dominic looked around and noticed Marina. She sat a few feet away from him, her face turned away from him. Her wet hair hung down her back in strings. Even though Dominic couldn't see her face, there was something strong about her that he hadn't noticed before. "Marina," Dominic said softly. She looked at him and scrambled over. She came close enough that she could touch him, but as she tentatively reached out, she stopped her hand. Her eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine," Dominic said, knowing what she was trying to ask. She nodded, then she touched his cheek. Her fingers were icy cold, but warmth filled Dominic at her touch. He reached up and pressed his hand against hers, pressing her palm flat against his cheek. She pulled away. Dominic shouldn't have done that. He wasn't sure why he had. "Where are we?" he quickly asked, trying to change the focus at the moment. Marina peered around the cavern wall and saw several symbols etched onto it at various spots. They glowed and emitted a soothing blue and greenish light, which Marina only realized now was what was illuminating the cavern. As she followed the line of symbols, she came upon one she found strangely familiar. It was a couple of wavy lines with another curved symbol above it, made of two lines. Like a distant vision dawning before her, she saw the hand of a girl brushing gently the surface of cool water and sprinkling water droplets across the air. Then the vision was gone. What was that? She thought. She never had such visions before, but intuition told her it wasn't just hallucination. She scooted to the water's edge and ran her fingers through the water. It looked like a caress of sorts, elegant, gentle. Dominic was too enthralled with the place to notice what she was doing. Marina lifted her wet fingers and sprinkled the water droplets into the air. The water droplets vibrated from her fingers, spreading out to form a fine mist across the cave. Dominic watched, enthralled at the magic, holding his breath. "Dominic," Marina said. Her voice sounded like an echo to Dominic as it vibrated through the mist vapors, but the word she said was clear. The air escaped Dominic's lungs in a rush of wonder. "This voice, you can speak?" he asked. "How is this possible?" Her voice was music to his ears. Even if it was the echo of her true voice, it was beautiful, the most beautiful voice he had ever heard. Marina hesitated before she answered. "I don't know," she said. "But I do know I am not quite normal. These things I can do, it must have something to do with my past. Something about this place wakened visions in my mind. It could be lost memories." Marina smiled at him, the mist swirling lightly around her. Dominic looked at the rock walls that surrounded them. They seemed to press down all around him. In the faint blue light, he watched for a moment as beads of water dripped from the ceiling overhead into the pool of seawater below. Little ripples and circles of water expanded from where they landed until they disappeared. It would almost have been peaceful here if Dominic could see a way out, but as it was for the moment, he felt trapped. At least he wasn't alone. "Where is this place?" he asked. "An underwater cavern. I have seen it before. It used to be a safe place for guests." "Guests?" Dominic asked. "Guests of what?" "I don't know," Marina admitted. "And I don't know how I know that." "Perhaps your memory is returning." She didn't respond. She pressed her fingers against her temples. A dull throb had started in the depths of her skull. "What's wrong?" Dominic asked. "It hurts my head trying to recall." Dominic did not push her. Perhaps something traumatic had happened to her. Perhaps she had been injured, and that was how she had lost all knowledge of who she was and where she came from. But now that they could communicate, despite it being so bizarre, Perhaps they could find out more about that lost information. Being able to connect with her like this was wonderful, and Dominic found that he relished being able to communicate with Marina so easily, if not a little bit bizarrely. Chapter 14. Marina. Being able to communicate with Dominic like this was something Marina had never thought would be possible. All her life she had thought she was mute. Few people had made the effort to understand her, and she had come to accept that she would forever be alone in her world of silence, even when she was surrounded by people. But with Dominic, it felt different, even before they had been able to communicate like this. And now that he was the first person she had spoken to, the first person she had communicated with in this way, it felt as if another deep connection had been formed between them as a result, another bond that tied them strongly together. "There's more," Marina said. "Something I have not told you." There was a myriad of things that she hadn't told him yet. How could she have? But this was important information, and she needed to share it with him immediately. "What is it?" Dominic asked. She was much unsure of how he would perceive this particular information. That she had seen him, known him, in her dreams far before she had ever met him in person. So far, Dominic didn't seem afraid of the knowledge that Marina wasn't completely a normal human. She had wondered if he would be afraid of her once he found out that she had these dreams, these visions about him. Marina squared her shoulders and said, "I know you." "What do you mean?" he asked. Marina took a deep breath, for courage. Now was the moment, and after this there was no going back. "I've had dreams about you," she said calmly. Her echoey voice was as steady as it could be through the magic of the speaking through the mist around them. "Long before we met. On most nights, always the same dream. You are against a white background, near the sea." "Are you sure it is me?" Dominic asked. He did not seem surprised by what Marina said, only curious as to how he could have been appearing in her dreams. "We have never met before." "I am certain it is you," she replied. "A part of me has started to think it might be memories or visions from my past." Dominic looked at Marina for a long, silent moment. His eyes were pensive, and he looked to be deep in thought. Marina wanted to ask what was on his mind, but she left him to his thoughts. After several long minutes, an eternity of Marina counting her own heartbeats, Dominic sighed, and then he asked, "So, what do we do now?" Marina had been thinking about that as well. "I told you before that the ocean calls to me," she said. "I knew this place was here and that it was safe to bring you here. I was drawn here. I believe there is more. Something down there draws me as well." She pointed behind her and down, where the entrance of the cave was under the water, which would lead them out into the open ocean and down into the depths. "I want to go down there, to find out what caused the maelstrom," she said. "I can't come with you." Marina nodded in understanding. Dominic could not survive underwater as she now could. She would go alone. Marina was not afraid, and she did not have to worry about leaving Dominic either. She knew that he would be safe until she returned. "I will be back as soon as I can," Marina said before she swam through the entrance of the cave and out into the open ocean once again. The water felt glorious on her skin. Her body sang as she sliced through the current with strength and stamina. Marina couldn't help but feel that this was what she was made to do, that somehow this was home. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind as she visualized the watery world around her. The sensation of having a memory return to her was so astonishing that Marina gasped underwater and stopped swimming immediately. In the fragment of her memory, Marina was underwater, much like she was. All around her was the drifting broken wreckage of a sinking ship. Splintered deck planks, shattered pieces of rail, twisting shreds of white sailcloth spinning by like ghosts through the silent water. Marina could see the ship itself, broken into two large pieces as it was being pulled under, quickly sinking into the black depths of the fathoms below. and amidst the wreckage, Marina could see the bodies of dead sailors in the water. They twisted and sank as silently as the broken ship they once helped to sail. Their hair and clothes floated around them, and their faces were eerily slack. In her memory, Marina saw shadows dart among the dead men, swimming softly, but she couldn't make out what they were. The shadows were swimming up to the corpses, placing shadowy hands on pale, dead flesh. There was the sound of laughter under the water in her memory, and Marina could see small orbs of white light rising out of the chests of the dead men, right above where their hearts had once beat. The shadowy figures snatched at the orbs, their light fading into darkness. If only Marina could reach further back in her mind. If only she could see what those shadowy figures were. But then, as suddenly as it had come, the flash of memory was gone. Marina blinked, and then looked around. There was no shipwreck, no dead bodies in the water around her. She shuddered. The flash of memory had been so real. Something about being here felt hauntingly familiar, but at the same time, it had sparked a memory of such a horrible scene. What did it all mean? There was only one way to find out. Marina shook herself and started swimming again. Soon she was back at the spot where she had jumped into the water. Underwater, she could see the body of the maelstrom tunneling vertically down the ocean like an endless tower. Whatever was causing it was down there. If she went deeper down, she would find out. And so she dove into the depths, careful not to go too near the maelstrom to avoid being sucked down. Deeper and deeper she went until the tunneling vortex ended and the mouth of a gigantic creature began. It was an extremely huge fish that looked like an eel. It was black. Then its mouth began to close, and the body of the maelstrom dissipated. So this black eel was the cause of the maelstrom and the reason for the ship's disappearance. Letting a bellow that shook the watery depths, it turned away, going deeper down. Marina followed it. At length, she descended until she saw the ocean floor on either side. In the middle, the floor opened, and the cliffs on either side dropped vertically downward into the dark depths. Further down in the gap were countless tiny dots of light, scattered across the gap like glittering gems. She watched as the black eel dived into the gap. Marina wanted to go after it, but she was not comfortable with the idea of leaving Dominic alone in that cavern for too long. And the further she swam, the longer she would need to return. Besides, there was no knowing what other terrifying monsters lay down there in the gap. If something happened to her, Dominic would die in the cavern alone. Suddenly, she became aware of the sensation of being watched. Marina looked around. It didn't take long before she spotted eyes between the spirals of coral on the right cliff, bright green eyes. Marina gasped in surprise, and the eyes blinked and then disappeared. Knowing her presence had been detected, she decided it would be wise to head back before she drew more unnecessary attention to herself. It was time to go back and tell Dominic what she had found. Marina swam up as quickly as she could, turning around occasionally to see if she was being followed. Seeing no sign of other peculiar presence besides the fish swimming by, she continued back toward the cavern. When she arrived, Dominic was happy to see her. Marina told him about the black eel, the bottomless trench, and the dots of light in it. Dominic shook his head in disbelief. A giant black eel. That sounds unbelievable. But after all that's happened, nothing is anymore. Did you find anything else? No, but I believe whatever lies down there is our answer to stopping this maelstrom, Marina said. You are right, Dominic said. But if it's so far down in the depths as you say, there's no way anyone can make it down there. Except for you, of course. And it's too dangerous to let you go alone. Dominic thought for a moment, then said, We will speak to my father and decide the best course of action, though getting him to believe us is the hard part. But we don't have a choice. Marina nodded. They had a plan to stop this ordeal now, and she was serious about seeing it through to the end. But before all that, how do we get out of this cave? Or rather, I. Dominic asked. Do I have to drown again to make it back? Marina was amused by the fact the prince could still joke at such a situation. Marina looked back at the wall of the cavern, at the symbols, hoping to find some sort of hint that might spark another useful memory. She could find nothing. Dominic was right. If she took him back out there, he would probably drown before reaching the surface. And this time, he might not be so lucky as the previous. Feeling slightly drained, Marina lay herself down, with the body floating on the water. She took a breather, and her eyes took in the glittering reflection of the water on the ceiling. Amidst the rocky surface of the ceiling were several symbols, the largest so far in the entire cavern. The symbols were foreign, but as she studied them, they stirred a strange image in her head. Luquitur bula, she muttered. She knew that this was how the symbols were pronounced, although she didn't know what they meant. Suddenly, a bubble appeared out of the emptiness, then a steady stream of them in shifting, translucent colors. They joined together to form a bubble that was bigger than Marina herself. She touched it gently, and it merged with her, enveloping her from head to toe. Dominic watched in amazement as he saw Marina was now encased in a huge bubble, shaped after her frame. Marina gazed wondrously at the space of the bubble around her. Shortly after, the bubble burst. What was that? Dominic asked. Etherfin, Marina muttered. Eaterfin? Dominic asked. No, Etherfin. That's what this magic bubble is. I don't know why, I just know it somehow, Marina said. Come here. Me? Why? Just do as I say, Marina insisted. As you wish. He moved over, stepping into the water to join her. Luquitur bula, Marina said, in a voice that was crystal clear. Like before, it conjured bubbles that turned into a giant one. Now try touching it. Are you serious? Marina sighed and nodded. You can't blame me, I'm not really used to such. Dominic fell silent as the bubble wrapped around him. He tensed for a moment. I have touched it. Now what? Dominic asked. Marina pointed down at the water. You want me to go into the water? She nodded. He did as told, holding his breath as he went into the water. He breathed out as his breath was nearly spent and realized it wasn't water he was breathing, but air. He could breathe normally, like he was on land. Marina went into the water as well. Dominic could hear her voice more clearly now that she was speaking under the surface of the water. It was still the most beautiful voice he had ever heard in his life. Marina reached into the large magic bubble called the Etherfin and took his hand. This will allow me to take you to the surface safely, she said. Let's go. Dominic nodded, and Marina squeezed his hand. The Etherfin seemed to have magically reacted to her touch, for when Marina began to swim, she was able to pull him along in the suit as if he weighed no more than a feather. She swam through the entrance of the cave and guided them safely out into the open sea. Chapter 15. Dominic. Do you expect me to believe this nonsense? King Friedrich asked. Dominic stood before him. He had just finished telling his father about the maelstrom, the black eel, the huge gap, and the strange lights beneath. The dead sailors and maelstrom he could still believe, but not the rest. Dominic had the king's undivided attention, but he also had all of the king's anger focused squarely on him, and the longer Dominic spoke, the angrier the king became. What do you think this is? A joke? King Friedrich yelled. No, father, Dominic calmly replied. You sent me to find out what had happened to our sailors, to our missing ships, and I have returned to tell you what I saw. I am telling you the truth. It was Marina who unraveled it all. The king shook his head. Perhaps you hit your head harder than you realized when you went overboard. You are lucky to have made it back alive. Out of all the people that went on the voyage, only 3 made it back alive. You, some peasant girl, and that friend of yours who is still in recovery, Simon. That man is lucky to even be alive, picked up by a fishing boat holding onto a piece of floating wreckage. Maybe you hit your head harder than you realized when you went overboard. You don't seem to understand what you're saying is absurd. I can prove what I am telling you is true. At least, I can prove to you that Marina is different, Dominic said. King Friedrich blinked, then laughed. You can you? He asked. Dominic glanced at Arnold, who was seated in the corner. The advisor looked like he was unsure about what to believe. Arnold shrugged. She is here, Marina, Dominic said. Well, for God's sake, bring her in, the king commanded. Let us hear another version of this absurdity. Dominic knew that he had to try to convince his father that what had happened was real, that Marina was something other than human. Dominic walked to the door and beckoned Marina into the room. King Friedrich, this is Marina. Marina bowed to the king. And how do you intend to convince me of your tale? King Friedrich asked. Marina looked around and walked over to the cup on the nearby table. She dipped her fingers into the water and sprinkled them into the air. The king frowned and looked at Dominic. Just watch. Ha! King Friedrich barked. This is absolute madness. First, you waste my time with ridiculous stories, and then you claim that this weird peasant girl is the only one who can verify your fantastic tales. What has gotten into you, Dominic? Dominic was getting irritated. His father had always been a hard man, emotionally volatile. But today the king wasn't willing to give Dominic the benefit of any doubt. Why don't you believe me? Dominic asked. Because you're either injured, lying to me, or a fool, the king said plainly. He is not, my lord. Marina's voice echoed across the room, and King Friedrich froze in his speech. It felt like the voice was coming from every direction. He is telling the truth. The king looked at Marina with wide, fearful eyes, and for a moment, Dominic wasn't sure he would listen to them any further. When the king looked over at Dominic again, his expression had changed. It seems my worst fear has come true, he said, his voice thoughtful. Yes, I have heard stories about the terrifying forces that dwell in the sea, he said to Marina. Things passed down from legend, things I believe to be nothing more than an old wives' tale. To save our kingdom, this black eel must be stopped. He looked at Marina. I do not know who you are and why you can do the things you do, but you are the only one who can help us get to the bottom of this. Will you help us? Marina nodded. Dominic was relieved that his father's attitude towards Marina had changed so much in such a short time. Marina was confused herself, too, but more than willing to help the kingdom. Dominic looked at her, and his heart swelled. We will set sail at once, Dominic said. We will get to the bottom of it, father. The king nodded, approving. It's a mystery that needs to be solved if we are to ensure the future of our kingdom. Until we find out how to stop this, I won't allow any more ships to set sail from the harbor that is not under your direct command. We can't afford to lose any more of our people. The king took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It was the first time Dominic had heard his father express concern to such a degree. It was a pleasant surprise to know that his father did care about more than just strategy and ensuring the financial prosperity of the kingdom. Don't worry, father, Dominic said reassuringly. Soon our ships and our people will be safe again. The king nodded and walked away. Dominic finally felt the king had given him the kind of approval that he had longed for. Chapter 16. Marina. After Dominic had secured the blessing of his father, he was sent off to begin the preparations for their journey. Dominic told Marina that he needed to go to the treasury and run a few other errands. She was free to stay at the palace or do as she will, and they would meet later that evening to review what had been accomplished and what was left to do. Marina nodded and watched Dominic as he strode away. He was moving with a purpose, certain of the path his father had set him on. The first thing that came to Marina's mind was to tell Emma all that had happened. On her way back to her house, the air was heavy with grief as the family of those unfortunate souls that departed on the doomed voyage mourned their loss. It brought tears to Marina's eyes to hear their heartbreaking wailing. A short while later, she was standing on the steps of a familiar cottage. Marina took a deep breath and then knocked. After a few heartbeats, the worn wooden door swung open and Emma appeared. The old woman's eyes widened in shock, and then her hands flew up to embrace Marina. "Marina!" Emma cried out in joy. "I knew you were alive! We were so scared when we heard what happened." "I'm sorry for leaving so suddenly." Marina relaxed into the embrace of her friend, letting herself sink into the feeling of being home for a few minutes. "You're safe. That's all that matters. The girls are going to be so happy to know you are back." When Emma let go of Marina and they had gone inside, Emma brought Marina some paper and a quill. Marina picked up the quill to start to write all that had happened to her, but then she stopped. There was a cup of tea on the table next to the sheet of paper. Marina looked at Emma, grinned, then she cast the magic of the water vapor. Emma blinked as a fine mist filled the small room, but she did not look surprised. After all, she had seen Marina's magic before. Then Marina spoke, her voice an echo as it traveled through the mist. "Hello, Emma." Is that you?" "It is." Marina smiled. Emma's face was a mixture of confusion and realization, or maybe she was just too shocked. "Emma?" "I'm sorry, Marina. It's just too unbelievable. I don't know what to say." Marina told Emma about her adventures in her voice, sailing with the fleet, the maelstrom, discovering that she could breathe and speak underwater, rescuing the prince. It was wonderful to speak with Emma using her voice and through written words or sign language. Emma sat back in her cushioned chair after she had heard Marina's tale. The old woman sighed, then looked at Marina. "The ocean holds many mysteries and dangers as well. You are lucky to have survived." Marina felt a wave of relief that Christina was not accepted as part of the crew. Emma reached and took Marina's hand, squeezing. "The worst is behind us for now. Here, you will be safe from the wrath of the sea." Marina looked down. "I am sorry, Emma, but I'm afraid I have to go back. I have been tasked by the king himself to find out what is causing the maelstrom, but I promise I will return to you as soon as we have completed our mission." Emma looked disappointed, but only for a moment. Then she smiled again, her kindly eyes shining. "Are you sure about this, dear child? You don't know what's down there, and even if you did, how are you going to stop it? I know you are worried about me, but it's the only way we can know what is happening, and also find out who I am." "Marina, you don't need to do this to find out who you are. Who you were doesn't matter. It's who you are now," Emma said. "I'm sorry, Emma. I'm dying anyway. The least I could do is die without the regret of not knowing who I truly am. But promise me you will be careful. And if you are caught in a dangerous situation, do not press on. Run." Emma squeezed her hand again. Chapter 17. Dominic. With his father's blessing to set out and unravel the mystery, everything felt different. Having his father's support gave Dominic an extra boost of confidence. Dominic was confident that Marina would do everything in her power to help him uncover what was causing the maelstrom. Dominic had seen Marina's magic firsthand, and perhaps she had more power than she was aware of. But there was no time to think about that now, and no time to talk. They had work to do. The first task was to get to the underwater kingdom and find a way to stop the black eel. That meant they needed to secure a decoy ship to lure the black eel out again. With funds from the treasury, they purchased a good-sized fishing boat and provisioned it for the short voyage. Dominic had insisted that they not take any crew with them. He could sail the ship with Marina's help, and Dominic did not want to risk any other lives. In a short while, they had plotted their course and put out to sea again on the same heading, toward the same terror that had swallowed the previous fleet. "How are you feeling?" Dominic asked Marina as they sailed over the calm waves. Marina merely nodded to tell him she was all right. She didn't want to use her magic unnecessarily, as she wanted to conserve her focus and energy on the daunting task ahead. With the taste of the ocean spray on Dominic's lips, a reminder of how much he loved the sea and sailing upon it. He was determined to return the ocean to the way it had been before the maelstrom had appeared. While Dominic steered the ship, he also gave Marina commands. She worked hard to do what Dominic asked of her. Between the two of them, sailing the decoy ship was smooth as it could be. Watching Marina move, securing lines or trimming the sails, Dominic couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was. She moved over the rolling deck with grace, and she worked hard, executing everything with precision and care. But it wasn't just the way she handled herself on the ship. Dominic now knew that Marina was willing to risk her life to save the entire kingdom. She was a beautiful person, not only on the outside, but on the inside as well. When they neared the location where the fleet had been swallowed before, Dominic and Marina worked together to lower the sails, then secure them. With no wind to move it forward, the ship slowed until it bobbed in place on the surface of the ocean. They would wait to see what happened next. They came across several corpses. They could recognize some of their faces. Admiral Matthew was among them. Dominic stared at his pale, wrinkled face, mourning in silence. Suddenly, the ship lurched and started to move forward again. Dominic looked towards the horizon, and, in the clear light of day, he saw the massive twisting of water starting to suck them in. Dominic rushed to the small lifeboat, and with Marina's help, they got it into the water and they started to row away from the decoy ship. As the larger decoy ship was drawn toward the maelstrom, Dominic and Marina worked the oars, rolling the boat away from the maelstrom such that they were at a safe distance from it. "Are you ready?" Dominic asked, looking at her. Marina nodded. She sprinkled the seawater to form the mist and murmured, "Loquitur bulla." The stream of bubbles appeared out of the emptiness. Dominic touched it, allowing it to envelop him. The huge bubble would burst if it stayed above water for too long. It was time. They dived into the water, Marina following after him. Underwater, Marina could see farther than Dominic, so she led the way toward the throat of the maelstrom ahead. "This way," Marina said, holding onto his hand and diving into the depths. Marina swam with strong kicks, moving through the water with Dominic alongside. They traced the source of the maelstrom, and midway, they were joined by the wreckage of the ship as it was swallowed down. Thanks to the glow of the huge bubble known as the ether fin, Dominic could see Marina and his surroundings, but only at a short distance. "You can see in this darkness?" Dominic asked. "Yes," Marina answered as she swam. "The water seems to glow around me for some reason. We must hurry." "That's the black eel," Marina cried. A moment later, Dominic could make out the terrible sight as they descended further. An enormous black eel with large yellow eyes of malice. Without difficulty, it swallowed the wrecked ship whole as they watched. The eel writhed in pleasure, its massive coils undulating around it, and then it slowly turned and swam into the black depths of the ocean. In the space of a few heartbeats, it was nearly gone completely from Marina's sight. "Let's go." An uncomfortable thought crept into her mind as she started to dive again. She didn't know how the etherfin magic worked. What if Dominic ran out of air, or it popped as she took the prince deeper? But it was too late to go back now. And deep down, she was sure Dominic was bent on the mission, and retreating was not an option. She swam for a long time, down and further down, and there they saw the ocean floors on either side, and a bottomless trench in the middle. Through it was a myriad of tiny lights of various colors. As they swam into the trench, the light slowly became clear. Marina realized they were moving and alive. They were jellyfish. Schools of them as far as her eyes could see, deep beneath them. Not only were they countless in numbers, but they were also unusually huge. There was no way they could advance further down without having to pass by them, or make it past the jellyfish without being stung to death. She halted and waited for the black eel to change its course. But instead of doing that, it went straight through the jellyfish. But that was not what befuddled them the most. The black eel passed right through the jellyfish like they didn't exist. Whichever jellyfish came into contact with the eel flickered and vanished, and reappeared after the eel passed them by. There was little time to think. The eel would soon go out of their sight if they didn't follow it. Are my eyes deceiving me, or did that eel just swim through the jellyfish? That's what I saw too, Marina said. Do you think we can do the same? It's too dangerous. What if the jellyfish only allowed that eel to pass through, and not us? He said. Dominic had a point. Marina had to test it out before they proceed. Thus, Marina had an idea. She gathered her focus and held her hand out at the water in front of her, recalling the same sensation when she froze the ground back at the harbor. Slowly, the water crystallized into a mass of ice, which she sent toward one of the jellyfish. The jellyfish vanished just as the ice hit it and reappeared after the ice was gone. It seems like the jellyfish aren't really there. We should be able to pass. Come before we lose the eel. Wait! Before Dominic could say another word, Marina was already tugging him along toward the sea of jellyfish. Blocks of ice shot out on her command toward the jellyfish in their way, and, one after another, they flickered out of sight. After a while, Marina stopped using her magic and swam right through them. Their descent went on for some time, and they came to a point where the narrowing of the cliffs stopped and the sea of jellyfish ended. The cliffs on both sides extended down, almost parallel to each other for a short distance, before panning out away from each other. If one could view their descent from a profile view, the space between the cliffs would look almost like an hourglass with their start point at the top of the hourglass, which was also where the jellyfish began. She picked up her pace to avoid losing the black eel, which soon vanished from sight. They soon emerged from the trench between the cliffs into a vast space of endless sea beneath them. Strangely, the shade of the sea here was of a lighter blue, and lights. Beneath them were lights shining forth from what looked like a large city far below, with huge coral reefs like underwater houses, tall stone pillars, and large gems that dotted the roofs of the coral reefs. Dominic peered at the city in awe and disbelief. An underwater kingdom. No one back home would believe it really exists. He looked up and saw that the base of the cliffs was now the ceiling of this new vast region of the sea. Far above, the jellyfish hovered like glittering stars. So they are just an enchantment used to shield this place from the world above. Marina nodded, marveling at the beautiful view in silent wonder. Far off to the left, they saw the black eel headed toward the city. They intended to follow it. What's wrong? Dominic asked. Marina looked around. Dominic fell silent and watched as Marina scanned the water around them. She moved as close to Dominic as his ether fin would allow, never taking her eyes off their surroundings, and then whispered, It might just be a feeling, but I feel like someone is watching us. Chapter 18. Marina. Best not to linger. Let's go after the eel. Grab on tight and be careful not to let go of my hand, Marina said. They began to swim again, but instead of diving vertically down as they did before, they kept close to the ceiling of rocks above them to avoid chances of being ambushed from above. At one point, Marina stopped. She had caught sight of something stirring above them. At first, she had thought it to be a fish or aquatic plant life. But something wasn't right. It was moving. Marina's eyes gestured to Dominic that someone was following them above. Her hand below tensed, secretly forming an ice shard out of the water. Both of them looked up together. A shadow dislodged from the rocky ceiling and dived toward them. Marina shot the ice shard at it, but a light blasted, breaking it into pieces. A pair of green eyes glowed amidst the shadow. They were like the ones Marina had seen when she first tracked the black eel. Let's go, she said, swimming down as fast as her legs could take her and Dominic. The shadow was onto them, gliding through the water with such ease and grace that only a fish could possess. Only it wasn't a fish. Not entirely. Then came another shadow. Marina could make out tendrils of blonde hair and a face. A mermaid! Then came more of them from every side, cutting off their escape. A wall of frost appeared in the water all around Marina, separating her from Dominic. Dominic! Marina screamed, frantically trying to swim around the frost wall, but the merman grabbed her from above and pinned her arms behind her back. She could do nothing but watch helplessly as one of the mermaids held out her hand and knocked Dominic out with an invisible force. No! Marina cried, trying desperately to free herself. Then she felt her energy slipping away. Shadows swam across her vision, and soon darkness took her. Marina was in the ocean, swimming toward the surface of the water. She saw Dominic's face again, but this time it was different. Dominic was on a ship sailing across the surface. Dominic leaned over the side of the ship with a knife in his hand, slicing open the fishing nets, setting some of the marine animals free that had become tangled in the nets meant only to catch fish. Marina had always known that Dominic was a good person, but dreaming about him like this made her feel closer to him than ever. And even though he was on the ship and she was under the water, she felt as though she could reach up and touch him. He was so close. Marina sat up with a gasp. She was on a bed that seemed to be made of some kind of seaweed. When she looked around, she was in a room with high ceilings and a chandelier made out of seashells. Marina swam towards the window and looked out. Below her, the glowing underwater city stretched out all directions. A dull throb flared between Marina's temples, and she pressed her fingertips against her skull. A moment later, Marina remembered what had happened. She had tried to save Dominic from the mermaids. She could barely believe what she had seen. The door to the bedroom opened. Marina spun around, moving so that her back was against the wall. She had no idea what to expect. Marina didn't know much about fighting. Her powers might be new, and she hadn't had a lot of practice, but she had saved Alina from Pratt after all. Maybe she could get in one good blow and surprise whoever it was. The mermaid with the blonde hair swam through the door. Her features were delicate. Her eyes were the same color as ocean glass. "What do you want?" Marina demanded. She was worried about Dominic, but she was also curious about who this mermaid who came towards her was. "I mean you no harm. You are safe here, little sister," the mermaid said. "Little sister?" "I miss you so much," the mermaid exclaimed, and unexpectedly pulled Marina into a tight hug. Marina didn't return the embrace, unsure about what was going on. "Where have you been all this time?" the mermaid asked, when Marina didn't respond with equal joy at seeing her. "What's the matter?" "I am so sorry, but I don't understand," Marina said. The mermaid looked puzzled. "Why did you call me little sister?" Marina asked tentatively, growing more confused by the moment. The mermaid shook her blonde head and forced a smile. "You don't remember? I am Nadia," she said. "I am your eldest sister, eldest of the 7. "There are 7 of you?" Marina asked in disbelief. 7 of us, Nadia corrected. "You disappeared about a year ago, Marina. Some of the others didn't believe we would ever see you again, but I knew we would." Marina shook her head. This was difficult to take in. "Little sister, where have you been?" Nadia asked, pulling Marina back and sitting down with her. When Nadia curled her tail beneath her as she sat, Marina could almost imagine she was a human girl. Marina kicked her legs. "I am nothing like you. How could this be?" "Because you are one of us, Marina. You are a mermaid. You might not be like us now, but you were once. You are the youngest of the 7 princesses, the daughter of King Trenton." Marina shook her head, trying to sift through all the new information. Princess? King? "Yes. Why do you think you can breathe and talk underwater?" "It's no coincidence." Nadia looked at Marina with eyes that bore straight into her. "If I am who you say, then why am I different from you?" Marina asked. "Why do I have legs, and I do not live here anymore?" And why can't I remember anything about it? Nadia looked sad. I think you did something that you were specifically told not to do. You were never good at obeying rules. But that is not important now. You are alive. You are home. Father will be overjoyed to see you. Come, we must tell the others, Nadia said, taking Marina's hand. Everyone is going to want to see you. Come on. Chapter 19. Marina. Nadia led Marina through the palace and down corridors that seemed endless. They passed countless rooms and courtyards until they finally reached a pair of ornate double doors. Nadia stopped and pulled Marina into another hug. Everyone is going to be so happy to see you, Nadia said, trying not to be overwhelmed. Marina was already very overwhelmed, but Nadia did not give her a chance to respond. She pushed open the double doors and swam into the room, announcing Marina. Marina could hear cries of surprise and joy, and a moment later, Marina was summoned into the room. Immediately, she was surrounded by mermaids, overjoyed to see her, all talking to her at once. 2 of them had blonde hair, another had red hair just like Marina, and 2 had dark brown curls. Although they each seemed different in their own way, they all had the same smile as Nadia. Sisters, sisters, Nadia said, clapping her hands to get the attention of the others. Marina has partaken of the siren's fall and cannot remember anything. Marina looked confused. Nadia only smiled, then said, I'm going to introduce your other sisters to you. Lage and Riva looked as though they could be twins with their golden hair and pale skin, but Riva was 5 years younger than Lage. Isla had red hair the same color as Marina's, and Una and Mira had playful dark curls and freckles. It seemed to Marina that Nadia was introducing them in order of age, youngest to eldest. It's very nice to meet you all, Marina said tentatively. She didn't know what this siren's fall was, or why it had made her forget something. All of this was very confusing, and no one had explained to her exactly what she had done. Come, Nadia said after the introductions were over. Where are we going? Marina asked. To see the kingdom, of course. I know you can't remember it, so you do not miss it, but I am sure the people will be happy to see you. It wasn't something Marina could argue with. She was at Nadia's mercy for the moment. Nadia took Marina through the palace yet again, leading her toward the gate that led into the city. Being in the city again gave Marina a familiar feeling in a way that she just didn't understand. It was strange to be in a place that she had never been, but that felt somehow connected to her. The city was breathtaking. The homes were built from the living coral and glowed from the inside as if lit by magic. As far as they traveled, merfolk stopped what they were doing to stare at Marina. Every so often, one of them would bow. And every time that happened, Marina bowed in return. Why are you doing that? Nadia asked. We are royalty. We do not bow to the common folk. Marina had forgotten that Nadia had revealed to her that she was a princess. It was a strange and new sensation to be treated like royalty. Nadia was so indifferent, so aloof to the bows of the merfolk. Perhaps that was what it meant to be a princess. Although Marina could never believe that she had been like that before. Dominic had never acted that aloof. The moment Marina thought of Dominic, she turned to Nadia and asked, Where is the man that was with me? Nadia looked at Marina for a moment before she shook her head. You don't have to worry about him, she replied. But I do. He means a lot to me. I need to see him immediately, Marina urged. You must see our father first, Nadia said. We can't ignore him. He will have returned to the palace, so let's turn around and I will take you to see him. Marina wasn't in a position to argue. Nadia led them back to the palace and the throne room. Marina's stomach was a knot of nerves. What if this mermaid Nadia was lying? What if something had happened to Dominic? As Marina swam into the room, she noticed the king immediately. He sat in a throne carved from a giant pearl, and on his head was a crystal crown. His tail swished slowly and powerfully back and forth in the current that swirled around his throne. Marina had a feeling that no one would be able to reach the king through that current without his consent. "Father, Marina has returned home," Nadia announced. The moment King Trenton saw Marina, his face changed. He was overcome by pure joy and swam towards Marina. He embraced her tightly in his arms. "You have returned!" he cried. Marina could feel the merman's chest shaking with sobs of joy. Nadia waited patiently for the king to release Marina from the embrace before she spoke. "Father, I have come to beg for your forgiveness on Marina's behalf." King Trenton looked shocked. "Why would I need to forgive her? She has come home. That is all that matters." Nadia shook her head. "As we feared, Marina took too much of the siren's fall. She does not remember who she is and is almost fully human now." As Nadia explained, the expression on the king's face changed yet again. Anger was quickly replacing joy. "She has no recollection of any of this?" King Trenton asked, gesturing around him. Marina and Nadia both shook their heads. "I don't remember what I did, but if I broke the law, I am truly sorry," Marina said. "If I may ask a question." Nadia and King Trenton both looked at Marina, curious. King Trenton nodded. "Would you please explain to me what the siren's fall is?" Marina asked. "Why is it against the law to partake of it?" King Trenton took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. "The siren's fall is a most dangerous herb. It grants your heart's deepest desire, but it also poses unpredictable side effects that challenge even the most supreme healers. It is the reason why you lost your memories." "And why would I have taken it?" Marina asked the question that had been swirling in her mind since the moment Nadia had told her what she had done. "It must have been to be with that human that you claimed to love," King Trenton replied, with visible irritation. Dominic. If she had left this underwater world behind to be with him, her actions in taking the siren's fall was worth it. No matter how upset King Trenton or her sisters were about the matter. "Where is Dominic?" Marina asked. Nadia had refused to tell her, but she would not stop asking until she got some answers this time. "You don't have to worry about him," King Trenton said, attempting to brush off the question. "But I am worried about him. Tell me where he is." King Trenton shook his head and smirked. "He will now know what it's like to be hunted and killed." "Killed?" Marina cried in alarm. "Yes, like what the humans do to the creatures of the oceans." Marina shook her head. He couldn't be serious. "Where is he?" Marina asked again, more desperation creeping into her words. "You can't punish Dominic for what humans do to survive. They eat fish. That is not his fault. And right now he's only here doing the will of his father, King Friedrich. We did not come here to cause any harm. Dominic only wanted to find out what was happening to the fleet and the sailors of his kingdom." "The humans have broken the ancient pact. They have traded countless lives of our kind for the indulgence of their palates. They must answer for it." The voice of the king filled the room, ringing with command and power. "Humans must be punished for their cruelty, starting with the one you brought into our kingdom." Marina frowned in both anger and frustration. "Why are you so angry? What pact did they break? Tell me, please." King Trenton swam back to his throne. He once again seated himself, then was quiet for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath. "A very long time ago, the merfolk and the humans made a pact," King Trenton said. "The humans agreed that they would only take from the ocean what they needed to survive, and nothing more. In return, the merfolk would spare the ships and save the coastlands from the wild sea storms. But in recent decades, the humans have been taking more than they need from the ocean. They kill for sport and luxury. It is now time that they pay for what they have done." "Pay?" Marina asked, already worried about what his answer might be. King Trenton smirked. his look almost malicious. "In 7 days, I'm going to send a sea storm and a tidal wave that will wash away the humans. None of them will be able to survive it. They have broken the ancient pact, and now I will send the wrath of the sea as punishment for their faithlessness." Marina shook her head in shock. "You can't condemn all the humans for the crimes of a few. That isn't fair." It wasn't fair to the sea life that they had been so mercilessly taken by their spears and nets. In 7 days, the people that she cared about would be dead. Not only the people that she cared about, Emma, Christina, and Marie, and the girls back at Pratt's place, but every person that lived along the coast. "You can't do this," Marina cried. "We will find a way somehow." "No, Marina," he replied sadly. "You won't. You don't have that much time." "What do you mean?" Marina asked. When King Trenton didn't answer her, Marina looked at Nadia. "What is he talking about?" But Nadia didn't answer her either. "Guards," King Trenton commanded, "take Marina back to her room and keep her there." "What are you going to do? Lock me away until you kill the humans? Don't think I won't try to escape!" Marina yelled in defiance as 2 guards took her by the arms. King Trenton shook his head sadly. "I am not keeping you out of my sight until the humans are dead. I will give anything to keep you safe." "I don't understand," Marina asked in confusion and alarm, but before she could ask any more questions, the guards had escorted her out of the throne room. Nadia followed behind them. Only when Marina was in her room and the guards were stationed outside the door did Marina have a chance to ask another question. "What did he mean when he said, 'I don't have much time left'?" Marina asked, suspecting the king was referring to the illness that was killing her. Nadia sighed, and she looked so sad. "You took too much of the siren's fall," Nadia replied. "Not only did it clear away your memory, but it started to eat your life force. It started killing you. When you returned to the sea, some of your power returned to you. A mermaid draws magic from the sea itself. However, the siren's fall poisoned your body so thoroughly that even the magic that you regain by being in the sea will not stop what the siren's fall is doing to your body. You don't have long now, sister." With that, Nadia turned and left the room. Marina sat in a state of confusion until slowly she started to realize what the king and her sister were saying. For as long as Marina could remember, the doctors of the surface world had told her that she would not live long. And as time passed, Marina had felt her strength waning, but no one knew why. Now, she finally understood why, and it seemed that now it was too late to do anything about it. Chapter 20. Marina. Marina sat alone in the bedroom for the longest time. She worried about Dominic, about what was being done to him. Her father seemed to be a terrible merman and a cruel monarch. Marina couldn't understand how it was possible that she was his daughter. Did the humans remember the pact that they had made with the merfolk? What if this was only a misunderstanding? And if it was a misunderstanding, so many people had died because of it already. All of the sailors and all the missing ships who had already perished, and all of the people in the kingdom who would die in 7 days. The more Marina thought about it, the more her stomach roiled with dread. She was locked in a room, about to die. Dominic was about to die. All of the people on the coast would die, and there was nothing she could do about any of it. It was all so utterly and completely unfair. But, as her father had said, no one said that life was fair. After an eternity, the door to her bedroom opened again. Another one of her sisters came in, one of those with dark curls. Marina smiled, then panicked a bit as she struggled to remember the mermaid's name. "I am Mira," she said. "I am second in line to the throne. How are you feeling?" Mira sat down on the bed next to Marina, and then took Marina's hand. She squeezed it softly and smiled at Marina with sympathy. "Terrible," Marina replied. "I can't help but feel sick with so many innocent lives about to be extinguished. And what about Dominic? Please, can you help me save him?" Mira shook her head. "I can't do that. The king has forbidden it. If I go against his command, it is treason. I can't let Dominic die. I feel a connection to him. I don't know why, and I can't explain it entirely, but I do know that he is a part of me that I cannot deny." Mira sighed. "Even though you have forgotten everything else, your family, your title, your former life under the seas as a mermaid, you still know what you feel for that human." Marina blinked. "Was he a big part of my life before? Before I forgot?" Marina asked. Mira nodded. "He is the reason that you traded your life here, your royal title and being a mermaid, for a life on the surface." "Tell me what happened." Marina could not hide her excitement. She had known Dominic in her life before. That would explain part of the deep connection that she had felt. Maybe that would also explain her dreams. Or perhaps they were not dreams at all. Maybe they were memories. "It started with your affinity for the surface world," Mira began. "You always went to the surface. You liked watching the ships. Their sails billowed like clouds. That was how you used to describe them. You couldn't stay away from the ships, even after our father forbade you from going to the surface. There was something about the humans that you always found fascinating. None of us understood it. One day, a sudden squall threatened the fleet. You were there. The humans weren't able to control their ships, and the biggest ships splintered on sea spires, the big rocks that are marked on the charts of the humans. Dominic fell into the water and hit his head." Marina thought about the images she had seen in her dreams. She nodded, realizing that what she had been seeing matched what Mira was describing. They were memories. "You saved him," Mira continued, looking uneasy. "And when you did, you gave a piece of your heart to him. I don't know how it's possible to fall in love with a human. It shouldn't have happened. But after that day, you weren't able to forget about him. Our father was furious that you disobeyed his order about going to the surface. He claimed that the ocean demanded Dominic's life and that you had disrupted the natural order of things. But you pleaded to be able to see Dominic once again, just one last time, and then you would never go to the surface again. Father agreed. But then I made a different plan," Marina said, vague memories slowly returning. Mira nodded. "You did. You decided that you wanted to live a life with Dominic. You felt that your life and the people here didn't understand you. So you went to find the Siren's Fall. You went to the forbidden area, and you must have found the underwater cavern of legend, Nautica's secret cave. The ancient kings of the sea had forbidden any of the merfolk from ever entering that region of the sea. They feared that the water around the cave itself had been tainted by the poison of the herb remaining in the cave. Since it was the law of the ancient kings, it was our father's law as well. But you defied the law, once again. You must have found the underwater cavern, found the forbidden herb remaining from Nautica's original garden, and taken it. When you did not return, we knew you must have been successful in your quest to be with the human." Marina slowly nodded her head in agreement. She must have found the underwater cavern, the Siren's Fall, taken too much of it, lost her mermaid's tail, and then made it to shore. Then she awoke with no memory of who she was and where she had come from. Marina marveled that she had been so willing to sacrifice her entire life for a man she had not known, that she had only seen from beneath the waves. A man she had never spoken to, that she had only touched when she had rescued him. "Please, help me save him," Marina pleaded. "Please." Mira shook her head. "I can't do that. How can you ask that of me? I cannot bear the thought of you ending up like Nautica." "Who is Nautica?" Marina asked. "A legend. She was a mermaid who was a great healer. She knew all the plants and herbs that grew in the sea and could make extraordinary medicines from them. She served the ancient Sea King and healed countless merfolk that were beyond all hope of recovery. Nautica could cure any illness except for her heart's desire. You see, Nautica fell in love with a human, just like you. Nautica longed to be with the man that she loved, but she knew a mermaid couldn't be with a human being. Unwilling to give up, she knew there was only one solution. That is, to turn herself into a human. Nautica spent years in a secret cavern to research a way to produce an herb that would turn her human. Eventually, she did it. The siren's fall transformed her into a human, and she swam ashore in search of the man she loved. But she did not make it. She was killed by pillaging robbers one night. The king was deeply aggrieved by the loss of his loyal servant. Ever since, the law forbids any merfolk to go near Nautica's secret cavern or the siren's fall. That is why Father did not want you to have anything to do with humans. He did not want you to share the same tragic fate as Nautica. But I can't stand by and watch an innocent die. Please believe me. I have lived long enough with the humans to know they aren't all bad. There are noble ones, too. And if it wasn't for them, I would not have survived. Please, Mira, you have to help me save him. You are the only one who can, Marina said. I'm afraid it might be too late. What do you mean? The human is kept in the deep Sin, a region located in the deepest and darkest depths of the sea. It's where the Hayden dwells. The Hayden? A most terrifying ancient monster that devours any living creature it sees. The human is probably dead by now. No, it can't be, Marina gasped. I am sorry, sister. But there might be a chance he's still alive. No matter what, I have to make sure. It's too dangerous. It's not worth losing your life over this. And if he's dead, we would be risking your life for nothing. And even if you're right and he's still alive, there's no guarantee we can make it out of there alive. I know you care about my safety, but I may die anytime soon. Much of my life has been a complete blank. I don't wish to spend the last of it regretting not doing something I should have done. Please, Mira, I cannot leave him to die. Take it as my dying wish, Marina said quietly. Mira was thoughtful for a few heartbeats and then said, Don't say that. We won't let you die. We will find a cure. That's no cure, isn't it? Marina said. If it is as you say, that all merfolk are forbidden to study about the siren's fall, and the only person who created and knew about it is dead, how can anyone possibly find a cure? Mira did not answer. Her silence was enough to tell Marina her guess was right. A long moment of silence followed as they tried to take in the hard truth. At last, Mira heaved a sigh. All right. I will take you to him. Marina looked at Mira, her eyes lit with gratitude, and she held her sister's hand with both of hers. Thank you. Mira went out the door and said something to the guards. Moments later, she re-entered the room. Let's go. The guards were drifting in the water and fast asleep as Marina emerged. Mira led her through the corridors until they reached the outside of the palace. They swam away from the palace and then through the city. Deeper and deeper they dived until the lights emitted by the city receded into the darkness above, and they were surrounded by naught but the eerie darkness of the abyss. Even with their underwater vision, they could only see a distance of 10 to 20 meters ahead of them. Be careful, Mira warned. We are entering the deepest and most perilous part of the ocean. This is where Dominic is being kept? Marina asked. Mira shook her head. There's still a ways to go. Come. After a long dive, shapes began to emerge from the blackness below. Scattered shapes like spikes. As they swam closer, they enlarged into tall, thin towers of reefs. Mira pulled Marina away as one of them spewed bubbling foam from their tips. Carefully, they made their way deeper down, careful not to brush against the sharp surface of the towering reefs. Finally, they swam out from the area of the spiky reefs into a wide black space. "We are close now," Mira whispered, pointing to the area ahead of them. Marina could now see the ocean floor, but there was neither sign of any fish or plant life. All around them was dark, silent, and eerily still. Marina felt as if the water itself was afraid to move. Marina could feel the fear creep up her spine. She felt her fingers tingle, her magic building in case she needed to defend herself. But Mira made a slight motion with her hand to remain still. Marina obeyed, and in a moment, Mira gestured for them to swim forward. Soon, the ocean floor ended with a sheer drop descending into the deep unknown. It was like they reached the very edge of the ocean world. Mira led her down, keeping close to the vertical face of the reef. Marina let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Come," Mira said, moving swiftly into the gloom. Before long, they saw an isolated glow from the dark depths below. The glow grew larger as Marina swam deeper. When she was close enough, she saw what caused the glow. A huge, glowing bubble, and inside it was a man. An unmistakable face. Heavy chains were wrapped around his ankles, and those chains tethered him to the rocky face of the reef. It was Dominic. Chapter 21. Dominic. When Dominic came to his senses, the first thing he noticed was a terrible throbbing pain in his skull. He couldn't even determine which side of his head it was coming from. The pain was all-encompassing. The next thing he realized was that he was surrounded by an enveloping sphere of light in a sea of darkness. Dominic knew that he must still be underwater. It was the only place where the darkness could be so intimidating. And he also was aware that he could still breathe. That meant the glow came from the ether fin. But when Dominic tried to move, he found that his legs could not. He flexed his legs and felt a heavy chain shift around his ankles. His legs were bound, so were his arms, shackled to the same heavy chain weighing down his wrists. As he struggled and squirmed, he noticed the huge vertical reef on either side, stretching into the darkness in all directions. It was like the whole world was divided in half. One half was the pale grayish reef to which he was chained to, stretching and fading into the pitch blackness on either side. The other was the endless dark deep sea before him. It was like a silent purgatory, devoid of life and hope. Where's this God-forsaken place? Where's Marina? Dominic didn't know how much time passed as he stayed there, helpless in the darkness. After a while, exhaustion took over, and he closed his eyes. He floated through a dreamless sleep. Then he heard a familiar voice, a soft echo. It was Marina's voice. "Dominic!" Dominic opened his eyes and beheld a sight that made him forget about the unsettling dark for a while. He thought he was still dreaming. Marina was right before him, enveloped in the glow of his ether fin. When she touched his cheeks and pressed her face against his, Dominic felt the warmth of life flowing back into him. She had another mermaid with her. Marina began to work on the shackles, but the other mermaid stopped her. "Let me. You need to conserve your energy," she whispered. The other mermaid touched Dominic's wrists first, muttering some kind of spell that allowed her to freeze and then shatter the left chain that bound his right hand. Next, she worked on the chain on his left. Just as she was about to start muttering the incantation, a faint tremble stirred the stillness. At first, Marina thought it was just her imagination, but it grew louder and louder. The entire sea seemed to growl and tremble. Suddenly, Marina saw something move in the distant dark. It was a tiny string of blue light, hovering in the opposite direction of the reef. Then, little by little, more and more strings of light, just like it. "Are those jellyfish?" Dominic asked. "It's coming! The Hayden!" Mira flicked around and focused on the chain on Dominic's left hand. It broke. 2 more to go. "There's no time! We have to leave," Mira said, grabbing Marina's hand. "What's wrong? Who's the Hayden?" Dominic asked, noticing Mira's sudden, alarmed look. "No, we can't leave him here to be eaten alive," Marina said. Chained to the reef, Dominic could not escape with them. "It's okay, Marina," Dominic said, looking into her eyes. Her features were a mask of despair, and her red hair was wildly swirling back from her face. "Go. Don't worry about me. My father," he continued. "Warn him about the flood, and tell him to stop." "I'm not leaving you!" Marina cried. "If you don't, you'll die. And all our people, too. Please." There was so much pain in Marina's eyes that it made Dominic's heart ache. He felt something for her, an emotion more powerful, a connection far deeper than he had been willing to admit to himself before this moment. Judging by the look on Marina's face, she felt the same for him as well. If only they had more time, to have shared a life with this woman of the sea. Dominic cursed his fate. Dominic closed his eyes. Of all the ways to die, being eaten by a giant fish in an underwater world that he had no idea existed was one of the more exciting ways. At least he could say his death had not been a dull one. "We might still make it. We have to try, Mira. You take the left chain, I will take the right one." Mira hesitated for a second before letting go of Marina's hand and moving back to Dominic, chanting incantation with utmost focus, with her hands placed near Dominic's left chain. Marina followed. If she failed to will her magic into play, Dominic would die. They all would. Laying her hand over Dominic's right chain, she recapped the sensation she had back at the harbor in the trench, which was the last time she used ice magic. It seemed like a long time ago. Back then, it wasn't anger that made her magic work. It was her love for Emma, her desire to bring back the 1,000 silver so she could live a better life. This time, she willed her focus on one single thought: to save Dominic's life. The chain grew pale with ice until it shattered at Marina's will. Mira broke hers shortly after, mildly surprised at Marina's efficiency. A ghostly blue light fell over the reef where they were. What in the world? Dominic stared at the looming shadow before them. As Marina turned, she saw that the blue strings of light have now gathered, one group on the left and the other on the right. Right in the middle was a huge, dark shape. Though it was still some distance away, Marina could make out 2 pale white orbs that were its eyes, spaced far apart from each other. The contours on its face were wrinkled, like the decayed flesh of a corpse. They shifted as it opened its mouth, revealing lines of long and fine, razor-sharp teeth. "Swim!" Mira yelled. With Mira grabbing onto his left hand and Marina his right, they darted upward, swimming as fast as they could. The sea shook as the Hayden growled and trailed them like a shadow of death. The ascent was taking forever as they were too deep. Dominic risked a glance, looking down at their fast-approaching predator, which would be impossible to make out amidst the darkness if not for the blue strings of light on either of its sides, waving along wildly with the swift movement of the monstrous fish's body. As Dominic noticed, those blue strings of light were emitted from its scales, or rather, they were its scales. If not for the ravenous owner they were attached to, they looked almost beautiful and hypnotic, inviting to any poor soul lost in the wilderness of this hellish region. Perhaps a device to lure its prey in for the kill. There was no way they could outswim the Hayden at this rate. Instead of ascending, Marina had an idea. She gestured at Mira to follow her. They swam away as silently and as quickly as they could manage. Instead of swimming up, Marina swam down toward her left. "Where are you going?" Dominic asked. "Trust me," Marina said. On and on they dived, and behind, it was as if the sea itself had woken and was fiercely following them. Soon, Dominic saw movement in the depths. He felt a tug as a tower of foam shot up, missing him by a few inches. As they swam on, more foam shot up from different spots, and time after again, he was saved from the scorching foams by the swift and sleek movement of the mermaids. Meanwhile, the shadow of the Hayden began to blanket the glow of his ether fin. It was so close now he could see its soulless eyes. It moved in for the kill, and Dominic yelled to warn his navigators. Together, the mermaids ducked, grabbing his hands tightly, and the Hayden's mouth missed its prey. But it didn't stop there. With every failure attempt, it seemed to grow fiercer and more determined. But their pursuer was not their only threat. The space of the sea was now alive with boiling foams shooting up here and there. The deeper they went, Dominic began to see the source of the foams. They were spewing out of the sharp reefs stemmed from the ocean floor, which was still a black canvas. More and more of such spiky reefs came into view. The Hayden growled as it got hit by a rising tower of foam, but it did little to its gigantic body. As they neared the peak of the reefs, the mermaid's sleek bodies twirled into the space between them. The Hayden persisted, its body brushing against one of the reefs, creating a violent noise. The space became narrower as they swam on, for this once dark and empty region was filled with reefs of uneven heights jutting out. It made the escape more challenging to swim through, but that also meant making the pursuit of their predator harder, and eventually, a thunderous crack broke out as the Hayden slowed down upon approaching an array of reefs, which was too big to squeeze through. Its body slammed into two large reefs as it could not stop fast enough. It managed to swim aside to avoid its head smashing into the rough rocks. Dominic let out a long breath of relief he had held all this time. It was some distance from where the Hayden stopped its pursuit that the mermaids emerged from the reefs and swam up back, with Mira leading the way. Chapter 22. Marina. King Trenton was in a foul mood when he found out what Marina and Mira had done. "Of all the insolent things my daughters could do," he bellowed, sending a ripple of magic throughout the palace that made all the chandeliers shake. "We wouldn't have had to risk our lives if you hadn't had chained him out there. Condemning him to die was unjust," Marina cried out. She was furious that King Trenton thought that killing Dominic was in any way an equal measure for the humans breaking the ancient pact. King Trenton turned to Mira. "And you have committed treason, and for what?" Mira squared her shoulders. "She loves him, father." Marina was shocked at Mira's response. She never admitted to herself that she loved Dominic, never said the word out loud. To hear it now. It was a little word, but such a powerful one. King Trenton's anger swelled at that little word. "It's not bad enough to have one daughter foolish enough to break my law. Now I have two. Mira, remain silent. Marina, no matter what I do, you are going to disobey me. You will never stop fighting. And for what? A pathetic human?" he boomed. Waves of power rippled through the throne room. "Your Majesty, if I may," Dominic said, trying to move forward in his etherfin to address the king. King Trenton looked at Dominic, his eyes flashing dangerously with the anger contained within. The king raised his hand to strike at the human before him, the human who his daughter had betrayed her people for, the human who had now endangered the lives of two of his daughters. Dominic did not move, but as the blow came down, Marina stepped in front of him. King Trenton's hand struck the side of Marina's face, sending her sprawling. Dominic quickly knelt in his suit, wishing that he could hold Marina in his arms and comfort her. Marina looked up at her father, her eyes steadily defiant, but her lips trembling. The king no longer looked angry. He looked stunned by his own actions. "I would like to plead for my people," Dominic quickly said from where he knelt before the king. "With your permission, I will return home and try to convince my father to uphold the ancient pact. Please, let me try to work to preserve life." King Trenton looked at Dominic with an expression that no one could decipher. "Very well," King Trenton said after a long deliberation. "But my deadline still stands. You have 7 days to convince your father. If you fail,
In 7 days I will send the sea storms and the tidal wave, and the people of your land will perish. In 7 days, if you fail, you will watch your people die before the sea claims your life." Dominic nodded, then gave a bow. "I agree to your terms, Your Majesty." King Trenton nodded in return. "To honor the spirit of the bond that was once held in good faith between our two kingdoms, I will not count tomorrow in those 7 days. You will need to travel home tomorrow. When you arrive on the shore of your kingdom, that is when your time starts." Marina was surprised. From the moment she had arrived, her father had seemed relentless, unwilling to buckle and bend. But now she saw a glimmer, a hint of a being who could be reasonable as well. It was a pleasant revelation and made her respect the king a little bit. After they left the throne room, Marina threw her arms around Dominic in an embrace. When she stepped back outside the etherfin, she said, "I can't believe what you just did. I can't believe the king agreed to it." Dominic nodded. "Quite honestly, I'm just glad to be alive." "You have both been through a lot," Mira piped up. "I would suggest getting some rest now. You will need to regain your strength for your journey tomorrow." Marina nodded. Her sister was right. Resting before their journey to the surface was a good idea, as night was falling on the surface world. It would be dangerous to travel there now. Besides, she wanted to spend a little more time in the underwater kingdom, and she loved the idea of having Dominic with her for it. "What are we going to do?" Dominic asked after a moment. "We are going to explore what used to be my home." Marina wanted to see what she had lost. She wanted to know if more memories would return if she spent more time in the place that she used to call home. Dominic agreed that it was a great idea, and together they set out. The underwater kingdom was beautiful. Marina and Dominic moved through the streets, Marina swimming with Dominic's hand in hers, taking in the sights all around them. The houses in the underwater city were built from the living coral. They were beautiful structures that glistened with an inner light. There were mermaids and mermen everywhere, some of them with children, going on errands or returning home. Even though Marina didn't have a tail like them, she felt a kinship toward the merfolk that she had never felt with the humans. She felt as if she was surrounded by family, as if she was home. Dominic looked at everything around him in wide-eyed wonder. The merfolk greeted Marina respectfully, but gaped at Dominic in return with wide-eyed wonder. After they had explored the city, Marina and Dominic returned to the palace. Mira met them and escorted them to a special room, a room that had a pocket of air. It had been carved from the sea mountain that the palace had been built on and protected with magic to ensure that the air was always fresh. In the days of the ancient sea kings, this was the room where human visitors could come and safely stay for short visits. But the room had not been used for many generations, Mira explained. Mira brought them food to share, and a small wooden box which she gave to Marina. "It's a music box that belonged to you," Mira explained. "You treasured it, and I thought you would want it back." She then left Marina and Dominic to rest. Dominic was able to breathe in the enchanted room, and the etherfin was no longer needed. Marina used her power to call the mist into the room so that she could speak to Dominic. Marina and Dominic shared a meal of food made out of sea greens, and Dominic sipped from a pouch of fresh water. A sudden sadness washed through Marina when she thought about the idea that she would not be around for much longer. "Are you okay?" Dominic asked, sensing the sudden change in her mood. Marina nodded. There was no way she could explain to him why she felt sad. How could she explain to Dominic that she was going to die? They had far more important things to worry about right now. Dominic thought back on the time they had spent together. "This is the most magical place that I have ever seen. I have traveled around the world, but I have never encountered beauty such as this." In his unspoken words, Marina could hear the question, why had she given it all up? Dominic smiled, then slowly reached over and took Marina's hand. "It is a beautiful place, Marina, but it is only a place. The true beauty here is in its people." Marina looked puzzled. None of the merfolk I saw today looked hungry. Everyone seemed to have a task to do, and a place to live, Dominic explained. I cannot say the same of everyone in my kingdom. Marina thought back to the merfolk that they had seen that day. She had not seen any mermaids begging, nor any glaring merman versions of Pratt hiding around a corner. I am sure that they have their difficulties here, as we do in my kingdom. But this is truly a beautiful place, Marina. I think I could learn a lot from your people, Dominic said. I have learned a lot from you. From me? Marina asked with surprise. What could you have possibly learned from me? Dominic shrugged and pointed at the room all around them. You mean, besides that magic is real, mermaids exist, and there is a fantastical kingdom under the sea that no one knew about? Marina laughed until her sides were sore. Dominic grinned at her and munched on a cake made of kelp. He thought about his next words while he chewed. I've learned that you can believe in the rational, but still feel your emotions and listen to the irrational, Dominic said. Doing one does not exclude you from doing the other. There's great value in being able to do both. My father doesn't understand that. He's too proud. I think my father is too proud as well, Marina sighed. In his own way. Dominic nodded. I want to be a good ruler. I want to protect my people. I believe that being able to do both will help me be a better king than my father is. I think that you are doing your best to protect your people now, Marina said. She reached out and squeezed his hand. And I think that you will be a good king. Dominic smiled at her, a smile that was full of warmth and kindness, and something that made Marina's heart ache. He was trying so hard to be a good leader, to save his people. He was such a good man. The man of her dreams and her memories. If only she could remember more. But what did that matter when Dominic was here, now? Dominic squeezed her hand. This was a beautiful day in a beautiful place, and I am grateful that I was able to spend it with you, a beautiful woman. Thank you, Marina. Thank you for everything. Marina felt her heart jump, and the heat rose to her cheeks. But before she could think of anything to say in reply, there was a sudden commotion. Marina was startled as all of her sisters appeared at the entrance to the enchanted room. They were all under the water. Marina slipped into the water and swam to where they were waiting for her. We have questions, Nadia said. I told them about what happened with the Hayden, Mira added. Is it true that he is going to try to save his people? Lage asked, looking through the water and into the room where Dominic sat. Marina swam back into the room. Her sisters followed her. Marina called the mist back into being and communicated her sister's questions to Dominic. He nodded and then said, It's the right thing to do. I have to convince my father to honor the ancient pact. I have to protect my people. It's my duty to try. The sisters all looked at each other with awe and respect in their eyes. What's happening? Marina asked Mira when she saw the silent looks. I think our sisters are starting to see humans differently, Mira replied, her voice in the air pocket of the enchanted room, an echo of what it would have sounded like under the surface of the water. I told them about Dominic's bravery, about what he said to our father. For a long time, humans have had a very bad reputation among the merfolk. You do not remember it, but your love for a human was a contradiction to everything we believe in. But now, it seems like our sisters are starting to think that you might have had a point. Mira bit her lip, looking troubled. Then she said to Dominic, You have given us much to think about, that humans might not be as bad as we thought. Dominic nodded politely. Marina smiled. She was so happy to hear that there was a chance that the merfolk would change their mind about the humans. If her sisters would change their mind, perhaps her father would, too. Come, Nadia said. Let us spend a few moments together, and then you must rest. You have a long journey tomorrow, and an important quest to see to its end. But this evening there is a formal dance being held for members of the court. Nadia nodded at Dominic. You are welcome to join us and watch the dancing." Dominic smiled. "Thank you. I would enjoy that very much. That is, if Marina feels up to it. She will be the one swimming for the both of us tomorrow, so she is the one that will need to rest tonight." Marina looked at her sisters, then at Dominic. She wanted to spend some time with the people who called her family. For the first time since she could remember, she had a family. She had a home. She was loved. It was a wonderful feeling. But there was also a part of her that was excited to share more of this new underwater world with Dominic. Marina knew that they had an important mission tomorrow, but an hour or two at a dance tonight would not do any harm. Marina nodded. "That sounds wonderful, Nadia, but—" She hesitated, looking down at her clothing. She still wore the sturdy sailor's clothes that she had been wearing when she and Dominic had been sucked under by the maelstrom. The tunic and breeches had been soaked through and salt-encrusted by the seawater. Marina had not minded that before. The clothes had allowed her to move more freely while on land and swim without a skirt tangling her legs while she was underwater. Marina bit her lip in worry. They were not the clothes she would choose to wear to a ball. Nadia must have known what Marina was thinking by the expression on her face. "Do not concern yourself. We will help you dress for the dance," she said with a glowing smile. Marina left the enchanted room with her sisters to prepare for the evening. Mira assured Marina that the guards would look after Dominic and help him prepare as well. In the chambers of the royal princesses, the sisters wove strands of pearls through Marina's long hair and helped her change into an outfit woven from sea silk. The material flowed around her, moving with the subtle currents of the water. It was weightless, the color of sea foam under the moon's light, and cool against her skin. Marina almost did not recognize herself when she saw her reflection in a polished silver mirror. She looked like a princess. The sisters swam together to the ballroom. It was filled with mermen and mermaids of the royal court. Marina knew none of them, but they all bowed to her when she entered. Marina scanned the crowd and saw Dominic, safe inside an ether fin, standing on a raised dais on the other side of the room. He was wearing new clothing as well, breeches made from the same pale sea silk, and a tunic woven with strands of pearls throughout the fabric. It was an outfit befitting his royal station. Dominic beamed at her, and even from across a ballroom, Marina could feel the warmth of his smile. She swam to him. Since he was in the ether fin, he would not be able to leave the dais on his own. "Marina, you look lovely," he said, and then he bowed at the waist. When he stood again, his eyes were shining. Marina felt her heart stutter. "Thank you. You look very handsome." Dominic chuckled. "I'm just happy to be in some dry clothes, to tell you the truth." Marina grinned at him. Dominic continued to surprise her. A commanding prince in one moment, the picture of nobility, and a heartbeat later he was showing his sense of humor. A soft melody filled the room. Marina turned and saw a small group of merfolk in one corner playing instruments made out of seashells. Marina and Dominic watched the members of the court dance, the mermaids and mermen swimming through the movements in time to the music that filled the underwater ballroom. It was a strange sight to behold, but a beautiful one. Marina wondered if she had attended many dances in her former life as a princess. After several songs, the musicians started playing a slower melody. The music was strangely familiar, as if she could almost remember the next notes to the tune. The members of the court took their places on the floor and began a slow dance. The mermaids and mermen swam around one another, twirling slowly and stately that reminded Marina of the ebb and flow of the tides. This seemed familiar, too, like something out of one of her dreams. "Perhaps you would care to join them?" Mira asked. Marina turned and saw Mira watching her intently. "This used to be your favorite dance," her sister said. "It was?" "Yes," Mira nodded. "It is a simple dance, but one full of emotion. I'm sure that you will remember it once you get on the dance floor." Marina hesitated. "Mira, I'm not sure." Mira took her by the hand. "I will help you. Come on." Her sister pulled Marina gently onto the dance floor before she could protest, and they took their places amongst the crowd of dancers. Mira smiled at her, and Marina watched her and tried to copy her movements. The dance felt so familiar, but Marina kept fumbling. After several turns with various partners, Mira pulled Marina aside. "Something is not quite right," Mira said. "You are remembering the steps, but you used to dance with such passion." Her sister glanced at the dais. "I think you need the right partner." Before Marina could ask what Mira had meant, Mira swam away towards the dais. Marina watched as her sister spoke briefly to Dominic. He bowed to her, and then Mira stuck her hand into the ether fin and took Dominic's hand. Marina could feel the heat rising to her cheeks as Mira swam back to her with Dominic in tow. Dominic bowed to Marina. "Would you care to dance? You'll have to help me, but—" He trailed off with a grin. Marina grinned in return and took his hand in the ether fin. She swam for them both, bringing them onto the dance floor. With Dominic in the ether fin, Marina had to do most of the dancing. They both fumbled a bit at first, trying to find the correct rhythm and modify the movements to fit their circumstances of dancing together and yet separated by the ether fin. Soon, though, they had found a set of movements within the set motions of the dance that worked for them. Marina swam around the bubble, while Dominic turned within it. While they danced, Dominic's eyes never left hers. Marina felt like they were the only people in the room. She could look at the color of his eyes forever, a blue, just like the color of the waves on the surface of the ocean. A memory suddenly blossomed in Marina's mind. She was looking into Dominic's eyes again, only this time he was above her, not dancing beside her. He was leaning over the rail of a ship, cutting at a fishing net with a dagger. "Captain, I'm giving you a direct order. There is to be no more fishing on this trip," Dominic commanded as he cut at the ropes of the net. "Our holds will be barrels full of fish to bring back to port after we sort this lot. We have more than we need." Marina could see that a dolphin had been caught in the net. It was tangled up in it, and Dominic was trying to free it without harming it. Marina watched as he cut the last of the tangled lines of the net and freed the dolphin. It dove back into the ocean. Marina ducked under the surface and watched it zoom away. Then she looked up and watched as the underside of the ship slowly sailed away from her. What if there were other sea creatures aboard that ship that were in danger? Marina quickly swam to the other side of the ship and surfaced. There was a line trailing behind the ship, dragging in the water. Marina grabbed onto the woven rope and pulled herself up to the deck of the ship. She saw humans, sailors, working at sorting fish into barrels. All manner of fish, large and small, flopped desperately on the wooden deck of the ship. Marina gave a silent gasp of horror. "Watch out, Your Highness! That one is making a break for it!" Marina heard one of the sailors call out, and then the sound of running feet and laughter. She looked up and saw that another one of the cruel fishing nets close enough to her that she could have reached out and touched it. It was full of silver tuna, each fish writhing in agony. One of them had slipped free and was sliding towards the open slats that held up the rail. A few more inches, and it would be able to drop back into the water. "I've got it!" called a voice very close to Marina. "This one almost got away." Just as the tuna slipped over the side of the deck, a hand grabbed its tail. A human had bent down to stop the fish from escaping. It was a man with eyes the color of the waves on the surface of the ocean. Without thinking, Marina reached out and grabbed the man by the throat. He froze, eyes widening in shock. Marina gestured to the tuna, then squeezed the hand around the human's throat just a bit. The man blinked and asked, "Let it go?" Marina nodded gravely, not letting go of her hold of his throat. The human released the tuna. It fell into the water and disappeared beneath the waves. Marina watched it, then returned her gaze to the human. His eyes were on her tail. "You're a mermaid," he whispered. Then he looked her directly in the eyes and quietly said, "We mean your kind no harm. Please, let me prove that to you." Marina regarded the human. She had seen him free the dolphin and had heard him order the captain to stop fishing. Marina knew that humans ate fish, so what did this human mean to do to prove that he meant no harm? Slowly, Marina let go of the human. He did not move. She nodded once, then let go of the line and dove back into the sea. From under the surface, she watched his face. Other humans joined him at the rail. Then they brought the net that had been near her to the rail of the ship, and the human with the sea blue eyes cut the net and released all the tuna. They splashed back into the ocean and swam away. Marina grinned. This human was very curious. She wanted to learn more about him. Another fragment of memory followed this one. Marina had followed the ship and found where it had dropped anchor in a harbor. She began to make trips to the harbor frequently, and she watched the human with the sea blue eyes many times walking on the beach, or along the pier, or in the part of the town that she could see from the harbor. This human did not act like the other humans. There was something about him that made Marina want to be closer to him. On one moonless evening, Marina swam to the harbor and saw the human sitting alone on the beach. He was watching the waves lap against the shore. Marina watched the human for a long while. He never moved, and his face was a mask of calm thoughtfulness. Marina carefully surfaced, barely making a sound, but the human must have heard the stirring in the water, for he looked up and met her eyes. "Don't leave," he quickly called before Marina could swim away. "I want to speak to you. Please." Marina blinked at the human. He had not moved from where he had been sitting before, but his eyes had never left hers. "My name is Dominic. What's yours?" Marina did not call up the magic to form the mist to answer him. The human, Dominic, nodded, then said, "That's all right if you do not want to answer me right now. I know you are a mermaid. I wanted to apologize for that day on the ship. After I saw you, I ordered my men to release the fish we caught. I am sorry if I caused you any distress." Marina blinked in surprise. She had been surprised by the human's actions that day on the ship, and she was even more surprised to learn what else Dominic had done that day. Dominic smiled at her. "Where do you come from? Are there other mermaids like you? Do you all live together under the sea?" Marina remained silent for a moment, then reached down and called upon her magic. A mist formed over the surface of the night waves, and she spoke. "My name is Marina. I live in the underwater kingdom, and yes, there are many other mermaids like me." Dominic's face was a mix of shock and delight, and he got to his feet. "That is amazing. I am so very pleased to meet you, Marina, and I hope that we can be friends." He slowly walked to the edge of the water and extended his hand to her. "I cannot be friends with a human," Marina exclaimed. "They are cruel. They hunt the creatures of the sea." "We do fish," Dominic explained, "to eat and to survive. If humans did not fish while they were out sailing on the sea, they would starve to death." "That is not what I have been told. I have been told that humans eat fish as a delicacy as well. To kill when it is not necessary is cruel." Dominic listened to her words and then nodded. "What you have said is true. However, I wish to change that. I don't believe in taking more than we need from the sea. That's why I was cutting the dolphin out of the net the day we first met. That's why I was ordering the captain to stop fishing even before I saw you." Marina looked at the human skeptically. Dominic raised his hands, a gesture of peace. "I love the ocean, and I love my people. I believe that we can take the fish that we need to live and still respect the creatures that live in the sea. I am the prince of this land, and I think I can change how we currently fish so that we are living more in harmony with the sea." Marina was surprised at Dominic's answer. It contradicted what she had been told about all humans. An explosion and flash of color burst in the sky above them. Marina looked up and gasped in amazement. She had never seen such a thing. Bright sprays of brilliant colors streaked across the night sky. "Fireworks. They are to help celebrate a fair, which happens in the town every year," Dominic explained. "I don't suppose you've ever been to our town, have you?" Marina shook her head. "No, They are so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. How is this magic made? Is it made in the town? I would be happy to show it to you, and to escort you to the fair, Dominic offered. Marina raised her tail above the surface with a splash. Dominic looked embarrassed and said, "Oh, that's right." There was the sound of running feet on the sand, and several other humans appeared on the beach. "Your Highness, the king commands that you attend him." Quickly slipping just beneath the surface, Marina watched as Dominic turned to the other humans. She could still hear his words, even though they were a bit muffled, from where she was. "Of course, I will do as my father commands," he said. "But I have enjoyed my time on the beach this evening. Being alone gave me time to think. I will return here tomorrow night." The next evening, Marina returned to the beach, hoping that Dominic would return as he said he would. The moon was rising when Dominic appeared. He was pushing a strange device in front of him. Marina surfaced, and Dominic stopped and waved to her. "Hello. I'm so glad you came again." Dominic walked to the edge of the water to greet her. He was dressed in plain clothing, roughly woven tunic and trousers. He had a cap tucked into his belt. "I thought of a way to show you the fair. I borrowed a wheelchair and a blanket from the palace healer. If you sit in the wheelchair, I can push you around on land, and with the blanket covering your tail, no one would give you a second look. What do you think?" Marina bit her lip, hesitating. She did want to see more of the human world, and she wanted to trust Dominic. Marina made up her mind, and with a nod she let Dominic lift her from the water. He carried her to the wheelchair and set her carefully down. They both worked to cover her tail with the blanket. Dominic then wrapped her up in a cloak and hood. Marina had never minded the cold, but Dominic seemed concerned about her wet hair. He also said the clothing would help complete her disguise. If anyone questioned them, he could say she was his sickly sister. Marina rolled her eyes in annoyance, but Dominic grinned at her. His smile made her feel slightly less aggravated at her made-up role. And if Marina was to be a sickly sister, then that would also explain why she was silent if anyone questioned her. It was a slight annoyance, but it made sense. With Dominic pushing the wheelchair, they made their way into the town, into the fair in the market square. The night was lit by lanterns of every color. There was music playing from the taverns, and the smells of good food cooking from the vendors who had set up booths along the edge of the square. Marina's eyes grew wide with wonder. People come from all parts of the kingdom to this fair to sell their goods and to celebrate the bounty of the year, Dominic explained, and then he grinned down at her. "I want to show you everything. I'd like you to see that maybe not everything you have been told about humans has been true." Dominic pushed Marina's chair around the square. There were booths set up with vendors selling all types of all good foods to eat. Fresh pastries, grilled meat and vegetables on skewers, mugs of hot cider, and cold fresh milk. Marina grabbed Dominic's arm hard when they came to a booth selling a seafood stew. "Maybe not this booth," Dominic said as he wheeled the chair quickly down the row as Marina squinted up at him. Dominic took them to a stall that sold hot buns. He bought one bun each. As he paid, Marina saw the baker's assistant give buns to a woman in a thin dress. The woman smiled gratefully, wrapping the buns up carefully so that not a single crumb escaped. She did not pay. Curious, thought Marina. They watched a puppet show being put on for the children of the town. Marina was equally delighted watching the colorful puppets twirl and bob as she was watching the laughing and smiling children. She had never seen human children before. They did not seem so very different from the young merfolk. When the puppet show was over, one small girl turned and looked at Marina. The girl smiled and then offered Marina a small round disc. Marina looked up at Dominic. He smiled at the little girl, reaching down to take the disc. "A piece of apple candy? Thank you so much for sharing, little one." The small girl smiled and then turned to find her mother. Dominic gave Marina the small disc. It felt sticky. "It's candy," he explained. "You eat it. I think you'll like it." Marina placed the disc onto her tongue. A sweetness flooded her mouth. It was like nothing she had ever tasted. She loved it. She smiled up at Dominic. "I think that you will like this as well," he said, and he offered her a small box. "This fair is known for these. I bought this last night. hoping to give it to you if I saw you again." He gently opened the lid of the box. Music softly played from the inside of it. Marina felt her eyes widen in wonder. "It's a music box. See the gears here?" Dominic showed her the workings inside and how to wind it once it stopped playing. Marina held the box carefully, unable to use her words to tell Dominic how much she enjoyed his gift, but hoping that he could see it in her eyes. Later, as Dominic was pushing the chair through the press of people on their way to listen to one of the musical performances at a tavern, Marina felt the blanket around her tail being tugged away. She looked down and saw her scales. Marina reached up and grabbed Dominic's arm in alarm. He immediately stopped pushing. He must have seen what Marina saw, because before she could blink, Dominic had moved around the chair and his nose was almost touching hers. Marina felt a rush of fear at being caught, then a rush of surprise at Dominic being so close. She then realized that he was blocking the view of her tail with his body. "I'm sorry, sister. It looks like your blanket got caught in the wheels," Dominic explained, in case there was anyone that was listening. He worked to free the blanket and then tuck it back in around her tail to hide it. All the while, he never moved his body, which was so very close to hers. Marina felt a clash of foreign emotions within her and wondered what he was feeling as he worked so calmly. When the blanket was again in place, Dominic nodded at her and returned to pushing the wheelchair. Marina let out a long breath that she had been unaware that she had been holding. They watched the musicians perform, and then some people of the town sang a song with a mellow tune that reminded Marina of one of the songs of her people. It was very similar, as the tunes could have been cousins. Marina watched the humans dancing, men and women, the young and the old, all smiling and celebrating, and so like her kind, so unlike what she had been told. As Dominic pushed the wheelchair back towards the beach after the fair, Marina felt as if she had seen a different side to the humans. He helped her out of the chair, carrying her to the shadows. "I hope that you enjoyed seeing the fair tonight," he said. "My people don't know anything about mermaids beyond what we call fairy tales, but I hope that I can learn more about your people and your underwater kingdom. I hope that I can change the way my people fish the oceans so that we do not take more than we need. Then perhaps, one day, our two peoples can live side by side in harmony." Marina regarded Dominic, then nodded. He smiled. "Good night, Marina. I will be away for a while. I've been sent on a journey, but when I return, I hope to see you again and show you more of my land." The memory faded, and Marina was back in the ballroom. The music had ended, and she was holding Dominic's hand. He was smiling at her, the same smile he had always had. "Are you all right, Marina? You looked like you were somewhere else for a moment." Marina shook her head, then squeezed his hand. "I was lost in a memory, but I'm back now. Thank you for the dance, but I think I should go and rest now." Dominic looked disappointed, but only for a moment. Then he bowed to her, every inch the courtly prince. "Of course. We have a long journey tomorrow, and you will need your rest." Marina did not let go of his hand, nor did she move from the dance floor. She stayed there, looking at him in the ether fin. He may be dressed differently than he had been in her memories, and he may now be in the underwater world of her people, but he was still the man from her dreams. No, from her memories. The man of her memories that had helped teach her that humans were more kind than they were cruel. "Dominic, no matter what happens tomorrow or after we return to the surface, thank you," Marina said, her heart suddenly heavy inside her chest with the weight of her newly remembered memories. "Thank you for this time together. I wish we could have more time together. Another dance. You do look lovely, Marina." Dominic raised her hand to his lips and placed a kiss upon her fingers. For a moment, Marina forgot how to breathe underwater. Then he grinned at her and gently let her hand go. "Maybe, when this is all over, you would dance with me again?" he asked. Marina nodded, but she didn't dare to hope. Who knew what the next few days would bring? Chapter 23. Dominic. The next morning, Dominic was eager to begin the journey back to his kingdom, but at the same time, he was sad that he had to leave the underwater kingdom. Being here with Marina, seeing how happy it made her to be in this place, Dominic wished he could always see her like this. "We must go, but I want you to know that I am sad to leave here," Dominic said to Marina. "So am I," Marina said. Dominic couldn't imagine what she must be going through. Knowing what she had sacrificed before made him even sadder. Dominic had so many questions, but he wouldn't ask them now. They had far more important things to worry about right now. "I think I am in love with this world," Dominic said. He was back in the ether fin, and they were standing on one of the balconies of the underwater palace, looking down at the city below. Marina only smiled, but Dominic could see the sadness in her eyes. "Are we ready?" Marina asked. She had already said her farewells to her family. "Yes," Dominic said. Marina took his hand, and together they swam from the palace and up through the depths, slowly moving towards the surface. There was no maelstrom in their path this time, and they journeyed to the coast without incident. Once they arrived on the shore, Dominic's etherfin popped, and he turned to Marina. She stood on the beach, her long hair hanging wet and heavy over her shoulders. They were both soaked, and Marina looked tired from the long swim. "We have to go see my father immediately," Dominic said. Marina nodded silently. With a sudden pang, Dominic realized that she was asking her to hurry after her long swim, but he knew that Marina was aware there was not a moment to lose. She had far more strength than he ever could have imagined. They ran towards the palace. It was late morning when they arrived, and the guards at the palace gates let them in without delay when they saw that Dominic had returned. The king was in the breakfast room. He looked up with surprise when they burst through the door. "Dominic!" King Friedrich exclaimed as he stood up. "I feared the worst when your boat did not return safely to the harbor. Thanks to Marina and some other new friends, I made it back alive." King Friedrich beamed at his son in pleasure. Dominic glanced at Arnold. The royal advisor was happy to see that his prince had returned safely as well. "So, what news?" the king asked. This was going to be difficult, Dominic thought. It was going to be nearly impossible to convince his father that the underwater kingdom was real and that it was full of merfolk, let alone convincing him to uphold an ancient pact with the merfolk. But Dominic had given King Trenton his word. He had to try. The lives of his people were at stake. Dominic started to explain. At first, King Friedrich laughed as if Dominic was crazy. But as Dominic continued to relay what had occurred, King Friedrich became angry. "Do you expect me to believe all this nonsense?" he boomed. "Let's say that all of this is true. What is it you want from me?" "I want you to uphold the ancient pact," Dominic replied, "the one that had been forged between the merfolk and the humans." King Friedrich barked a laugh. "I know this pact you speak of," he said, shaking his head. "It is only a sailor's story, a myth." "That's the problem," Dominic exclaimed. "If it is treated as nothing more than a myth, it will not be upheld. The people are in danger. We have to honor the ancient pact. If we do not, King Trenton will send storms and a tidal wave to kill our people in 7 days." "You are suggesting that I sacrifice the trade of our kingdom for the sake of a myth? Do you understand what that would do to our economy, to our way of life?" Dominic pleaded. "But doesn't it seem like a small price to pay for our lives and the lives of our people?" "I won't have it," King Friedrich said. "I won't allow it, and that is the end of this discussion." "But father—" "Get out of my sight!" King Friedrich shouted. Dominic took Marina's hand and quickly led her from the room. "I will speak to him again," Dominic said as soon as they were in the hallway. "But first, I'll give him time to think about what I've said. We still have 6 more days." Marina nodded, but she did not look happy. Dominic had to admit that he wasn't happy either, but there was nothing else he could do at that moment to change his father's mind. Dominic arranged a room for Marina so that she could rest. She was exhausted, which he understood. Once Marina was in her room, Dominic went to his quarters. He was exhausted as well. Soon, he was fast asleep. The next morning, someone knocked on his door. Dominic sat up in bed just as Simon entered the room. Dominic grinned and said, "I had heard that you had survived the maelstrom. I am so happy to see you again, my friend." Simon smiled in return. "And I have heard that you have finally returned after surviving the maelstrom twice." Simon took long steps across the room, and the men embraced. "I was so worried that I had lost my best friend, twice. Don't ever do that to me a third time." The smile on Dominic's face faded. "I am sorry, my friend, but this isn't over." Simon nodded, his expression darkening as well. "Arnold told me what happened when you went to see your father. Did you think he was going to believe what you told him?" "He has to. Do you believe it? Do you believe what you've heard about the underwater kingdom, the merfolk, the ancient pact?" Simon nodded. "I was with you on that ship when we found the dead sailors in the water, and I was with you when our entire fleet was pulled into the maelstrom. What you've told your father may sound crazy, but in some ways it makes sense. I am just worried that your father will not agree with you in time." "So am I," Dominic said. "And what about Marina?" Simon asked, sitting down on the chair. "The little stowaway turned out to be a lot more than just a bit of a nuisance." Dominic nodded. "I have never known a better person." Simon chuckled. "I knew you were going to fall for her." Dominic gave his friend a wry grin, then threw a pillow at him. Simon caught the pillow, then threw it back at his friend. Suddenly, Simon's face was serious. "I am sorry to say that I am not here on a social call. The king has commanded to see you both." Dominic groaned and got up. He walked towards the closet to choose his clothing. Maybe now they would find out what his father had decided if King Friedrich was willing to bend at all. "Thank you," Dominic said to Simon, who then bowed and left the room. When Dominic stepped out of his room, Marina was already waiting for him in the hallway. She looked refreshed from her rest and beautiful. Dominic walked to her and kissed her. It was a chaste kiss, a touch of his lips to hers, but he was aware of the electricity that passed between them at each touch, the bond that was growing between them, how deeply he felt for her. Together they walked in silence to the breakfast room. The moment they entered, King Friedrich turned from his normal spot before the window to look at them. "I have thought about what you're suggesting, Dominic," he said in a measured voice, "and I have decided to make the sacrifice after all." "What?" Dominic asked, wondering if he had heard his father correctly. Next to him, Marina looked surprised, too. "It's for the good of my people," the king said, turning back to his view of the town. "I am willing to honor the ancient pact for the sake of our people." Dominic frowned. He wasn't quite sure what had happened, why his father had changed his mind so suddenly. But he was relieved. Their people would be safe, and he and Marina could focus on what future might lay ahead for them. Chapter 24. Marina. Later that afternoon, Marina and Dominic were summoned to the royal gardens to discuss matters further with King Friedrich. Marina had never been in this part of the palace grounds, and she was enchanted by the beauty of the lush garden around them. Roses, lilacs, and other beautiful flowers were blooming in abundance, and the smell in the air was divine. The sunlight glinted off of King Friedrich's crown as he stood, studying one of his rose bushes. It was a beautiful day. "There you are," he said, turning as Dominic and Marina arrived. He looked at Marina. "I want you to send a message to your people." Marina frowned, trying to convey that she was confused by the request. "I want to meet your king in person. I want to offer him a formal apology for breaking our end of the pact, and I want to promise him that it will henceforth be honored by our people." Marina was surprised. King Friedrich was serious about keeping the pact, and wanting to offer an apology in person was such a humble thing to do. "Could you do that? Could you arrange an in-person meeting?" the king asked. Marina nodded. She could get word to her people, she was sure. If this was about keeping everlasting peace, then she was more than happy to help arrange it. King Friedrich smiled at her. Let us meet 2 days from now. Let me know what your king's answer is. You are dismissed. Marina curtsied, and Dominic bowed before they turned around and walked back toward the palace. Dominic squeezed Marina's hand. When she looked at him, he was beaming, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We did it, he said. My father has even agreed to meet with King Trenton. This is wonderful. Marina nodded. She would send word to her father as soon as possible so that the two kings could meet. The ancient pact would be renewed, and there would be no tidal wave, no drownings and deaths. Marina was so very happy and relieved that Dominic had managed to convince his father. King Friedrich's sudden change of heart was on par with his personality, it seemed, and they had succeeded at doing what they had come back to the land to do. That night, when the moon had risen and the people of the palace slept, Marina left her room. She slipped out once she was sure that Dominic was in his quarters. She walked out the palace gates. The guards had been told to let her pass without request or delay, and she ran through the silent cobbled streets towards the shore. Now that Marina was back on land, the ocean called to her as before. Only now, she understood why. It was calling her home. Marina padded across the moonlit sand and then waded into the waves, relishing the feel of the salt water on her skin. After a moment, with a motion quick as a leaping fish, Marina dove beneath the surface. As soon as she was beneath the surf, Marina closed her eyes and focused on who she was, on her roots as a mermaid. As she did, power rippled from her, spreading through the ocean. It didn't take very long before Marina felt an answering ripple of power to her call. Then, after several heartbeats, she saw something coming towards her through the inky black water. A shadow. A shadow slowly grew until Marina could make out the glint of golden hair and the blue-green swish of a scaly tail. I have been waiting for your call, as we had discussed, Nadia said, swimming up to Marina and embracing her. Before Marina had left the underwater kingdom, it was Nadia who had told Marina and taught her how to summon her sisters. Nadia said that she would be waiting close to the shore for the span of the 7 days in case Marina had news to send back to the king. They held one another for the longest time before finally letting go. What news? Nadia asked. Good news, Marina said. King Friedrich has decided to once again honor the ancient pact. The people of the land will be spared. I am so glad to hear it, Nadia exclaimed. Will you take word to our father? King Friedrich wants to meet in person, to extend a formal apology, and to reassure our father that the ancient pact will be upheld by the humans from this point forward. Of course, Marina, Nadia said. I will be happy to tell him. 2 days hence, at sunrise, Marina said, King Friedrich will sail out with his fleet as his honor escort. Perhaps some merfolk should escort our father as well? Marina told Nadia everything exactly as King Friedrich had instructed her to do. I hope to see you in 2 days, at sunrise. Nadia nodded. Then she gave Marina another hug before turning and disappearing into the deep again. Marina stayed underwater for a long time. She would eventually have to return to the palace, but for a little while longer, she wanted to be where she belonged. And the longer she stayed beneath the waves, the more power she felt returning to her. Nadia had told her that the merfolk drew their magic from the sea, and it seemed as though the longer Marina remained under the water and the deeper she swam, the stronger her magic became. However, Marina never felt the returning magic fully overcoming the effect of the siren's fall. Nadia had warned her of that. Marina still felt a weakness that never left her, a weakness that was steadily growing. But she always felt better and more alive after a long swim. When she eventually emerged from the ocean, her hair and clothes soaked by the sea, Marina walked through the darkened streets. She did not feel the cold of the night, nor did she feel tired from her swimming. In fact, She felt wide awake and had a sudden longing to see her old friend. Marina made her way up the cobbled street towards a familiar little cottage. A candle in the window still burned, beckoning Marina. She knocked on the door. When the door opened, Emma stood before her. The older woman blinked in surprise, then wrapped Marina up in a tight hug. "Dear child, whatever are you doing out in the middle of the night? And your clothes are soaking wet. Come in, come in." Emma hurried Marina into the cottage. She quickly bundled Marina up in a warm blanket and then sat her down before the crackling fire in the kitchen hearth. "Will you return to the palace tonight?" Emma asked. "I kept your bedroom just the way you left it, if you would like to sleep at home." Marina quickly cast the water vapor magic, using the water from the tea kettle hanging over the fire to form the mist. She told Emma that she would return to the palace that evening, but she had seen the light in Emma's window and had wanted to see her. Emma smiled. "You know you are welcome here any time, Marina. If you come during the daytime, you may see Marie as well." Marina smiled, then promised that she would stop by during the day as soon as she was able to. "Please stay at least until your clothes have dried. Let me make you a cup of hot tea," Emma offered. Marina couldn't refuse the woman who had given her a home for so long, so she nodded. Emma gave Marina a warm robe to change into, then she hung her wet clothes to dry by the fire. As Emma prepared the tea, Marina dried her long hair with another one of Emma's towels and admired the new blankets and tapestries hanging around the room that Emma had completed. Emma's handiwork had always been something to marvel at. Marina walked slowly around the room, admiring the new work, and then stopped at a tapestry that she had seen many times before. It was the old tapestry that had fascinated Marina when she had lived with Emma. Emma had told her that it was one of the first pieces that she had made after she had learned how to weave. It showed a city underwater. The city had been woven beneath dark blue-colored waves, a black sky above, and a bright crescent moon shining down from the top corner. Emma had told Marina that the city in the tapestry was called Atlantis. As Marina looked more closely at the tapestry, another long-forgotten memory suddenly blossomed in her mind. She was swimming in the ocean. She could feel the powerful kicks of her own mermaid's tail as she spun and twisted through the water, and she could feel the strong currents of the ocean surging against her body as she swam. Marina could hear shouting around her. "Marina, slow down! Wait for us!" The water around her was dark as the woven water depicted in the tapestry had been. But when Marina turned her head, she could see each of her sisters swimming behind her, each outlined by the glow of their magic. Marina grinned, but did not slow down. She had always been the fastest swimmer, the most skilled wielder of magic, and the most adventurous of the princesses. Although she was not the eldest of the king's daughters, Marina's talents ensured that she was the potential heir to the underwater kingdom. Marina swam faster and was the first to break the surface. The waves around her were wild and storm-tossed. The sky overhead was full of black thunderclouds. Lightning cracked and lit up the world. None of that bothered Marina. She was still grinning, having won the race to the surface. After several heartbeats, she saw her sisters surface. Una was the last to arrive, and Lage stuck her tongue out at Marina. There was another flash of lightning, and Marina saw what the sisters had come to the surface to find: a ship. Its sails had been shredded by the storm. The sailcloth flapped uselessly from the yardarms, and the ship could no longer safely steer. The storm was pushing the ship directly towards the sea spires, giant rocks that jutted out of the ocean depths. Marina and her sisters could hear the sailors aboard yelling commands, desperately trying every last means to avoid a wreck. Then Marina heard the yelling turn into desperate screams and shrieks of pain as the ship smashed into the sea spires. Sailors were flung into the sea by the force of the impact and were soon pulled under the waves by the weight of their soaked clothing and boots. The mermaids quickly swam to the wreck and then dove under the storm-tossed waves. They darted amongst the bodies of the sailors, those that were still weakly trying to swim to the surface, and those that were already dead. Marina and her sisters began to collect the souls of the humans. Ever since they were young, the princesses had been taught that humans were bad. Humans were cruel, greedy, lacking the virtues of compassion and faithfulness the merfolk prided themselves on having. However lacking in virtues the humans may be, they still had souls, and it was the duty of the merfolk to ensure that the soul of any human who died while traveling on the waves was collected safely. The princesses had been taught from a young age, as all merfolk had, to collect the souls of humans that drowned and to escort those souls through the deep to rest peacefully in their final destination in the heart of the sea. The Sea Kings possessed the magic to know when a human was destined to die within the borders of their ocean kingdom, and King Trenton had sent his daughters out many times to collect the souls of men fated to drown. It was the natural order of things, and no one was allowed to alter the fate of a human destined to die at sea or interfere with the collection of that human soul. Marina touched the chest of a drowning man and called upon her magic. She felt it curl out from the tips of her fingers and hook onto something deep inside the human. A moment later, a small, glowing orb floated out of the now dead man's chest. Marina closed her hand around it, snuffing out its light as she gathered the dying man's soul into her keeping. The light of awareness in the human's eyes winked out as Marina collected his soul. Then Marina blinked. The flash of memory was gone, and she was back in Emma's cottage again. Marina shivered. Was this memory connected to the first flash of memory she had? Were the shadowy figures in the water in the first memory her sisters? Marina now thought how ironic it was that she was looking at Emma's tapestry of the story of the underwater kingdom right after she had found it. It was strange how fate worked sometimes, bringing some things together that seemingly didn't fit at all, but they were, in fact, threads woven into the same picture. Very strange indeed. Tea? Emma offered, and Marina nodded, turning away from the tapestry that reminded her so much of the view from the palace windows in the underwater kingdom, and so much of far more unpleasant things. Chapter 25. Dominic. The day of the meeting between the two kings arrived. Dominic was excited. He hadn't been so excited about something like this in a long time. It wasn't every day that a prince could say that by doing his duty, he had saved his entire kingdom. It was a wonderful thing that his father had decided to uphold the ancient pact. He was a difficult man, and he could easily have rejected Dominic's story and persisted for the remaining 6 days, and brought disaster to his people. Dominic was beyond relieved and grateful that his father had listened to him. "How do you feel, my boy?" King Friedrich asked, walking into Dominic's private quarters. Dominic was surprised to see his father. King Friedrich never came to talk to him. Dominic was always summoned. "I feel very positive, father," Dominic said. The king nodded. "You should. Today will be a great victory for us." Dominic frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" "You arranged something big, eh? You set something in motion that will benefit us for years to come." Dominic nodded and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like a future king, like a man who knew what was good for his people, a man who could make great things happen. His father was right. He had done something that would benefit his people for years to come, and that was exactly what a king was supposed to do. "Let's go," King Friedrich said, and Dominic nodded, following his father out so they could walk to the harbor together. Dominic felt like his father was finally proud of him. It felt good. The harbor was filled with spectators that had come from all over the land to see the fleet off to the meeting of the two kings. The ships were adorned with red and yellow flags. Food stalls had been set up, and bands played. It was all very festive. Dominic liked that the people had come to watch the fleet depart. It felt like the nation was united. Another powerful feeling. Marina waited for Dominic at the wharf. She hadn't been at the palace that morning, but he had not been worried. He knew that she had gone to deliver the message to her people, and he knew that once she was in the ocean again, she would have stayed for as long as she could before she had to return to land. It was Marina's home, after all. Dominic understood her now, and he knew the ocean was where Marina needed to be. "How are you feeling?" Dominic asked her. the same way his father had asked him. He wanted to pull her to him, to hold her against him, to kiss her, to celebrate this joyous occasion with her in his arms. But he would not do that in front of his father, or the officers that had collected at the assembly point, or the people. He would not do that, yet. So, instead of pulling her to him, Dominic smiled at her. Marina nodded at Dominic. Her bright eyes and beaming smile told him everything he needed to know. She was as positive about this meeting as he was. And why not? Two worlds were coming together to renew their peace, and Dominic and Marina were representatives of both of those worlds. He tried not to think about what that could mean for them as individuals, or what that could mean for them in the future, as partners, as lovers. But there was always the gnawing fact at the back of his mind, in the forefront of his heart, that Marina was very ill. He didn't know which day would be her last. Had it all been worth it to her? Had he been worth it to her? He wondered. The thought made his stomach clench, but now was not the time to wax poetic about his emotions. Dominic heard the call to board the ships. The king, Dominic, and Marina walked over the decorated gangplank. When they stepped on board the flagship, the ranks of admirals and officers smartly saluted them. As the crew made the ship ready to get under way, Simon and Admiral Edwin walked to Dominic. Admiral Edwin had not been with the fleet when it had set sail the last time. He was an older man, a grandfather longing to retire, but his king refused to let him hang up his sword. And so, the man continued to faithfully serve his kingdom. The king put his arm around Dominic's shoulder, a casually familiar gesture that Dominic was surprised at, and walked him to the bowsprit. There they watched the waves part ahead of the ship as it led the fleet out to the open ocean. His father took a deep breath, then pointed at the horizon. Dominic turned his attention to the ocean. The view of the sun rising over the horizon was breathtaking. It touched everything with a finger of gold, lighting up the fleet and showing it off in all its glory. Dominic took a deep breath, taking in the fresh air, and he felt his chest swell with pride. Some distance ahead, the ocean started to froth and roil. It caught the attention of the crew members on watch, and they cried out. Marina put her hand on Dominic's arm and squeezed. The merfolk had come to meet them. They had reached their destination. "This is it," Dominic said to King Friedrich. "King Trenton and his people are up ahead." King Friedrich nodded. "Well done, my boy. You have led us straight to them." Again, the words that his father spoke seemed strange to Dominic. It seemed as though everything he said had a double meaning that Dominic could not work out. "What's happening?" Dominic asked Admiral Edwin. "Why are we not going to meet them?" "Meet them?" Admiral Edwin asked. He looked confused. "But I thought—" Before Admiral Edwin could finish, something struck Dominic on the back of the head. The world tipped on its axis before darkness flooded Dominic's mind. Chapter 26. Marina. When Marina saw her father and the merfolk emerge from the waves, she walked to the bow of the ship and waved at her father. He lifted his hand in return. The fleet came to a slow halt. She looked back over her shoulder for a moment and saw King Friedrich moving to join her at the bow. Marina turned back to watch her father in the waves below. She saw that all of her sisters and several members of the royal court that she recognized from the dance in the ballroom had accompanied King Trenton to the surface as well. "So that is the King of the Sea," King Friedrich said. Marina turned and saw that he was now standing right next to her. She nodded. King Friedrich smiled, then looked back over his shoulder and nodded to a group of his officers. The officers moved about the deck, preparing for the royal meeting as the sailors set the ship in order, slowing it to a stop. Marina looked about for Dominic. Where could he be? "This will be a great day," King Friedrich said. He watched the merfolk swimming towards the royal flagship. King Trenton and her sisters swam close enough to be within the shadow that the ship cast upon the waves. Then King Friedrich raised his hand, as if in greeting, and said again, "A great day indeed." Marina was turning to watch her father in the ocean below them when she felt something hard press against the side of her temple. King Friedrich had grabbed Marina and spun her in front of him. The barrel of the gun was digging into her skull. Marina felt her eyes go wide with terror, and she saw King Trenton's face drain of blood at the horrible sight. "Surrender your rule of the sea to me," King Friedrich bellowed, "or else your dear daughter dies." King Trenton dipped one hand into the water, then raised it in a gesture of magic. A fine mist rose from the sea, a vapor that swirled through the air and curled around all the ships. The magic of the Sea King rode on the tiny droplets of water as they moved through the surface world. "Do not harm her," King Trenton said. The voice of the king sounded like an echo, not the usual strong and clear tones when he had been in the underwater kingdom. "Let her go. Then you and I will speak, king to king, as it should be. You are aware that I can destroy you all with a sweeping wave." King Friedrich smiled, a sick, malicious smile that twisted Marina's stomach with dread. "Of course you can, but I will kill her before you could raise your hand to summon that magic. Are you willing to sacrifice your daughter for your people?" Marina could see the rage boil in King Trenton's eyes at the sight of her in danger. "What do you want?" "Your crown and the rule of the sea, or you can claim her dead body when I am done. Which is it? You have until the count of 3 to make your choice." 1. King Friedrich started to count. The water around King Trenton churned and frothed as the waves began to smash into each other. The sea itself was reacting to the anger building inside its king. 2. King Friedrich pressed the barrel harder into Marina's skull. Marina willed all focus. She could hit Friedrich with her ice magic and break free. However, hard as she tried, she felt a weight of tiredness gaining on her, and her powers would not come. She began to feel breathless and weak. What was happening to her? Was it the poison of the siren's fall acting up? Was she dying? Then she realized she hadn't given much thought of the possibility of her magic having limits when she so freely used her magic before. It would be bad if most of her magical energy was depleted when she needed it most. Just before the dreadful moment when King Friedrich would speak again, the air around them wavered with the echoing voice of King Trenton. "Hold!" "What's that?" King Friedrich replied immediately. "Hold! Do not fire! I agree to your terms." "A wise choice." King Friedrich's voice dripped with triumph. "Since you surrender your rule of the sea, you will surrender your crown to me. Now." King Trenton glared at the human. Then after a moment, he bowed his head and removed the crystal crown from his head. He held it in his hands, turning it and studying it. Then with a surge of magic that called forth a spiral of water, the crown was lifted from his hands. It levitated over the rail of the flagship and landed at the feet of King Friedrich. "Now I have agreed to your terms. Release her, as you have agreed." King Friedrich laughed, a merciless, heartless sound. "Did I? Did any of you hear me agree to such an absurd thing? You fool. You have lost your kingdom and condemned your people. Kill them. Kill them all." The king gave the command to fire, and there was nothing Marina could do to stop it. Everything happened in slow motion. The guns firing, the bullets whistling through the air towards the merfolk who had come to the surface to see the historic event. King Trenton formed a shield of water, throwing it around the merfolk, but the bullets punched through the water. The magic of the merfolk could not stop the science of man. Marina saw the water turn a deep red. King Friedrich released Marina. 2 officers stepped forward and took her by the arms. "Let me go!" Marina screamed, her voice carrying on the remaining magic in the air. She fought to free herself from the officers who held her. "How can you do this? You said you wanted to renew the ancient pact, and now you are killing them." King Friedrich shrugged. "That was my plan all along, you foolish girl. Once I knew what you were, I convinced Dominic to use you to draw the King of the Sea out into the open. My son did an admirable job. Played you like a fiddle. And now that I have this crown," he held up the crystal crown and grinned cruelly, and rule over the sea. Neither I nor my son have any further use for you." Dominic had used her. Everything he had said, everything they had done together, everything she had felt about him, had been a lie. And now her father and her people were dying because of her. Something deep inside of Marina shattered. All of her despair, her helplessness, and her rage came flooding into a part of her that was now filled with betrayal. Marina felt it burn cold in her heart, where once she had dared to feel the warmth of love. The waves around the royal flagship started to churn and swirl as if the waters of the ocean were reacting to her rage. The ship began to rock as the seas rolled. The men on deck momentarily swayed as they tried to find their footing. Marina reached down inside herself, into the desperation and anger in her. "No!" Marina shouted, and she let loose the unexpected rolling power that had formed in her. Ice crawled up the shelves of the coats of the officers, entombing the arms of her captors. The men yelled in shock and pain. Marina yanked free of their frozen fingers. She ran to the rail of the ship and dove into the ocean. When she entered the churning water, Marina could hear the screams of her people all around her. She could feel their horror, their despair. And she could feel every death. And Dominic was the cause of all this. He had used her to bring her father and the merfolk to the surface. Dominic was behind all of this. Marina could see the bodies of her people around her, sinking. Why were they sinking? Marina swam to one body and saw that it had been shot in the arm, and it was freshly turned human. The tail had been replaced by 2 legs, which were hanging limply in the water. If the mermaid was a human now, why wasn't she able to swim? All they were able to do was hang in the water, their bodies paralyzed, slowly sinking. Marina swam to her sisters as fast as she could. She had to see if she could save them. Marina reached Nadia first. Her golden hair was matted with clots of blood. When Marina grabbed her and pulled her to the surface, Nadia's body was limp. Marina managed to keep her above water, but Nadia's features were slack, her head lolling. Above water, Marina could not speak. She could not plead and beg. She could only move her mouth in unspoken words while she tried to get her sister to respond. But it was too late, and it didn't take long for Marina to realize that Nadia was gone. She had lost too much blood. Marina let the body slip into the ocean. Nadia sank into the darkness. Marina looked around her, trying to find someone else who needed her help. Perhaps Una or Lage were still alive. They were all floating in the water around her, but none of them were breathing. They had lost too much blood. They were all dead. Marina swam, looking at all the bodies that floated around her. They were all human now. Their tails had disappeared, replaced by legs that did not move. All of them had died. Every single one of them. Marina dove under the waves where she had her voice without having to call upon her magic. She let out a cry of despair, wailing her grief and anger into the ocean. Marina heard a thrashing and spun around. King Trenton was trying to kick up on his new legs, to reach the surface. His body was partially paralyzed, but not completely, and he was bleeding from a wound in his shoulder. Not a fatal hit, but a wound Marina could stop the flow of blood from with some cloth if she could get it dry first. Marina swam to him, hooking her arms under his and pulling him up to the surface. King Trenton gasped when they broke the surface. Marina took a hold of her father's arms, and she pulled him through the waves, looking for somewhere to let him be safe. He was still partially paralyzed and bleeding. She needed a rock or an outcropping of some sort. It didn't take long before Marina found a reef shallow enough for King Trenton to sit on. The water lapped around his knees, but he would survive. Marina tore the hem of her skirt and dressed his shoulder. When the wound was secure, she took her father's hand and looked into his eyes. He nodded at her, and she understood. Marina nodded in return, then dove into the water. Her father would be fine for now. What was important was finding the humans and stopping them. When Marina reached the merfolk that had been killed, the ships were starting to weigh anchor. Marina twisted through the water, heading for the lead ship. She didn't have a solid plan. She didn't know what she was going to do once she reached it, but she knew that the hatred in her heart would guide her. Bullets punched through the surface of the ocean as Marina approached. Perhaps King Friedrich knew what a force of nature she would be if she was allowed on board. Marina had to twist through the water as the bullets sliced past her. And as she did, the wind filled the sails of the ships, and they started to move away. Dominic, King Friedrich, and all the humans responsible for the death of her people were getting away. Marina cried out her silent rage at their escape as she watched them sail away. All Marina could do now was help her father. She swam back to the reef. When she reached the reef where she had left King Trenton, she swam to him and put her arms gently around his neck. After they sat for a moment, she motioned for him to step into the water, which he did. When he had slipped under the water, Marina uttered the words that she knew by heart now, and the magic ether fin formed around her father. "I never thought I would have to use one of these," King Trenton said weakly, with a face that suggested he was utterly disgusted. He was underwater now, and Marina could speak to him without using her magic. "We will fix this, father," she said. "How?" Marina shook her head. "That doesn't matter right now. We need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere you can heal." Marina ran her eyes over her father's body. The bullet wounds were still bleeding, despite the bandage. Something about the bullets was not natural, but until they discovered what that was, the bandage and the wound needed to be kept dry at the very least. "You are right, my daughter," King Trenton said, tears forming in his eyes. "And now, you are my only daughter." His words were drenched with pain and sorrow. Marina felt them deeply. Even though she had forgotten her family, they were a part of her, and when they had died, she had felt each one of them rip away from her. Together, Marina and King Trenton made their way towards the underwater kingdom. They would be safe there, and King Trenton's wounds could heal while he was in the ether fin. Marina knew that her father would hate being reliant on her, but she was glad that he still had his life. When Marina and King Trenton reached the city, the remaining merfolk came out from their houses, filling the streets. They had expected to welcome the king back with a celebration, to rejoice that the pact had been restored. But when they saw the injured king, saw that he had legs rather than a tail, and saw that no one else followed behind him, their faces fell, and the sorrow that King Trenton and Marina felt spread through the crowd. There was no need to explain what had happened. They all knew that the siren's fall was the only thing that could cause one of the merfolk to become a human. And if King Trenton had returned alone, there was only one guess as to what had happened. They had been betrayed, and the ancient pact had been shattered. Where once there had been peace and prosperity, now there was only death and agony. How could things have gone so very wrong? Chapter 27. Dominic. When Dominic came to, he found he was in the captain's cabin. The knot on the back of his head meant that he had been hit, and hard. There were guards at the door, and they called for a doctor as soon as they saw that the prince was awake. It was the ship's doctor that told Dominic what had happened at the meeting between the humans and the merfolk. Dominic was in shock. He had never expected his father to do something so vile, for the man to be such a traitor. After the ships had returned to the land, the king had called for a celebration. It was declared a national holiday, a victory that would be spoken of throughout history. The town was filled with dancing and music. The smell of food hung in the air. All the ships of the fleet were in the harbor. King Friedrich, with his awful betrayal, had crippled the merfolk to such an extent that he was confident that they had been utterly defeated. Dominic was sick to his stomach to think that he had somehow helped facilitate such an awful event. He now sat on his bed in his chambers in the palace, his head in his hands. He could hear the celebrations as they continued in the palace, outside in the gardens, and beyond the palace walls. How had this happened? Everything had happened so fast. One moment Dominic had believed that they were going to renew the ancient pact, a peace treaty of sorts. The next moment, they were opening fire and killing defenseless merfolk. Dominic ran through the conversations he had with his father before they had set out to the fleet. A great victory, something that will benefit us for years to come. And the conversation he had with Simon and Admiral Edwin. Simon had tried to warn him. Dominic was sure of it. How had he missed this? But he hadn't seen it coming. He had ignored the sense of foreboding. He had tried to convince himself that he was imagining things when the truth was that he should have listened to his gut. He'd had a feeling about it. It was too late now. But there was nothing he could have done. His father had him knocked out and locked in a cabin with guards who had watched him until they had returned safely home. And even if he had been able to reach Marina in time, what could he have told her? That he was sorry? No words would have been enough. Words would have meant nothing. And still, Dominic wished that he could see her now, to try to tell her how terribly sorry he was. He wanted to try so very badly to take her pain away. Someone knocked on the door to his chambers. Dominic stood, not willing to be caught off guard. Whoever was there, whatever they wanted, Dominic was not going to face them sitting down. Simon entered. "What do you want?" Dominic asked. He was angry. Simon knew how he felt about everything, about Marina, about everything that happened. "I wanted to see how you're doing. Why do you care?" Dominic snapped. Simon sighed and shook his head. "I didn't know." "Don't lie to me. You didn't think that it was strange that you got orders to kill at a peace meeting? It's not my job as an officer to think, Dominic. It's my job to follow orders. It was your job as my friend to warn me about this. How could you let this happen?" "How could you?" Simon shot back, and Dominic's face crumbled. He sat back on the bed. "What am I supposed to do now?" Dominic asked. "So many of them died." "Why do you care so much now when a few short weeks ago you didn't know they existed?" Simon asked. "You didn't believe in magic before." Dominic took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Because I've been there. I've seen how they live. They are just like us. They live. They love. They suffer. And a life is a life no matter what form it takes. How does no one seem to understand that but me?" Simon shook his head, but didn't say anything. Dominic decided he needed to speak to his father. He needed to find out what was going on, how his father could have done something like this. "Where is my father?" Dominic asked Simon. Simon shook his head. "Not out celebrating with the rest of them, that is for sure. You know what he's like. He never stops working. He's probably in his office, with Arnold by his side." Dominic nodded. He knew that his father never stopped working. Dominic had always admired it, but now he saw it as a weakness. If you never stopped working, you never had a chance to enjoy life, the things that really mattered, like building connections with people, like having a heart and a family. Dominic walked to the palace, ignoring the guests in the grand ballroom, ignoring the chefs and waiters that carried food from the kitchens to accommodate everyone. He ignored the music and the dancing and the laughter. There was nothing to celebrate, nothing that could entice Dominic to enjoy himself, because this was an absolute tragedy. When Dominic reached his father's office, he lifted a hand to knock on the door, but then stopped himself. He heard voices from inside. The voice of his father, which was naturally booming, and another voice, softer, gentler. The voice of a woman. Instead of turning around or allowing his father to finish conducting business, Dominic pushed the door open. He wanted to know what King Friedrich was doing, what he was doing on an awful day like today. King Friedrich sat at his desk, his face a portrait of sincerity. On the other side of the desk stood a woman, her hands folded before her. The woman wore a cloak and a hood that hid her face in deep, dark shadows. Dominic could not see her features, but he could tell that she was older by the braid of silver-gray hair that fell over one of her shoulders. The woman held herself with a stately, upright posture. Dominic slipped through the door and into the shadows, eager to find out what they were saying. Neither had realized he was listening. Arnold stood to the side. He had glanced at Dominic when he moved into the room, but had not said anything. Perhaps Arnold was the only person that was on Dominic's side regarding this whole mess. "Your plan is flawless. How should I reward you?" King Friedrich asked. The woman shook her head. "Your Majesty, seeing King Trenton die was only the beginning of my reward," she replied. "Well, your idea about using some kind of herb in the bullets in the ambush of the merfolk is to be commended. The kingdom cannot thank you enough. Do not hesitate to return if you should ever need anything." The woman bowed deeply when King Friedrich dismissed her. As soon as she was gone, Dominic stepped out of the shadows. "The bullets were laced with Siren's Fall. Is that why the merfolk was so devastated by the attack?" Dominic asked in horror. "Eavesdropping is childish," King Friedrich said with a wave of his hand. He didn't seem worried that Dominic had found out about what he had done. "Who is she?" King Friedrich shrugged. "I do not need to tell you. She gave me information that I needed to get what I wanted. Other than that, you can go sit and continue to mope. I feel like celebrating," King Friedrich announced, and he marched toward the door, not sparing Dominic another glance. After the door to the office closed, Arnold cleared his throat. "Who is she?" Dominic asked. "She did not say anything, but she had information about the mermaids, and which makes me believe that she is one of them somehow." Dominic frowned. How is that possible? Arnold shrugged, having offered the extent of his knowledge. "Thank you, Arnold," Dominic finally said. "You're a good man." "As the king's advisor, many would disagree, but this attack, this betrayal, was not my advice. I did not suggest such a thing." Dominic nodded. He understood that Arnold would never do something like that. Sometimes, Dominic wondered if Arnold was the only person within the palace walls that could be trusted. But that didn't matter right now. What that woman had said to his father, that the defeat of King Trenton was only the beginning of her reward, what did she mean? And what would the end of her reward be? That didn't make any sense, and it made Dominic believe there was more trouble on the way for the merfolk. And Dominic was determined to stop it. He might not have been able to save Marina's family, but he would endeavor to make it up to Marina, by whatever means necessary. Chapter 28. Marina. Marina was heartbroken. She had known her family only for the shortest time before she had lost them again. She had thought, after they had told her that she was dying from the Siren's Fall, that she would at least still have some time to spend with them before she left this world. But now there was no time left. She had lost them forever. Marina swam away from the palace, away from the underwater city, far out into the remote vastness of the ocean. She swam until her legs ached with exhaustion, but the burning feeling in her heart did not lessen. Her family was dead. Dominic had betrayed her. Everything Marina had hoped for had been destroyed in a matter of a few moments. A family, a real home, knowing who she really was. Love. Marina choked on a sob of rage. Again, a deep swell of despair, helplessness, and anger churned deep within her. Marina felt it move through her as she thought about her family. Her father, so stern as a king, and now so vulnerable in his wounded state. Mira's kind smile, now gone forever. How wonderfully tight Nadia had always hugged her. "Nadia always hugged me like that," Marina cried out. "She always hugged me so tight I thought I was going to pop." The swell of emotions inside of her pushed against the wall in her mind, finally bursting it. A flood of memories came back to Marina, all in one rush. Precious memories of her former life with her family in the underwater kingdom. Marina remembered learning the laws of the sea and ancient legends of the merfolk from her father. Marina remembered being a young mermaid and playing with her sisters in the halls of the palace. She remembered Lage and Riva being scolded for chasing sea turtles. and Isla helping her to weave sea silk through her hair for a dance in the ballroom. She remembered that Una always shared her cupcakes with her. As the flood of memories came back to her, Marina's rage and despair grew. At last, I remember you all! But it's too late, Marina wailed. The deep waters of the ocean violently churned around her, as if reacting to the churning of emotion she felt inside. Marina blinked in confusion and looked around. There was nothing in this part of the ocean to cause such a disturbance, and no current would be present at such a great depth. Then Marina remembered the way that the sea had reacted before at her emotions, tossing and churning around the flagship after she had witnessed King Friedrich's betrayal. Had her magic done that? Marina had never been able to summon such powerful magic before. Then again, she had never watched her family being murdered before either. Again, the deep waters of the ocean churned around her. The cold burning in her heart pulsed as Marina felt the strength of her magic flow through her and around her, strong and steady as a full moon tide. Marina raised her hand and concentrated on the magic within her. She felt the deep waters respond to her power, whirling ever faster around her. As Marina felt her magic grow stronger, fueled by her rage and the memories of her family, she resolved at the moment to have her revenge. The human king will pay. King Friedrich, who had betrayed his word, and Dominic, who had betrayed her. Marina practiced her magic in a remote part of the ocean every day, honing her skill and regaining her strength. She formed great waves and whirlpools, controlling the mighty waters of the seas with the burning rage in her heart. When Marina finished her practice, she would return to the palace and visit King Trenton's room. Since she had brought her father back to the underwater kingdom, he had been healing in his room, still surrounded by the etherfin. It was the only way she knew how to keep his wounds dry. He had summoned merfolk known for their healing powers to the palace to attend him. It was the healer who had removed the bullet from the wound and had found the traces of the siren's fall in it. Once the bullet had been removed, the wound still would not heal. The healers feared that too much of the siren's fall from the bullet had entered the king's blood, and that the wound was fatal. When Marina entered his rooms, the healers were there, changing the dressing on his wound and trying to make the king comfortable. "Leave me. My daughter has arrived," King Trenton commanded. The healers bowed and swam away. When they were alone, Marina swam to her father's bed. "How are you feeling?" Marina asked. "I have failed you all. For countless ages, the kings of our kingdom have ruled with utter surety and seen the peace amongst our people outlive them. But now, I have allowed our enemy to take our crown and kill our people at will, and there's nothing I can do about it. I have failed my forebears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I wasn't so naive," Marina said. King Trenton reached out. Marina reached through the etherfin and took his hand. The last time Marina had held a hand through an etherfin, she had been swimming with Dominic back towards land to speak with King Friedrich about the ancient pact. She still could not accept the truth that Dominic had betrayed her, the human she had given everything up for. "It's not your fault. You were deceived, just as we all were." "I should have listened to you," Marina finally said. "I should have steered clear of humans." "Your innocence may put you in danger, but it is also what is most beautiful about you," King Trenton said, and squeezed Marina's hand as he fell silently into sleep. Marina leaned into the etherfin, hugging her father. She had made up her mind. She was going to avenge her family and take back the crown. Marina left King Trenton and spoke to the head of the merfolk troops, Etal. He had light brown hair and eyes that were the color of ice, the same color as his tail. She told him her plan to attack the human castle and take back the crown. "But we know little about the human city, and the human king is cunning. If we are going to war, we might never come back," Atal warned. "Our people might not know much about the human city, but I do. I can show you the way," Marina said. As their conversation went on, more and more mermen and mermaids began to gather around them. They too have suffered much loss and grief and wanted to do something about it. The king, my father, is on the verge of death, poisoned by the humans who betrayed our trust and abused our mercy. They will not stop here. With the power of the crown, their king will seek to make us his slaves or wipe us out. The only way is to take back the crown. I know this is going to be a dangerous mission, so I only ask of those who are willing to come with me to do so. And understand there is no shame if you do not wish to go with me to war, for courage does not only exist in battles. Lead us, one of the mermen said, and more followed. His friends nodded in agreement. Marina was surprised that they were willing to follow her. She had never been a leader, not by choice. Thank you, everyone. We shall set out at dusk. Do not alert the king about this. I do not wish to worry him further. It didn't take long to get to the surface, and by the time they were there, Marina's heart had hardened to the grisly task ahead. She wanted revenge, and she would exact it by any means necessary. However, there was one human that Marina needed to ensure was safe from the upcoming attack. Late that night, when the moon had set below the horizon, Marina swam towards the harbor and the town. She silently slipped onto the beach and made her way through the empty streets until she came to the familiar cottage. Marina opened the door, careful not to make a single noise. The inside of Emma's cottage was quiet and still. Marina moved through the darkened rooms looking for her friend. She needed to warn Emma before the attack began. If Emma would stay indoors and barricade her cottage door, she would be safe. But Emma was nowhere to be found. The entire cottage was empty. Perhaps Emma had decided to sleep in the stall that she kept in the marketplace. Emma had told Marina that she had done that before when she had no one to help her move her tapestries back to the cottage after the market had closed for the evening. Marina rushed through the silent and dark streets once again, this time heading towards the marketplace. She found Emma's stall. A faded tapestry draped across the front to show that it was closed for the evening. Marina moved the woven cloth to one side and looked in. Emma was not inside. Marina turned and hurriedly searched up and down the rest of the market, but could not find Emma anywhere. Marina could see that dawn was approaching and knew that she must return to the sea to meet her people and lead the attack. She hoped that wherever Emma was, she was far away from the coast on this day. Marina rushed back to the shore and dove into the waves with barely a sound. She delighted in the feel of the water around her once more, but steeled herself against the task ahead. As more dawn light preceded the rising sun in the east, Marina swam further out and met the merfolk that had gathered to prepare to attack the humans. They met close to the harbor, just far enough that they were not to be seen by the humans yet. Marina turned to the merfolk. Through the vapor she said, "We head for the castle. Kill King Friedrich and any soldiers who try to stop us. We must get the crown back." Marina reached deep inside herself and grabbed her power. She fed it with her sorrow and her hate, and then she unleashed it and let it pour out of her. It spilled forth like a tidal wave, far more powerful than Marina had thought her body could contain. Power as deep as the ocean. The swell of the sea rose, the tide rising and smashing the ships like toy boats against the docks. The humans screamed and ran, trying to escape the tidal wave that thundered in from the ocean. The merfolk rode the wave as it flowed over the land. The merfolk rode the wave through the streets at Marina's lead, washing over any object in the way and striking down the guards that attacked them. This was what needed to be done, Marina knew. This was how she was going to avenge her people. As Marina stood and kept her power flowing, she sent wave after wave towards the land, careful to direct them away from Emma's house. Ever Marina recalled the painful memory of how her sisters and people died at the hands of the king's men, and her heart hardened. As the merfolk used the rushing floodwaters to advance through the town, Marina rode a wave to lead them towards the castle. As Marina rode the surge of water and led her warriors through the streets, she saw a sight that stunned her. Margot was standing knee-deep in the pounding waves, probably on top of a drowned flower box. Alina and Hannah were nearby, struggling as they made their way through the water. The sight of her old friends in danger softened Marina's heart. She knew that they were not bad people, and they certainly did not deserve to die like this. It was not fair for the innocent to suffer for the deeds of the evil. Atal appeared, riding a wave through the flooded street toward where Hannah and Alina stood, helplessly stranded and surrounded by the rushing water. The fierce merman raised his club of spiked coral, making ready to strike them to get them out of his way. Hannah and Alina clung to each other. They cried out in terror as they saw their death swim toward them. Marina had to act fast. She used her magic and sent a rogue wave to knock Atal out of the way. The wave hit him just in time. As the water knocked the merman over and washed him down the street, the spiked club went spinning from his hand. Hannah and Alina gasped in shock. Marina rode the waters over to where Atal was. The merman sat up. Atal turned his head to Marina, frowning in confusion. Marina cast the magic vapor so that she could speak to him above the surface. "Our business is with the king and his troops. Leave the commoners," Marina said to him, her voice an echo. Atal nodded, somewhat reluctantly, but he obeyed. Then he turned and swam through the flooded streets. Marina turned back to her friends. All three girls were staring at her in wonder and uncertainty. Margot was the last to be noticed, quickly turning away as she faced Marina. Not believing her eyes, Marina moved toward her to take a better look. "Margot, are you all right?" Marina asked. "I am fine," Margot replied curtly, unlike her usual self. "Can you let me take a look at you, please?" At Marina's plea, Margot hesitantly turned around, and to Marina's horror, she saw a thick line of wrinkled, burnt skin on the right side of Margot's face. "What happened?" Marina asked, turning to face the other two girls. Alina kept silent and looked down. "After you left, things became worse. Pratt made it a point to show us who's boss. He would threaten to beat us every day and actually did so on many occasions. On top of that, he couldn't earn as much as before. He blamed us for our incompetence. He said—" Hannah choked as she fought back tears. "He said what we lacked was a handicap. Then he handpicked one of us. Margot was the one chosen. We tried to stop him, but we couldn't do anything. Before we knew it, he grabbed Margot to the fireplace, and with the hot poker, he—" Hannah could not bear to finish her sentence, but Marina did not need her to. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her heart sank. It was her fault. If she hadn't left, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Before Marina could say another word, Pratt appeared, splashing frantically down an alley. Time had not changed Pratt. He appeared the same as ever, only now his hair and clothes had been thoroughly soaked by the flooding waters, and the whites of his eyes projected panic. Pratt gracelessly thrashed his way through the water toward the stranded girls, but he stopped abruptly when he saw Marina. "I thought I told you brats to wait up," Pratt sneered. Anger and magic roiled within Marina at the sight of Pratt. "Stay away from them," she said. Pratt's eyebrows shot up in surprise, but his voice betrayed no shock. It remained as nasty as it ever was. I knew there was something wrong about you. You are the devil after all." "It is not me who is the devil," Marina said. "Shut up, you lying brat. You had us all fooled all this time, thinking you couldn't speak. You have brought nothing but trouble since you came, and now you bring this flood unto our town." Marina had endured so much. She was no longer the orphaned girl with no past and no voice. Now she stood confident in her power, and it felt so good to be able to fight back with words against this man who had made her and her friend's life hell for so long. Pratt shuffled close toward the stranded girls. He was still taller than they were, and far heavier, and therefore had an easier time moving through the floodwaters. Hannah and Alina tried to get away, but Pratt caught up and grabbed Alina's hand. Marina could not take it any more. She gathered the anger and the magic that had been churning within her and sent it shooting out of her body and through the water toward Pratt. The water around Pratt's legs surged up, then froze. Pratt squealed in shock as his legs and the lower half of his body were entombed in ice. He let go of Alina. Hannah pulled her safely back, and they both stepped well out of the trapped man's reach. Pratt gasped at the cold, struggling to free himself. Marina and the others watched on, his efforts becoming increasingly futile as each moment passed. Marina took a single step toward Pratt. He ceased his struggling when he saw her approach. Then Pratt started weeping. "Please," he stuttered. "Please spare my life. Mercy!" "I should kill you now, so that you can never hurt anyone again." "Please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. Anything, please. On the account that I took you in and fed you. Please don't kill me." Pratt was trembling as he spoke, not daring to look up at Marina. Marina hated Pratt, but he was right about one thing. He provided for her and gave her a roof over her head at a time when she was lost. "I will spare your miserable life on one condition," she said, "that you leave these girls alone. From now on, they owe you nothing. Their lives are their own, and they are free to live as they choose. If you look them up again, I will not hesitate to kill you." Pratt nodded his head vigorously in silent agreement, overcome by cowardly tears and hiccups to answer her. Marina fought the impulse to grin at the sight of him like this. Instead, she lifted her hand to begin to undo the ice magic. But before she could call any power to her, a troop of soldiers stormed through the flooded streets. One of them attacked Marina with a sword, but Marina was ready for it. She already had her hand out, and she conjured her power up and froze the blade. It shattered in the air before it could hit her. Suddenly, Atoll appeared back at her side. He tackled another soldier, and Marina was about to call on her magic again when suddenly came the crack of gunfire. Atoll staggered back. A bullet wound blossomed in his chest. His tail began to writhe and transform into legs. He had been shot with the very same bullets that killed her sisters and wounded her father. Atoll fell back into the water, paralyzed. Marina let her magic fly at the soldier who had shot Atoll. A wave smashed into him, washing him away with a current that pulled him quickly under to drown. Several of the other soldiers reloaded, took aim, and fired again. Marina heard Alina scream. She turned and saw the girls huddled together, appearing unharmed. Then Marina saw that Pratt, with his legs still frozen in ice, had been shot. Blood poured from a large wound in his large belly. His head hung awkwardly to one side, his horrible eyes now staring soullessly at the sky. Pratt was dead. Marina would not mourn him. Pratt was a horrible, cruel man. He had made Marina's life a tapestry of misery and suffering, and left an irreversible scar on Margot's face as well as her heart. Pratt was as cruel a man as King Friedrich, and the latter deserved a fate no less worse. Marina had to get her friends to safety. There were the sounds of a new battle further up the street, closer to the road that led to the palace gates. The soldiers turned and splashed through the water in the direction of the new skirmish. When they were gone, Marina rushed over to her friends. She discovered that they were indeed unharmed. They were frightened and soaked to the bone, but they were still able to walk. "Quick, follow me." Marina led her friends through the streets, directing the waters to flow away from them so that the girls could easily walk. She brought them to Emma's cottage. Marina knew that Emma was not there, that her friends would be safe inside. She showed Hannah how to bar the door, then turned to leave. "Marina," Hannah said, "thank you for everything. I am so glad to see you again." Marina smiled at her friend, then reached out and pulled Hannah into a hug. After Hannah closed the door, Marina waited until she heard the bolt slide into place before she left to rejoin the merfolk. As she moved toward the palace, she called the tide back to her. The waves rushed around her, and Marina rode them to where she found her people. The merfolk had fought their way to the gates of the palace. The soldiers created a line at the palace gate, aimed and fired at the advancing merfolk. Marina used her power to form an ice shield. It was thick enough to stop the bullets. As the soldiers were reloading, the merfolk advanced and took their vengeance. The battle at the gate was gruesome. Lives were lost on both sides, but the merfolk seemed to maintain the advantage. They fought hard, fueled by an anger that the human soldiers didn't possess. When Marina glanced up at the palace windows, she saw King Friedrich. He looked straight at her, and his usual cold face was stricken with doubt for the first time. Chapter 29. Dominic. Hell had broken loose, and Marina was the cause of it. The moment they had received word that the kingdom had been hit by a tidal wave, Dominic knew what was happening. It only made sense that Marina was there to exact vengeance. Dominic understood it perfectly. He had ripped everything away from her when she had just found it. "We're not going to fight them," Dominic said to his father. "The hell we're not," King Friedrich shouted, and he gave the order for the soldiers to head out and defend the palace at all costs. That had been an hour ago. Now, Marina was outside the palace gate, and her merfolk slaughtering the soldiers that had managed to survive this long. Dominic couldn't find it in himself to give sympathy to his father. The king had made a decision, a choice that affected many lives, and that choice was coming back to bite him. There was nothing that could be done. The only thing Dominic hated was that Marina would never forgive him. Dominic had come home with the traitor of a man he called father. He'd had no choice, but Marina didn't know that. And now Dominic would never have a chance to tell Marina how sorry he was. When the merfolk breached the gates, they would be coming for the king, and after they killed the king, Dominic knew they would kill him as well. "We have to get to higher ground," King Friedrich shouted. He was looking out of the window and could see the merfolk fighting, the blood and the water that was flooding through the gate and throughout the palace grounds. As a child, Dominic had always thought his father to be a hard man, but a man who could make anything happen and feared nothing. Now, Dominic saw nothing but a coward. His father was running for his life as his people died. That was not a man that Dominic wanted to look up to. His father was nothing more than a pathetic excuse for a human being. "Let's go!" the king shouted. He ran from the room. Arnold looked at Dominic, and then they both ran from the room. He had little respect left for his father, but he knew if he stayed in the palace, he would drown alone in that very room. Water lapped at their knees as Dominic and Arnold waded through the flooded palace gardens. Merfolk and soldiers were fighting all around them. The soldiers and palace guards fought with swords and guns, but the merfolk used weapons made from coral, bone, weighted nets, and they had the magic of the sea crashing down around them. Deadly waves swept humans and corpses alike over the cliffs that surrounded the palace gardens and into the ocean. The merfolk who went over only whipped their tails and allowed the next wave to carry them back into the fray. A strong hand yanked at Dominic's shoulder. He was spun around, and then the hand was at his throat. Dominic stared into Marina's eyes as her fingers tightened around his neck. Those once kind eyes were now full of fury. "Marina, it's me! Marina!" Dominic did not look away, nor fight against her, but the feeling of her hand at his throat sent a strange jolt of memory through Dominic. In a dreamlike state, he felt himself bend over the edge of the ship to catch a fish. Then, a hand gripped at his throat. There, at the edge of the ship, he saw a red-haired girl, threatening him to release the fish in his hands. Marina. He had known her before. The realization shocked Dominic as much as it saddened him. How could he ever have forgotten about her? Something twisted in Marina's features, and her fingers loosened. She could not do it. She quickly turned and walked away. "Marina! Wait!" Dominic tried to chase after her, but a blow to the shoulder slammed him to the ground. Dominic could hardly breathe. He looked up and saw Marina riding a wave through the garden, leading a group of merfolk towards a group of palace guards. As Dominic watched, the guards opened fire on Marina. Before he could cry out, she formed an ice shield that blocked the bullets. Merfolk thrashed in the water surrounding Marina, prepared to help her, but it was not necessary. When the guards emptied all their rounds and no more bullets were left, Marina let loose an eerie battle cry that shattered the ice shield into a shower of deadly shards. They shot toward the guards, impaling them where they stood. They crumpled to the ground. Dominic shut his eyes against the terrible slaughter for a moment. He heard a terrible noise, a tremendous crash. He could see his father standing at the very top of the palace grounds, where the edge of the cliff met the palace grounds. The crystal crown of the Sea King glistened on his father's head. Chapter 30. Marina. When Marina first saw Dominic running through the flooded palace garden, A red rage filled her heart. There was the human that had lied to her, that had used her, that had caused all this needless death. Marina rushed towards Dominic with no pity left for him. She grabbed him and spun him to face her, her free hand wrapping around his throat. Dominic did not fight her. Marina was a breath away from tightening her fingers to squeeze the life from him when a new memory resurfaced. As sudden as a flash of lightning, she saw her sister swimming in storm-tossed waters around her. There were the bodies of humans in the water, sailors by the looks of their clothes. Another shipwreck. Marina watched Nadia collect the soul of one of the drowning men before a face blocked her vision. It was Dominic's face. He was floating in front of her, barely alive and exhausted from his struggles to reach the surface. In her memory, Marina quickly spoke the words that formed the ether fin. Then she grabbed Dominic's hand. It was still warm. She dragged his limp body to the surface. The next lightning flash of memory was of the throne room in the underwater palace. Her father sat upon the throne, his face clouded by anger. "That human was fated to die, Marina. It's the order of nature," King Trenton said. "His soul belongs to the sea." "Father, Dominic does not deserve to die like this," Marina tried to explain. "Enough, Marina. From this time forth, I forbid you from going to the surface," her father commanded. Marina was furious at her father's decision, but she kept her face, a careful mask of calm. She would return to the surface, one way or the other. The opportunity presented itself in the most horrific way. Marina overheard her father discuss plans to send a flood to kill all the humans in one of the towns where the ships that had been overfishing lay at anchor in a harbor. She knew that she had to get to the surface to warn Dominic. The final segmented flash of memory was the worst. Marina was weeping, and Mira was holding her. "Father did what he thought was best, sister. If the human cannot remember you, perhaps you will lose this infatuation with him," Mira said. "It is painful to be wiped from his memories, but at least he's still alive." Marina choked on a sob and tried to tell herself that Dominic being alive was what mattered, even if he no longer knew who she was. Mira smoothed Marina's hair. "You will forget him in time, sister. Father loves you. He fears you will end up like Nautica." Nautica. An idea suddenly formed in her mind at the mention of that name. Perhaps if she found Nautica's cave, she could get her hands on the Siren's Fall and turn herself into a human. Only then would she be able to be with Dominic forever. Marina blinked and found herself back in the present. She was in the flooded palace garden, her hand around Dominic's throat. Dominic was looking at her with an expression that Marina could not understand. Marina felt the rage slip from her heart. She let him go, turned, and quickly walked away. She summoned a wave and threw herself back into the battle. Now was not the time to let her emotions get the best of her. Marina led the merfolk in their final attack against the palace guards before she spotted King Friedrich. He was wearing her father's crown. Marina felt the anger flame within her again as she summoned her magic and pushed a wave towards him. But her wave was met with a force so great that it had stopped right in front of the human king. Marina gritted her teeth, feeling the push of magic against hers. A few other mermen and mermaids charged at King Friedrich with their spears and magic, but a force kept their effects at bay. It was like an invisible barrier was protecting the human king from all their attacks. "The Sea King transferred his title to him. As long as he is king, our powers won't be able to hurt him." The voice of a merman further back echoed through the vapor he conjured. King Friedrich grinned that the tables were suddenly turned. The king's expression tensed, and an incredible surge of energy swept through his attackers. All at once, the merfolk flew back, their weapons broken. The king stared at Marina, and at a lift of his hand, her wave turned against her, and she crashed into the wall behind. Those around her were not spared either, even the human soldiers. King Friedrich did not seem to care about the lives of his own soldiers. "End their suffering," he ordered his remaining soldiers, who aimed their guns at the fallen merfolk and pulled the trigger. A chain of gunfire sounded as the merman and mermaid warriors rose to their feet in their final charge. When the gunfire ceased, a tense silence persisted, as the ground was littered with the bodies of the brave merfolk who fought to their last breath. No! Marina's scream raged across the silence, and thin long shards of ice began to form out of the water on the ground. They shot out, piercing the soldiers. They tried to shoot her down, but the shards had entered their bodies before they could aim. So great was the force that they fell dead instantly. King Friedrich had turned away and shielded his face with his elbow. If not for the barrier, he too would have been dead. Marina summoned all her focus, willing the shards to break through the barrier, but it didn't work. King Friedrich taunted, "Your bravery is admirable, but bravery does not guarantee victory. Cunning does." The king smirked as he willed the shards to turn toward Marina. "Do you really think you can kill me to avenge your pathetic king? With this crown, not even the Sea King himself can kill me." The floating shards were now pointed at Marina. "But I can." A deafening gunshot broke out, and King Friedrich's body jerked backward. A red blossom appeared on his chest and grew, the material soaking in blood. Marina turned to see Dominic standing in the distance, a gun in his hand. The king fell to his knees, the crown tumbling from his head. Then his body collapsed into the water. He had shot the king, his own father. Dominic knelt next to her. He kept the gun pointed at the body of his father, fearing the man was not already dead. He then picked up the crown and turned his attention to Marina. "Are you hurt?" Dominic asked. She shook her head. "I am so sorry about everything," Dominic said. "That day on the ship, someone hit me and knocked me out," Dominic said sadly. "If only I knew what my father was up to, I'd fight the entire fleet for you, Marina. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him." Marina blinked, looking at Dominic. So it was true. He was innocent after all. For a while, Marina had been so convinced that Dominic had been part of this. But that wasn't the person she had come to know. "We have to finish this," Marina said. "I have to find out how King Friedrich came to know about the Siren's Fall. If he knew how to use it as a weapon, maybe he also knew about its cure. I need it to save my father." The night before the attack, I overheard my father speaking to a hooded person in the castle. "If we can find that person, maybe we will know more," he said. "I will tell you all about it later. First, we have to get you someplace where you can recover safely. And I believe this belongs to you." Dominic handed her the crystal crown. Marina nodded, and Dominic helped her to stand. She took a few steps and found that she still had the strength to walk. She walked to where the crystal crown lay on the soaked ground and picked it up. Then they slowly made their way together through the wrecked gardens and out of the ruined palace. As they stepped through the twisted remains of the palace gates, Marina shivered violently. A sense of dread washed over her. Marina turned to Dominic as a strong wind started to howl in from the direction of the open ocean. They both turned to look towards the sea, towards where the terrible sound had come from. Chapter 31. Dominic. For a moment, Dominic had no idea what was going on. But then he had turned toward the ocean to see where the sound had come from, and his blood ran cold. In the distance, a tidal wave rose before the harbor against the setting sun, like a wall of wave growing ever higher, blocking out the horizon completely. It was bigger than anything Dominic had ever seen before. Through the towering wave was a rippled shadow of a familiar shape. "The giant eel!" Dominic cried out, knowing that Marina had saw it. As they watched, the wave grew and grew until it was so tall that it would obliterate everything when it hit the land. Women, children, innocents, all the people would be killed when it struck. "How is this possible?" Dominic asked. Marina shook her head. She had no idea. Dominic had thought that King Trenton commanded the eel. However, if King Trenton was still human and recovering, and if Marina and the other mermaids were here to have their vengeance, Who was controlling the eel, and why would Marina look so surprised about the eel appearing? Something was very wrong. "We have to take care of this," Dominic said. Marina nodded. They both knew that there were now more important things to deal with right now than King Friedrich. They would always come back and handle him later. Right now, Marina had to find whatever power was left in her, somewhere deep inside her, to stop the disaster hurtling at them from the ocean, and Dominic would be right behind her. They raced through the palace, through the ruined town, and towards the harbor. Marina looked at the merfolk who had joined them and at Dominic. She called a vapor of water into the air, finding a pool of remaining power somewhere deep inside of her, so that she could speak to Dominic and her people. "We have to stop this thing," she said, her voice a watery echo. "You don't have to be out here. It's dangerous." "What are you talking about?" Dominic asked. "I can't stand by while you risk your life for us all. This became my fight the moment the fleet disappeared, and I am not leaving here as long as there are people or merfolk or anyone in danger." Marina smiled at Dominic, but her smile was laced with sadness. Their time was running out. Marina was past the last of her strength, and Dominic knew it. Oh, how he hated fate, how he hated that he had finally found someone that was worth his love. But he wasn't going to focus on that now. They had to worry about the rest of the people, about what was happening in just moments. "What is your plan of attack?" Dominic asked. Marina shook her head. "I'm not sure. My father would not have sent the eel. He doesn't know we are going to war with the humans." Suddenly, Marina felt her heart tightening like a force was strangling it. Her body went limp for a second. "Marina!" Dominic shouted, and he held her. Dominic touched her cheek. He brushed the wet hair away from her face. "I'm fine," Marina said slowly. "We are running out of time." They were running out of time in more ways than one. They had to hold the tidal wave back and stop the black eel. They had to do something about it, or the people of the kingdom will perish, along with Marina. Chapter 32. Marina. Marina knew that she was at the threshold of death, and the poison of the siren's fall was taking hold. But she couldn't give up, not when the people needed her. She needed to press on. "Are you able to stop this wave?" Dominic said, with resolve in his eyes. It was the best way he could have told her that he wasn't going anywhere, and she knew it. And she appreciated it more than he would ever understand. "I will try," Marina finally said. As if in response to the impending battle, thunder roared above, and rain started to pour down from the starless night sky. The merfolk gathered around her, forming ranks on either side, faced against the monstrous wave that was now an ominous black wall under the black-blue sky. The crowd of people scattered, running away from the harbor. Lightning split the sky now and then, lighting up the night and the black mountainous wave, revealing the huge shadow of the black eel inside the wave, like a black eye in the center of the wave. The eel roared, and the water around the shadow began to twirl and get sucked toward it. The twirling water expanded, sucking in more parts of the wave. It reminded Marina of the maelstrom, only the water, back then, wasn't direct. Without warning, the eel belched it out, and the mountainous wall of the wave rushed toward the harbor. At once, Marina and the merfolk held out their hands to hold the advancing wave back. The wall of wave halted a short distance before the ranks of the merfolk. It was working. The people were given time to run as fast as they could away from the harbor. But the current of the wave seemed to grow more aggressive at the resistance. Little by little, it continued to advance, pushing through the magical resistance of the merfolk. Marina feared they could not hold it back for long. It was a matter of time before the merfolk lost their energy and would be swept away by the destructive wave, along with the entire city. Marina had to find out the cause of the eel's sudden aggression. She left the rank and headed for the churning water at the base of the wave. She entered it and swam her way to the top of the black eel, struggling against the force of the water that was blown from its mouth. Marina knew that whatever conjured the wave and commanded the eel was behind the wave. After a long struggle, Marina finally swam to the top of the eel, and there she saw the culprit behind the wave. The older woman turned around, swimming under the roof of the towering tide, like a creature born to the sea. Marina realized that she had been correct. The woman on top of the tidal wave, the woman wielding the powerful magic focused on obliterating the human lives, was none other than the wonderful woman who had taken Marina in and given her a home. "Emma?" Marina asked, shocked. "Marina," Emma said, "I never expected to see you here." "I don't understand. How did you—" Marina said. "It doesn't matter now. What matters is the crown. Now, hand it over." "The crown? How do you know about the crown?" "How can I not? I have served it my entire life, vowed my life and loyalty to it. You see, I was like you. I was a mermaid, and a fool who trusted in the promises of the underwater kingdom." Marina shook her head. "How can it be? All this time you have been a human." "Isn't it the same for you? You thought you were a human too, and it was until recently you found out the truth." "Who are you, really? Why are you trying to destroy the humans?" "Who am I? Ha! Where should I even begin? Some would say I was the royal healer of the merfolk kingdom. Others would know me as the legendary mermaid who fell from grace. But I can only tell you that none of that is true." Legendary mermaid? Mira once told her about the story. The healer who transformed herself into a human to be with the human man she loved. Even Emma mentioned her before. Back then, Marina had asked her about the old tapestry. "Nautica? You are Nautica?" Emma looked genuinely surprised. The lines of her old face rearranged into a familiar, gentle smile. "I have not heard anyone call me that in a long, long time." "But Nautica died. Even if she survived, she would be a few hundred years old by now." "Thanks to the wonders of herb lore I have devoted my life to studying, I was able to create a potent weed that turned me human, and in turn prolonged my lifespan." "The Siren's Fall," Marina muttered. "So that's what it's called," Emma said. "So, all this while, you knew who I was?" "I only found out that day when our stall was thrashed, when you stood up against the noblewomen. Then I knew you could use magic. And the more I analyzed your condition, everything seemed to fall into place." "So you knew all along I was poisoned by the Siren's Fall. You knew I was a mermaid." "In a way, I saw a part of me in you. When you told me you kept seeing the same man in your dreams, I figured the reason you became human was not much different from mine. I knew remembering your past will only bring you more pain and sorrow. I wanted you to have a chance at a new life. I wanted to protect you." "Protect me? All I wanted to know was where I came from. And you knew all this time, and you lied to me." "I never knew you are the daughter of the Sea King then." "But if you have magic, why didn't you use it to protect yourself?" "There's no need to draw too much attention to myself over such trifles. Moreover, those fools are no threat to me. Tonight, they will perish with the rest of their kind." "But I don't understand," Marina continued. "Your love was a human. Why do you hate the humans so much?" Marina asked. "I was a great healer who served the ancient king of the sea, your great-grandfather. But everything changed after I met him," Emma continued. "I needed an answer, a way to understand how I could turn myself into a human and be with the man I loved. After I turned into a human, I searched for him, but I didn't die, as was stated in the legend that you know. I found him. He didn't recognize me at first, and was surprised when I told him who I was. We were so happy that we can finally be with each other, no longer separated by the boundaries of the sea. But that happiness was short-lived. Over the years, my love for him remained true and pure, but his love for me did not. He fell for another woman. He loathed the sight of me. I begged him to stay, but there was neither love nor pity left in his heart. All the promises he made were nothing but lies. But I still could not accept the truth of what happened. One night, while out on the streets, I saw him. He looked so happy with his companion, just like the times we were together. Only then, the woman was no longer me. I told the woman the truth, that we promised our love to each other. She was what they call a noble, but what she was nothing of the like. A noble is just a deceiving facade that festers the malice and falsity within. That woman showed neither compassion nor remorse, only scorn for me. A filthy pest. That was what she called me. That night, I followed them, and just when they were savoring wine and having their little intimate moment, I froze the wine she drank and slit her throat from the inside. And so I came into the room. He begged for mercy and knew he was wrong. He promised he would never cheat on me again. But I knew that promise alone was a lie. If he could not return the heart I lost, he would pay with his. Till this day, I could still see the vivid deep red that stained my ice shard as it went through his heart, if there ever was one. Marina gasped, unable to believe what she just heard, that Emma, the woman who had been an angel to her, had killed someone. After I killed that man and the wretched woman, I wandered alone. I lost all purpose. The land that was once filled with hope was nothing more than a graveyard of painful memories. Regret took me, so I turned to the only place I was left with, home, if that's such a place. Instead, I was escorted like a prisoner to the king as soon as they saw me. I begged and pleaded the king for forgiveness, hoping he would give me a chance on the account of my long years of loyalty. But he showed me none. He said I was no longer one of them, that I had made my choice when I used the Siren's Fall and endangered them. Because of that, he forbid me from ever returning to the sea again. He threw me out, hurt me even when I refused to leave. The very ones whom you call my own people either joined in the heartless deed or stood by. Wounded and desperate, I returned to the shore. Back at my lonely house, I placed a knife against my throat. At the moment that should have been my last, I looked into the mirror, at the girl staring back at me. I could hardly recognize her anymore, she who once looked so happy and beautiful. How did she become like this? No, I won't end like this. So I made a promise to myself. I will live on and make all who let me down rue the day they did so. One day, news came to the town that the king's infant son, the little prince, was ill. The prince had been stricken with a disease, and all the royal physicians had failed to cure the boy. The child was weakening and near death, and a handsome reward was promised to whomever could cure him. Emma looked wistful for a moment as she said, "Even though I was trapped as a human and was making a living as a weaver, I never lost my abilities as a healer. I brewed a medicine from sea plants and brought it to the palace. It cured the prince." Emma looked proud at the memory of that day. "Did the king reward you?" Marina asked. "He did. He even offered to make me the royal healer, which I declined." Emma's smile was laced with irony. "I had no trust in the promises of men. I returned to my home, but a strange thing started happening. The king started coming into the town to speak with me. He told me that he had fallen for my beauty. I, of course, did not trust him, but I welcomed his company, seeing that he might have some use for me." Marina must have looked shocked, because Emma chuckled. But then, Emma sighed. Many years later, the king's power began to wane, and rebellions began to rise against him. The king sought, as all men do, to keep his control through any means possible. Of all people, he sought my counsel. So I suggested that poison be poured into the waters of the kingdom. Anyone who drank water, or ate fish, tainted by the poison, would die, and the king would then distribute the remedy. Having saved the lives of the people, The king's power will grow. Marina was appalled by the grisly plan. The king was pleased by my suggestion, Emma continued. I brewed gallons of poison, which was poured in secret into every water source and fishing ground. I also brewed gallons of an antidote. The rebels died, and the innocents were saved by the antidote that was distributed by the king's secret agents. The people praised the king. His power was restored, and once again the king summoned me to the palace. He offered to make me the royal healer, and once again I refused him. I thought that would be the end of it. Emma smirked, then turned and asked, But the humans are all the same, aren't they? Greedy, willing to take everything you have and throw it away. When I refused the king the second time, he ordered his guards to take me down. He said that I was too powerful, that I knew too much, and was a threat to the kingdom. But before they could attack, I enchanted them with a deadly song, willing each guard to kill himself. When they were all dead, it was the king next. I would never be fooled by a man claiming to be in love, ever again. You killed him? Marina asked, her voice barely above a whisper. No, Emma sniffed. He still had his uses for me. She almost looked disappointed. I made him swear an oath that no harm would come to me, that his bloodline and his kingdom would always provide for me, and that if he or any of his bloodline would break that oath, a deadly sickness would befall them. The king agreed. Since then, my powers were only known by his descendants. When a member of his bloodline became king, he would learn of me from his predecessor. Over the ages, in the direst of need, the king of that time would seek my advice. Emma, I am so sorry for what happened to you, Marina gently said. But you have lived among the humans long enough to know that they are not all bad. What about Christine and Marie? Were they bad people? A few people are not enough to justify the existence of the rotten majority. I'm going to wipe them all out, and the few good ones only have their own luck to blame, Emma cried. If you wanted to kill the humans all along, why didn't you do it before? Why wait till now? Marina asked. As long as the Sea King rules, the command of the sea lies with him. I was waiting for the opportune moment to arise, and that useless human king showed it to me. What better way to let two evil kings fight themselves to the death, while all I had to do was just offer a little advice? So the hooded person who came to the king that night, the one who told him about the siren's fall, was you. Yes. Marina listened in shock to what Emma was saying. Emma was the person who had arranged for her father to be killed, the woman who had caused her entire family to be obliterated. How could you do that? How could you betray your own people? My own people? What did they do when I needed them the most? They did nothing but left me for dead for good. After all I did for them. Don't you see, my child? No one can be trusted. Human or merfolk, they are only nice to you when the situation allows. They don't really care about you, but only themselves. And when that day comes, you will know nothing but regret and misery. But I won't let that happen to you. Come with me. No, there are good people in this world. Just because some of them are bad doesn't mean they're all the same. Good people? Emma said, disgusted. Like that human prince? You love him, don't you? There's nothing more foolish than to give your heart to a human. Not Dominic. He's different, Marina said. How much you remind me of that silly girl in the mirror. You are dying, and still you worry for a pitiful human bound to betray you. Please, Marina, come with me. I can cure you. Together we will rule land and sea. Indeed, Marina was dying. She did not know if she could even last using a magic spell, not to mention a fight against Emma, the legendary mermaid. Accepting Emma's terms would mean betraying and killing Dominic and all the innocent people. Christina, Alina, Margot. Marina wanted to live, but not in a world where everyone's dead. You don't have much time to decide, Emma said. No, I can't, Emma. Please understand. There's still hope in humans. Please let me prove it to you. I have lived long enough to know what humans are capable of, Emma said. The only hope lies with their extinction. You can't kill them. Yes, I can. And I will. I won't let you. Is this how it's going to be, then? You will fight me, your only kin for the humans to betray you? You disappoint me, Marina. And do you really think you can stop me? I have to try. Then you left me with no choice. I will have to kill you then. Dominic. Dominic was starting to worry that something was very wrong when the wave had not dispersed and Marina had not returned. The rest of the merfolk were still holding back the tidal wave, but there was no knowing how long they could hold. If the wave broke through the merfolk's defenses, all of the people would be wiped out. Dominic had to do something. Dominic immediately moved through the streets, rallying his men. Those who survived were either wounded or too shocked at the sight of the towering wave. Hearing his command, they rallied to their prince, who now was their new king. My fellow men, the wrath of the sea is upon us. If this tidal wave falls through, our kingdom will become history as we know it. I need your help to lead every man, woman, and child to the castle. None is to be left out. The merfolk of the sea are standing together to protect us. The merfolk are not our enemy, but our ally. In ancient times, a pact was honored between men and merfolk to ensure harmony between land and sea. Let us rebuild our honor and restore the pact. Let this be the hour where the lords of land and sea stand and fight alongside each other again. For if we don't unite, we shall fall. Go now, my brothers. We shall live to see the next sunrise. Whatever Marina was doing up there did not seem to work. At these words, the soldiers of men headed out across the city, gathering every person they see and shouting, "By order of the king, we must all get to higher ground, to the castle at once." Dominic watched as the city came alive with streams of people flowing up the roads that led up toward the castle gates. The streets were littered with goods and objects previously swept by the waves, ushered by Marina and her troops. A former shadow of the bustling city he knew for as long as he had lived. But what mattered more than currency and trade was the people. He had done all he could. The rest was up to Marina. He wondered how she was doing now. Chapter 33. Marina. The legendary mermaid gathered a swirling current and directed them towards Marina. Marina saw it coming too late, and the force of the current sent her spinning some distance back. Emma's power was much stronger than she thought. The crown was her only option if she wanted to stand any chance of defeating her. But the problem was, she never used it before, and didn't know how to. She focused her mind, hoping to conjure a magic strong enough to stop Emma. Another current shot past Marina, and this time she evaded it. Then came another, and this one hit her. Before she regained her focus, Emma headed straight for her and grabbed her throat. Marina took the crown from her head just as Emma was about to grab it, holding it with her outstretched arm behind her back, just beyond Emma's reach. Marina willed all her focus. She cannot die now. She pictured a glimpse of a flooded city with corpses of men floating on the waters and corpses of merfolk beneath the sea. That was what would become of the world if she lost. No, she won't let that happen. She felt a rush of energy within her, and Emma's hand started to freeze. At once she let go of Marina's throat and moved back. Freezing the water before her, Marina extended her arm, and a huge block of sharp ice flew at Emma, who swam further away and ducked out of its path. Impressive. You are no doubt the heir of the Sea Kingdom. But is that the best you can do? Emma asked. Marina was still trying to catch her breath when Emma came back into view as the block of ice fell into the depths. It had missed Emma. Emma's expression turned stern, and Marina shot another block of ice toward her. As it was about to hit Emma, the ice was smashed apart, and Emma swam through it. Marina turned and swam away as fast as she could. She turned and twirled, moving out of Emma's range every time she nearly caught her. At this rate, Emma would catch up with her, and given Marina's magical prowess, she would not be able to stop her. And so Marina took a most desperate measure. Marina came to a stop and summoned all the magic within. She unleashed it toward the crown, propelling it away, down into the depths. "No!" Emma yelled. It was the only way to buy her more time. Emma dived in the direction where the crown had sunken. A block of ice shot toward Emma, but she dodged, and her figure soon vanished into the depths. Marina had to beat Emma to the crown. The exhaustion of the battle weighed heavy on her, but she could not allow herself to falter now, when the fate of both kingdoms of men and merfolk rest upon her shoulders. Going after Emma, the world at the sea gradually descended into blackness, and all Marina could see were faint glowing lights emitting from the surrounding sea creatures and plant life that could only be seen in the deeper part of the sea, thanks to her mermaid vision. Then she heard the sound of something boiling. She recognized it. Down below, she could see vertical streams of foaming bubbles rising out of the dark depths. She needed to be careful not to get hit by the boiling foam as she descended. She peered around for the sign of a silver glow. Maneuvering past the strangely shaped vertical reefs, Marina proceeded with utmost caution, watching her back now and then in case Emma came attacking. Then, a soft silver light from below caught her attention. She dived toward it and found the source. In this darkness, the crown shone like the sun, resting on the edge of a huge vertical reef nearby. Quickly, she swam toward it. Suddenly, what sounded like rock splitting broke the tense silence, and Marina flicked around, watching a huge chunk of the reef that the crown was on fall off, causing its upper portion to collapse. Marina got out of the way as it came crashing down. The crown dropped to the ocean floor below. Marina peered above her and saw a ghostly figure, her long violet hair waving gently in the darkness. Emma. A mighty force crashed into Marina's body, and she flew some distance away, feeling the world spinning around her before she landed on the soft ocean floor. Emma closed in. "I gave you a chance at life, a chance to rule the world with me, but instead you chose to defy me. I will ask you again, one last time. Do you choose the humans or your kin?" "I can't let them die." "Since you have chosen death, I shall grant it to you." Emma was so much stronger than Marina had expected. Despite Emma's age, fighting the older woman was almost like fighting a mirror image of Marina, and Emma had all the same powers that Marina had. Emma sent shards of ice through the air at Marina. Marina twisted away, the ice spiraling past her. With no magic left, Marina relied on her swimming ability. She had spent far more time in the water recently than Emma had. Marina kicked hard and barreled into Emma's body. Emma was knocked back hard. She rolled off the crest of the wave and tumbled into the sea below. Her concentration momentarily broken, the power that held the wave was broken, and it sank quickly back into the sea, raising the tide all around them momentarily. As the waters of the ocean resettled, Marina swam after Emma. She found the woman in the twisting current, but it wasn't the current that was twisting. It was the giant eel. Like the wave, it was no longer under Emma's control. "If we stay here, we're both going to die," Marina said. "You are going to die either way," Emma grunted, and she attacked Marina again. She managed to slam Marina against an underwater rock, and Marina's vision blurred. Emma attacked her again and again, hitting her with waves of magic that made Marina feel dizzy. Marina was sure Emma was going to kill her. As Emma raised her hands to deliver the final attack, Marina saw blue strings of light moving behind Emma, heading their way. It was the sight of an old fear. "Run! It's the Hayden!" Marina spoke. Emma turned around, and as she did, more strings of blue lights woke in the dark, framing the form of the abomination. "Not before I take the crown!" Emma's arms gestured in a circular movement, channeling her magic. Then, she stretched both her arms out and shot out swirling currents toward the base of the reefs on either side before her, starting with the ones furthest from her to the ones closest to her, The rocky towers that spewed boiling foams leaned and tumbled onto each other, forming a barrier between her and the Hayden. It seemed to work as blue strings of light came to a halt, indicating the Hayden had stopped to avoid crashing into the fallen reefs. When the towers of the reefs broke off, the foams now spilled freely out of the cracked openings in furious streams. The Hayden roared. Something wasn't right. Despite it remaining where it was, the blue light shifted and glided through the dark waters like worms. They were moving through the gaps between the fallen reefs, headed straight for Emma. As the first of them came close, Marina saw what they were. Much like their host, their scales had long torn away, replaced by a mesh of withered flesh wrapped around their bones. Their faces were distorted, and their eyes hollow. Their entire bodies gave off a blue glow, which from afar were only visible as a string of blue light. The blue glow wasn't the scales of the Hayden after all, but these monstrous fish attached to its body. They charged at Emma, who fended them off with their magic. They were extremely quick and agile. More and more swarmed toward Emma, and she could only handle so many. As a blue fish moved within inches from Emma, it opened its jaws, ready to sink its jagged teeth into its prey. A flash of bright white sliced through the dark and stabbed through its mouth, and the fearsome predator fell lifelessly below, along with the ice shard that staked it. More shards flew through the water like giant needles, slicing through anything in its path. Emma turned and saw Marina sending another ice shard past her side, confused by Marina's action after she just tried to kill her. "There are too many!" Marina moved to join Emma. They both peered at the gap of the fallen reefs and saw the black space of the water was now filled with even more blue lights, wriggling and expanding by the second as they rushed toward them. "Fool! Get the crown! Only its power can save us now," Emma said, poised to wield her magic. "It's too far. I won't make it." "I will hold them off. But go, or we both die." Emma was right. There was no time for hesitation. Marina flicked around and dived for the crown. It had fallen below when Emma collapsed the reef it was resting on. Marina could see the white glow, but not yet the crown itself. Within seconds, the school of phantom fish reached Emma, who vigorously counted them with her swirling current. The currents went out in almost all directions as fast as she could conjure them, and those in their path were spun away, some crashing into the nearby reefs. But no matter how many of them she killed, their numbers did not seem to decrease. Then, as she noticed a few of them rising from the depths, breaking the ice shards that impaled them earlier, she realized the reason. They were reviving. In what sounded like a war cry, Emma took them on bravely. But they were too quick for her alone, and too many, and a number of them managed to slip past her currents and were biting at her arms, body, and legs. At the base of the collapsed reef, Marina found the crown, stacked right beneath the fallen reef on the ocean floor. It was too heavy to move. Magic was the only way. She pierced the reef with her magic shards, but it didn't budge. Then, she swam back a distance from the reef and concentrated. Her fingers straightened, guiding the water to do her will, forming a thin panel of ice extending upward. Eventually, the panel was wide and long enough, and Marina let down her hand. The panel followed, slashing down on the reef, slicing it apart like a knife on butter. She then froze the water at the panel's sides, pushing the two halves of the reef apart, revealing the crown. She grabbed it and laid it atop her head. It was then she actually realized she wasn't sure what she had to do to use it, but she couldn't care. "Grant me the power to defeat our enemy! Grant me the power to defeat our enemy! Save us!" Then she felt a force wake amidst the emptiness of the dark abyss. An array of light formed out of nothingness, soft and white at first, then slowly expanding into a light golden creature. At once, its soft and soothing golden light spread and illuminated the deep sea, and Marina could see parts of the immediate surroundings that were shrouded in darkness before. The towering reefs, the endless ocean floor, and the Hayden that hovered on the other side of the fallen reefs. For once, Marina could make out the form of the monstrous fish and the sheer size of it. Some of the phantom fish that attacked Emma charged at the new presence, but before they could reach the gigantic beast, they hit an invisible shield. As if in retaliation, the shield whipped its attackers with a sharp white light that seemed like lightning underwater. One by one, the phantom fish fell into the darkness as their blue glow diminished, truly dead, at last. The golden leviathan's eyes sparkled a clear, deep blue, and it curled and dived into a graceful motion, leaving a trail of bubbles of varying colors, and with a swing of its tail, the bubbles dispersed, flying out in all directions toward the phantom fish. Seeing this, the fish tried to swim away, but no matter how fast and where they swam, the bubbles followed, and the latter was faster. One bubble for each fish. Within a matter of seconds, all the phantom fish attacking Emma were taken out or fled. Then nearly half of the blue lights that dotted the space went out, and before long, all of them were gone. The Leviathan now turned its gaze to the Hayden, partially obscured by the fallen reefs. The Hayden roared, and it began biting its way across the fallen reefs with its long and humongous razor-sharp teeth. The Leviathan remained unmoved. As the Hayden advanced closer, the Leviathan opened its mouth, and a burst of white light poured from it and enveloped the Hayden in its path. Dark mist sizzled out to the Hayden's black form, and its white, murky eyes, though soulless, seemed to scream with rage and awe. The Hayden let out a pained growl. The white light persisted, and after a while, it dissipated. The Hayden was gone, but its roar still sounded from afar as it made its escape. Soon, all was silent again. With the Hayden gone, the Leviathan's head turned toward Marina. It gave a gentle bow before vanishing. Marina grabbed onto the wounded Emma as she fell through the water. "You did it, Marina," Emma said. A pang of sorrow shot through Marina's heart. Emma had done terrible things, but she was also the only person who had believed in Marina and loved her. "I'm sorry for taking so long," Marina said. "You did your best." "I'm sorry I hurt you," Emma said. "I don't blame you," Marina said. "Why? Why do you still try to save the humans after what their king did to your family?" Marina nodded. "I didn't want to. I wanted to kill them, to have my revenge. But Dominic, he was willing to go against his kin to protect me, our people. He, and several others, showed me there's still nobleness in humans, perhaps one that even surpasses that of our kind." Emma nodded. "Once upon a time, I felt the same way about him, too. I thought he would never let me down. But I hope your story will turn out different than mine. You have my blessing." "But I won't live to see it," Marina said sadly. "You will. In the cottage, behind the stove, is a parcel. In it, you will find the cure. 1 drop is enough. 2 drops, you will be a mermaid again. You will know it when you see it." "What?" Marina asked, surprised. Emma nodded. "If anyone deserves a happy ending, Marina, it's you." "Hang in there, Emma. I don't want you to go. Whatever ending it is to come, I want you in it," Marina said. Emma smiled sadly. "Don't cry, Marina. Maybe this is best for me. Perhaps I should have died that night when my world cheated on me. Then my pain would have ended. But I would not get to meet you. All my life has been a pile of regret, except you. Thank you." Marina swam up toward the surface with all the strength left in her. Seconds passed into minutes, and long minutes passed, and Marina kept swimming, grabbing tightly onto Emma, careful not to let her slip out of her grip. Gradually, the ocean's color lightened as they ascended. "We're almost there," Marina struggled, but Emma fell silent. As Marina held her, she could no longer feel the warmth from her body. Emma was gone. There at length, Marina hugged onto her savior, her guardian, her kin. She wept, a sorrow beyond words could express. Suddenly, the ocean floor around her spun. She was beyond the last of her strength. The siren's fall effect was nearing completion, and so Marina would be dead. She had to return quickly to the surface for the cure. Gently, Marina let go of Emma and watched her motionless body sink and fade into the depths. There in the embrace of the sea, she would rest forever, at the realm she once called home. Marina swam for the light above, but felt her weakening limbs getting increasingly hard to command. She was too far from the surface. She could never make it. Marina felt herself begin to sink back into the depths below her as her strength began to fail. She descended, and the light above waned. That was it. She was going to die. Long she waited for death to greet her, but what came instead was a gentle voice. A shadow loomed over her. It was Mira. Mira was alive! Marina thought her sister had died that horrible day after the attack. Mira held onto Marina and swam towards the surface. "Hold on, sister," Mira said. "Don't die on me." "How are you alive?" Marina asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I was grazed by a bullet and temporarily paralyzed. When I regained consciousness, I returned home. Father told me about your plan," Mira said, "and so I came to lend my assistance, and good thing I did." "Mira, Emma said she has the cure," Marina whispered. "It's in our house, in a parcel behind the stove." As they approached the surface, Marina heard Dominic's voice. She turned her head and saw him sewing beside them. Mira told Dominic about the cure. "This way," Marina heard Dominic's concerned voice as she felt the weight of her body shift into his arms. Dominic carried Marina, hurrying to Emma's house. When he carried her in, everything was in disarray from the flood, but the iron stove had not been moved from where it still stood firmly atop a brick hearth. Dominic placed Marina gently down and then hurried over to the stove. He retrieved a parcel that had been secured to the back of the stove. It was wrapped in oiled sailcloth, waterproof, and woven with a depiction of an underwater city. He brought it over and showed it to Marina. "That's it," Marina said weakly, recognizing the image of the underwater kingdom that had been on the tapestry that Emma had created. Dominic opened the parcel. Inside was a small glass bottle. He held it up to the light. It was filled with green liquid. "One drop will do," Marina said. He pulled out the cork with his teeth, and then he helped Marina to sit up. Dominic gently placed the bottle to Marina's lips and watched as a single drop of green, thick liquid slowly touched the tip of Marina's pink tongue. Marina swallowed. It tasted bitter, like herbs she could not identify, and then something unpleasantly briny, but Marina forced it down. For a moment, it felt as if nothing happened. Then terrible darkness washed over her. Marina gasped in pain and lost consciousness. Chapter 34. Marina. When Marina opened her eyes, her vision welcomed bright sunlight. She woke much like how she did on any other ordinary day. A weariness fell over her body, but she felt an unfamiliar lightness about her. Something was different. Then she thought back to the last thing she remembered, and Dominic's face flashed in her mind, and the bitter taste of medicine as a small drop of green liquid fell on her tongue. She sat up on her soft bed. She was glad to be home again. Then she saw a figure standing by the window. "Emma?" Marina called out. As her vision cleared, it turned out to be Hannah. Hannah turned around. "Marina, you're finally awake. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. It's so good to see you again," Marina said. "How long have I been asleep?" "Nearly 2 days," Hannah said. 2 days? The wave? Did it? We thought you were going to die." Hannah choked a little, reminded of that horrific day. "We were ordered to the castle for refuge, then all of a sudden, it receded. Everyone was so relieved." Marina let out a breath of relief. So the city was saved. Dominic. She wondered if he was all right. "Where's Alina, Margot, and Emma?" Marina then recalled Emma did not make it back. Sadness stabbed her heart at the knowledge that she would never hear Emma waking her up every morning again. "They are all fine. They just went out not that long ago. How are you doing?" Hannah said, as Marina pushed herself out of bed. I wish to take a look outside, Marina said. Don't worry, I can manage. Hannah nodded, watching Marina closely as she got off her bed. As Hannah opened the door, the bustling of the city poured in. Carefully, both the girls made their way down the flooded streets. To Marina's relief, the city looked pretty much the same as she last saw it. This meant the tidal wave did not come down on the city. Even better, the water level had mostly decreased, making their journey easier than 2 days prior. The townfolks were busying themselves with salvaging whatever that could still be salvaged. Some of them recognized Marina and stepped back in fear as she passed. Even though they knew Marina and her people fought alongside their king to hold off the tidal wave, they could not forget it was also Marina who first brought the wrath of the sea upon them. Along the way, they saw Alina and Margot, who were both equally relieved to see Marina safe and sound. Reaching the castle, Marina saw that it was more crowded than before, as townfolks could be seen settling at various spots of the castle grounds in their own groups, grieving the loss of their property or loved ones. The sight brought a tear to Marina's eye. Up ahead, Marina caught sight of Dominic, who was comforting an old lady with Simon at his side. It was Simon who saw her first and informed Dominic. Dominic patted the old lady on the shoulder and ran toward the girls. Marina! Dominic wrapped his arms around her before she could speak. Marina smiled in his embrace. You're hurting me. I'm sorry, Dominic said. Wait, your voice. You can speak. Yes. It was only then Marina noticed she hadn't been using vapor to channel her voice. She was speaking like a normal human girl. It must be Emma's remedy. By the way, what happened after you went into that terrifying wave? It's a long story, Marina said. Well, I can spare time for that. Dominic smiled and showed the girls into the castle. There, Marina told him about her fight with Emma and her venture into the abyss and battle with the Hayden. Epilogue. In the throne room of the palace, a scout had just finished giving his report to King Trenton. This was the third report the king had heard since the last full moon from his scouts. All the reports told the same details. At sunset, large creatures were seen flying high above the sea spires. Each of the scouts reported that these creatures flew at the level of the clouds in the sky, and their bodies were larger than a whale. King Trenton found that hard to believe. It was reported that the creatures would circle the sea spires until the sun set beneath the horizon, and then they would vanish into the night sky. The king dismissed the latest scout. The merman bowed at the waist, then swam from the room. When they were alone, King Trenton turned and looked at his daughter. You have spent more time on the surface world than any of us. Do you know what these creatures might be? King Trenton asked Marina. Marina bit her lip. She had heard all of the reports herself and had questioned each of the scouts in person. Still, no matter how much they described the creature, she had no idea what it could be. I am not sure what they could be, father, she replied. Marina could not determine what the creatures were from the descriptions the scouts had given, and she was curious as to what they were. Perhaps if she could see them with her own eyes. Marina then hesitated for a moment, an old fear surfacing. With the ancient pact now restored, and peaceful ties now established with the humans, she was no longer forbidden from going to the surface. She went to the surface often. Many of her kind did. But Marina knew that her father was still protective of her and of his other surviving daughters. She had learned that he was slow to change, and some of his habits were slow to change. Marina sighed and cautiously asked, Father, since there has been no threat from these creatures so far, I'd like your permission to go and take a look for myself. King Trenton immediately scowled, but did not immediately reply to reject the idea. He considered the request for several moments before nodding. All right, but only if you take an escort of royal guards with you. His stern expression softened a little. The Leviathan only answers to the heir of the throne. Remember, you are the future of our kingdom. You must be extra careful. Marina nodded. Her ability to wield the power of the crown and call upon the Leviathan meant she was the potential successor to her father, or what one would call the chosen one. Still, she doubted she was the best candidate, seeing how she had a knack for trouble, and Mira and Isla understood the comings and goings of the underwater realm more. This, however, was a concern best left for another day. Just before the sun was due to set that day, Marina and 2 royal guards swam to the surface. They broke through the waves near the sea spires, close enough to hear the pounding of the gentle surf against the giant towers of rock, but far enough away so that Marina could easily see all the surrounding area and the horizon. The open ocean around them was calm, and the sun was beginning to trace a path across a cloudless sky. Marina reached within her, drawing up a small amount of her power. She wanted her magic at the ready just in case she needed to defend herself. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the sky turning into the colors of flame above her, Marina heard a sound that was almost like the clap and crack of thunder. She was confused since the sky was cloudless. Marina looked at the guards, who looked back at her in confusion. Then they all looked towards the sky. Forms appeared on the horizon, small at first, and traveling high in the sky, but as they flew towards the sea spires, the forms grew. Marina gazed in wonder. She had never seen creatures like these. They were, as the scouts reported, larger than the whales of the sea. But since the scouts had never spent time living among the humans, that was all they had to go by as a reference. Marina could make better comparisons. She could see wings stretched like those of bats, but far larger than any bat she had ever seen swooping over the meadows beyond her town at dusk. She could see the setting sun glinting off of scales that shined like gold and silver and copper. She could see horns and talons, and even though the creatures flew over the sea spires without incident, she could see how powerfully they moved. And atop one of the largest ones was a girl in a blue dress. Her beauty shone like a lone bright star in the night sky. The merfolk scouts had also never heard of the fairy tales of men. Now that Marina had seen these creatures with her own eyes, she knew what they were from the bits of stories that the other girls had shared with her. Dragons. They were dragons. This has been The Silent Princess, Princess League series, written by Mira Crest, narrated by Elizabeth DeVault. Copyright 2019 by Alvin Chu. Production copyright by Alvin Chu.